The Damned Demon. Chapter 161-200. Chapter 161. He can't be better than me. Rebecca gritted her teeth, doing her best to maintain composure as she met Asher's smiling gaze. Her voice was steady, though the underlying tension was palpable. Everything is fine, Asher. I was simply attending to a few last-minute duties. I am sure you would understand it the best. Rebecca's words were coated in civility, but her eyes held a storm that threatened to break free at any moment. She knew the game she had to play, but it didn't make it any easier to swallow her pride and hide the seething rage that threatened to consume her. Asher could imagine how hard she was trying to contain herself and was beginning to feel satisfied upon seeing her like this. Of course, I understand. So broken bar. Shall we get to it now that we both are here? Rebecca, her gaze steely and unwavering, stepped forward and declared, "My batch will attempt the trial first." She gestured to her batch of 5 young demons, each one exuding confidence and determination. Asher agreed, watching intently as the young demons began to tackle the first trial, one by one. As he had anticipated, each member of Rebecca's batch succeeded in overcoming the challenge, their skills and training shining through. Under normal circumstances, Asher would have expected Rebecca to wear a smug, gloating expression, reveling in the success of the demons she trained. However, much to his surprise, she seemed disinterested in their achievements. Instead, her gaze was fixed on him, occasionally darting in his direction with an intensity that could send shivers down the spine of an ordinary man. It was as if she was imagining draining every last drop of blood from his body. Confusion washed over Asher as he tried to decipher Rebecca's behavior. Her lack of interest in her own students' success was uncharacteristic, and her silence now that it was time for his batch to attempt the trial was even more surprising. She had always been one to engage in verbal sparring, and her restraint was both unexpected and odd. Asher's gaze shifted to Onyx. "Onyx," he said with a confident tone, "you shall attempt the trial first." Onyx bowed deeply, acknowledging Asher's command, and took slow, nervous steps towards the entrance of the chamber of hell. A week ago, Onyx had resigned himself to the belief that he would meet his end within the chamber. His massive size and slow movements had always been a disadvantage in combat. However, Asher's relentless training had ignited a newfound sense of hope and determination within him. Onyx now understood how to use his natural defenses and weight to his advantage. As Onyx entered the chamber of hell, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. To pass the trial, he would need to defeat the first 3 spirits that manifested within the chamber. The air inside the chamber grew heavy and dense as the first spirit took form, an earth slime. It emerged from the floor, its muddy, gelatinous body pulsating with raw power. Onyx's heart pounded in his chest, but he knew that fear was not an option. The earth slime, sensing an opportunity, launched itself at Onyx, its muddy form elongating to strike with deadly precision. But Onyx was prepared. He braced himself, drawing upon his innate resilience and the sturdiness of his body. As the earth slime's attack connected, he absorbed the impact, allowing the force to push him back slightly before using his powerful legs to propel himself forward. With impeccable timing, Onyx twisted his body and swung his massive arm, striking the earth slime with the full force of his momentum. The collision was colossal, sending the earth slime sprawling across the chamber. It struggled to reform, its once solid form now quivering and unstable. Onyx took advantage of this momentary weakness, charging towards the spirit with his full weight behind him. He slammed into the earth slime, his natural defenses acting as a living battering ram, further damaging the already weakened spirit. The earth slime, outmatched and overwhelmed, faltered and crumbled, its form disintegrating into a cloud of dust that slowly settled on the chamber floor. As the earth slime disintegrated before him, Onyx stood in the chamber of hell, his chest heaving with exertion. A mixture of shock and disbelief washed over him, as he struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. He had done it. He had defeated the first spirit using his natural defenses and sheer momentum. His mind raced, replaying the events of the battle. He could still feel the impact of each collision, the sensation of his body absorbing the force of the earth slime's attacks, and the thrill of using that energy to fuel his own counterattacks. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, the sensation of tapping into a hidden reservoir of power within himself. For a brief moment, Onyx stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. The shocked looks of the candidates outside only added to his elation. Asher crossed his arms with a satisfied smile and knew he had little to worry about them passing. Onyx went on to defeat the next two spirits and suffered serious injuries but still passed the trial, much to the shock of everyone. They had never expected someone from the stone-born race to pass the trial. Rebecca watched as this stone-born man emerged victorious from his battle against the earth slime, her eyes narrowing with a mixture of surprise and irritation. She had been so certain that with his bulky form and lack of agility, he would fail the trial in a pathetic manner, but now, seeing him standing tall and triumphant, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Her fists clenched involuntarily at her sides, the nails digging into her palms as she tried to suppress her emotions. It was infuriating to see that brat always coming out on top again and again. How could he have trained a trash like that to pass the trial within a week? How could he have the experience and knowledge to do so? Did this have anything to do with his immortal bloodline again? Rebecca could only guess since she didn't have much knowledge of immortal bloodlines and the kind of advantages it could give a person. But if that was really the case, she was beginning to realize that this smug bastard was an even bigger threat than she expected. She now didn't even feel like sitting through the rest of it since she was sure that if Asher managed to make the stone-born man pass the trial then the rest would definitely pass as well. Rebecca's impatient gaze remained fixed on the trials unfolding before her, hoping for it to get over quick. She watched the goblin girl in Asher's batch step into the chamber of hell, her lithe body and agile movements betraying her readiness for the task ahead. She defeated the slime easily, and as the imp spirit manifested before Zizola, it unleashed a barrage of swift and powerful attacks. But Zizola's speed and reflexes were unparalleled, and she deftly evaded each strike, her movements fluid and graceful. With each passing moment, Zizola's confidence grew, and she began to weave her own offensive into her evasive maneuvers. She darted in and out, landing precise, debilitating blows on the spirit before it could react, eventually striking it down and passing the trial. Not long after, she defeated the Rakshasa, too, but not without shedding some blood. Rebecca clicked her tongue as her attention shifted to the purer blood siblings, renowned for their mastery over water. As Nereus entered the chamber, his determination and confidence were laid bare for everyone to witness. He defeated the slime and the imp faster than his peers, and finally the Rakshasa that materialized before him. It was a fearsome spirit for most, its fierce gaze and imposing form sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Undaunted, Nereus sprang into action, his hands weaving intricate patterns in the air as he called forth torrents of water to aid him in battle. The Rakshasa struggled to defend itself against the relentless waves and powerful currents that crashed down upon it, each blow wearing away at its defenses. In the end, Nereus' might proved too much for the spirit, and it succumbed to his onslaught, signaling his triumph in the trial. His sister, Thetis, also won in the same fashion, leaving everyone feeling amazed by their prowess despite their tribe being not that renowned. Throughout these battles, Rebecca refused to look at Asher's face, knowing that doing so would only fuel her frustration, but she wasn't worried about losing the bet since this was a tie. This could only mean that this was the end of it and she can finally stop worrying about her position here and devote her entire focus on finding a speedy cure for her son. Onyx, Graven and Zizola hugged each other with tears, feeling happy and shocked at themselves that they did something they didn't even hope to achieve in their dreams. The three of them then looked at the purer blood siblings to share their happiness, though Nereus and Thetis didn't seem like they wanted to have a hug. However, the siblings smiled and nodded with acknowledgement. The three of you did great, Master must be proud. The three of them felt happy hearing a compliment from these two talented siblings. It only proved how great they did there. All five of them ran back towards the royal consort and fell at his feet. Master Asher, we are forever indebted to you for mentoring us. Asher gestured with his hands and said, you all can get up. I knew you all could do it. The five of them got up with proud looks and smiled, hearing how he had faith in all of them. Thetis excitedly asked, "Master Asher, now that we are now qualified to attempt the second trial, would you be training us again?" The rest of the four also eagerly perked their ears, hoping for the answer they wanted to hear. Asher let out a soft sigh and shook his head as he said, "Unfortunately, only the floor wardens can do that, so for the second floor, you all have to depend on Warden Sylvia while you all are here for training." The five of them lowered their gazes with disappointed and sad looks, feeling that maybe their luck ended here, but there is no hurry for you all to finish the trial, and since nobody can stop you from training outside this tower, I can mentor you all whenever I feel like it, Asher added with a smile. He felt that even if these five may not seem that useful, he didn't want to completely sever all ties with them just in case. "That is more than what we could hope for," Nereus said with tears in his eyes as all five of them deeply bowed again. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in grey robes came downstairs, making Asher and Rebecca's gaze shift towards him. Asher recognized him as one of Duncan's assistants and wondered if he came down here because of his bet with Rebecca. The man in grey robes glanced at both Rebecca and Asher before saying, "The head warden is expecting both of you in his study hall." Rebecca and Asher coincidentally looked at each other the same, each one of them harboring their own thoughts on what was about to happen. The hot, hellish winds blew over the Tower of Hell as the head warden sat in his exclusive study hall. The room was adorned with shelves upon shelves of ancient scrolls and books, some dating back centuries. The walls were decorated with a few paintings depicting the battles and accomplishments of legendary demons, a testament to the rich history of the demon kingdom. At the center of the study stood a massive wooden desk, its dark and polished surface a map of the tower carved with painstaking detail. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and the faint aroma of rare plants. A large, ornate window behind the desk overlooked the vast expanse of the kingdom, providing a breathtaking view of the lands below. Duncan Doru, a focused and imposing figure, sat in his high-backed leather chair, his fingers steepled as he awaited the arrival of Rebecca and Asher. His silver hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, and his piercing red eyes seemed to see through to one's very soul. He radiated an aura of authority and wisdom that commanded respect from all who entered his presence. As the heavy oak doors to the study hall creaked open, Rebecca and Asher walked in side by side, their footsteps echoing softly through the hushed room. They both looked around, taking in the grandeur and history of the space before focusing their attention on the formidable figure seated before them. Bowing their heads in unison, they greeted the head warden with due respect. "Warden Doru," Rebecca began, her voice steady and respectful, "thank you for granting us an audience." Asher followed suit, his voice respectful as he spoke, "Greetings, Master Duncan." Duncan Doru nodded, his steely gaze surveying the two demons standing before him. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for them to take a seat. Rebecca couldn't wait to hear from the head warden that this entire nonsense would be dropped since there was no clear winner. She had bigger things to worry about than this. Duncan regarded them both with a contemplative expression, then spoke, "I must admit, both of you have done well in guiding your respective candidates through the first trial. As such, there is no clear winner between you." Rebecca's lips curled into a smug, barely concealed smirk, confident that things were proceeding as she had planned. However, Duncan continued, "That being said, I'm particularly impressed by Asher's performance. Despite his youth and inexperience, he managed to train those 5 young demons from less fortunate backgrounds to pass the trial. This is no small feat." Asher's smile broadened, while Rebecca's nerves shook beneath her cool exterior. She didn't expect the head warden to bring up this point to praise Asher. She begrudgingly acknowledged that Asher's success was indeed unexpected, but refused to accept that this brat was more competent than her. Her mind raced, cursing herself for inadvertently setting him up for success by assigning him the worst candidates. If she had known the outcome, she would have acted differently. Duncan's voice brought her thoughts back to the present. "Because of this, I have decided to appoint Asher as the junior floor warden of the first floor." Asher raised his eyebrows in surprise, while Rebecca's eyes widened with disbelief. She couldn't let this stand, so she respectfully countered, "Warden Doru, Wouldn't it be more prudent to allow Asher to gain further experience before entrusting him with such responsibility? Duncan considered her words, then responded, for the first floor's trial, I believe Asher is qualified enough to mentor the candidates, and since I already have thought about what you said, I am letting him start small. Asher smirked inwardly, amused by Rebecca's desperation. He hadn't expected Duncan's decision, but it suited his purposes well. As junior floor warden, he wouldn't need to spend as much time mentoring candidates as Rebecca. However, he had one more request. Warden Doru, may I take in disciples as well? Rebecca shot him a venomous glare, realizing that Asher intended to poach promising talents. She couldn't believe that Duncan would entertain such an absurd request from someone who wasn't even a fully fledged floor warden. Duncan, however, slowly nodded. You may select 5 candidates to become your disciples each month, while the remaining quota may be allocated to Warden Rebecca. Asher smiled graciously, thanking him. Thank you, Master Duncan. This was more than enough to gradually increase his influence within the tower. Rebecca's resentment intensified, but she found solace in the fact that she still held the position of floor warden. She would not let this bastard overshadow her. With a final nod, Duncan dismissed them. You two may leave now. Rebecca and Asher rose from their seats and exited the study, and as they came out, Rebecca walked past Asher with an intense glare while he said from behind, I look forward to working with you, Warden Rebecca. Rebecca clenched her fists but didn't turn around as she kept walking. With how her poor son was lying in a coma, she didn't want to let him gloat at her expense. For now, she should focus all her efforts on finding a cure for her son. How rude, Asher commented with a dark smile. A broken bar. Asher strode through the grand entrance of Demonstone Castle, the imposing structure standing tall as a testament to the power and prestige of the ruling family. His personal maid, Marina, walked dutifully behind him, her footsteps soft while his echoed in the vast halls. The guards, recognizing Asher's status, bowed deeply with respect as he passed by, their eyes filled with a mix of admiration and respect. As Asher continued deeper into the castle, a royal servant hurriedly approached him, bowing with an air of deference. Your Highness, the servant began, his voice slightly breathless, the Queen requests your presence in the Pillar Sanctuary. She is currently in the company of the High Seer. Asher simply nodded in acknowledgement, his expression unreadable. As the servant took his leave, Asher's mind raced with the implications of the summons. He suspected that this meeting was about finalizing the date for the sacred union between him and Rowena. Marina, sensing Asher's thoughts, spoke up with a hint of excitement in her voice. It seems the High Seer has finally found an auspicious date for your sacred union with the Queen. Your Highness, she said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I shall prepare the appropriate attire for your meeting with the High Seer. Pi circumflex plus minus eth inverted question mark di circumflex plus minus eth tma apostrophe I circumflex 1/2 a tilde superscript a vertical bar comma n tilde a tilde squared. Though Asher glanced at Marina, a faint smile playing on his lips as he nodded, wondering whether fate was giving him a helping hand. A broken bar clad in an impeccably tailored black robe, Asher made his entrance into the Pillar Sanctuary, an awe-inspiring chamber adorned with intricately carved pillars reaching towards the vaulted ceiling. The dimly lit room exuded an air of mystery and reverence, perfectly befitting the meeting that was about to take place. Seated on an ornate throne before the High Seer, Rowena looked breathtaking in her black royal attire, the intricate embroidery accentuating her regal beauty. As she caught sight of Asher, her eyes softened, and she gestured for him to join her. Asher approached, feeling the weight of the room's atmosphere as he took his seat beside Rowena. Asher bowed his head respectfully, addressing the High Seer as he greeted him. Honorable High Seer Alaric, I am grateful for your presence and guidance, he said, his voice carrying a tone of deep respect. High Seer Alaric, a venerable figure with a long white beard and wise eyes, acknowledged Asher with a nod. He was garbed in ceremonial robes that spoke of his lofty position in the kingdom. Welcome, Your Highness, he replied, his voice resonating with the authority and wisdom that came with years of service to the realm. Alaric's gaze shifted between Asher and Rowena, a hint of awe in his eyes. "In all my years as the High Seer, I have never witnessed such a powerful union between a man and a woman," he began, his voice filled with reverence. "It is my great honor to suggest a date for your sacred union." Buta broken bar. The atmosphere in the pillar sanctuary shifted as the High Seer's voice and expression took on a grave tone. "While I was considering the most auspicious date for your union, I discovered something concerning about your fates," he revealed, the solemnity in his words causing a ripple of unease. Rowena's brow furrowed with worry, while Asher clenched his jaw in silent frustration. He hadn't expected the High Seer to potentially derail his plans with this revelation. Sensing the anxiety in Rowena's eyes, High Seer Ulrich quickly reassured her. "It is not necessarily a bad omen," he said, his voice adopting a contemplative tone. "Fate is a complex tapestry, woven from countless threads that twist and turn unpredictably, but one thing I can discern is that the two of you are destined to face a series of harsh trials together in the future." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. "If you succeed in overcoming these challenges, your union will bring forth happiness, prosperity and strength. However, should you fail, misery, pain and death will follow in your wake. The choice rests in your hands. Only you can determine the outcome." As Ulrich spoke, Rowena's hands tightened around the fabric of her dress, her heart growing heavy with concern. She turned her gaze towards Asher, seeking solace and reassurance in his eyes. Asher met her gaze, offering her a comforting look. Internally, however, he was frowning. He had a few inklings of how things might go awry in the future, but he had always loathed prophecies and soothsaying. That was how he ended up here. Nonetheless, the High Seer's words only served to strengthen his resolve to become powerful enough to face any challenge head-on and accomplish his goals. As the High Seer's words hung in the air, the pillar sanctuary seemed to grow even more oppressive, leaving Asher and Rowena to ponder the trials that fate had in store for them and the choices they would have to make to shape their future. Seeking to lighten the mood, High Seer Ulrich continued, "Fear not, for the trials I spoke of concern the distant future. As for your immediate path, I have found an auspicious date for your sacred union." He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before announcing, "It will occur when the blood moon and sun unite in the sky, a rare celestial event that will take place 3 years from today." As the High Seer revealed the date, Rowena's worried expression eased, replaced by a slight blush that crept up her cheeks. She couldn't help but feel a mixture of relief and anticipation, her thoughts drifting to the momentous occasion that awaited them in the future. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety as she considered the significance of their union. Asher, on the other hand, found solace in the High Seer's last few words. An inward smile graced his features as he realized that, despite the revelations of potential trials, the sacred union with Rowena remained on track, even if it was further away than he had anticipated. This delay, he mused, might even afford him more time to consolidate his power and prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. The pillar sanctuary, once filled with tension, now seemed to become a bit relaxed after his reassuring words. As Asher and Rowena exited the pillar sanctuary, Asher couldn't help but notice the somber expression on Rowena's face. With a gentle touch, he reached for her hand, asking softly, "Are you still worrying about what the High Seer said?" Rowena hesitated for a moment, then lifted her eyes to meet his, her voice tinged with concern. "Yes, I'm worried about the future. I already have so much on my mind, and now this. I just don't know what to expect." Asher chuckled softly, squeezing her hand reassuringly. "Don't take these things too seriously," he advised. "Even if you want to, remember that the High Seer said the future is in our hands. Everything will be alright as long as we're together and strong." He then gently wrapped his arms around her from behind, a tender embrace that caught her off guard. "What you should be worrying about," he whispered playfully, "is that 3 years is a long time away for our sacred union." Rowena felt her cheeks flush at his words. She managed a soft, barely audible reply, "It isn't as far away as you think," before gently slipping out of his embrace. As she walked away, her eyes sparkled with a rare hint of a smile, a fleeting glimpse of the emotions she kept so carefully hidden. However, the moment she left, Asher's expression became serious, and couldn't help but wish all so-called prophets and soothsayers to disappear off the face of this world. He didn't want them to fuck up his life again with their stupid prophecies. Unfortunately, he just would have to plan ahead, just in case. A broken bar. Asher was seated in his private chambers, deep in thought, when Marina, his ever-attentive maid, approached him with a curious expression on her face. She bowed gracefully before speaking. "Master, Lady Nada Valentine has requested an audience with you at your earliest convenience." Asher's eyebrows raised in surprise as he pondered the unexpected request. Nada was a powerful and influential figure within this kingdom, and for her to personally reach out to him was certainly intriguing. "Did Lady Nada mention any specific reason for the meeting?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. He wondered if she invited with hostile intentions after what happened between him and Sylvia. Marina shook her head, her expression thoughtful. "My apologies, Master, but she did not disclose her reasons. However, given the polite and amicable manner in which she extended the invitation, I believe she wants to form an acquaintance with you. Nobles do this all the time." Asher considered this information for a moment, his gaze distant. Eventually, he made up his mind and looked back at Marina with a decisive nod. "Very well, I'll meet with her and find out what this is all about." Asher felt he had nothing to worry and should see her and find out what all this was about. A broken bar. Asher was preparing to head out to meet Nada when, unexpectedly, Eradicator appeared behind him. Her movements were swift and silent. "I'll escort you," she announced with a hint of determination in her voice. Asher glanced at her and noticed Twilight, her pet cat, peeking out from behind her cape and resting on her shoulder. The cat's eyes were filled with curiosity, and its tail swayed gently behind it. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight. He hadn't anticipated that Eradicator would carry her pet around all the time. Did she take a liking to it? That seemed surprising. Still, he had to say, "Keep the cat hidden." Asher cautioned her, "It's supposed to be a part of your disguise, after all." Eradicator looked down at Twilight, who seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. She nodded at Asher, acknowledging his concern. With deft movements, she secured Twilight more discreetly within the folds of her cape, ensuring the cat remained out of sight, and not long after, the two set out for Bloodvine Castle, the castle of House Valentine. A broken bar. As Asher, Marina, and Eradicator approached the Bloodvine Castle, he and Marina couldn't help but notice its striking appearance. Unlike the dark, intimidating, and ominous castles of House Drake and House Thorn, Bloodvine Castle presented a fascinating juxtaposition. The castle was nestled within a lush landscape, surrounded by an abundance of greenery and blooming flowers. The vibrant blood-red vines that lent the castle its name intertwined gracefully with the stone walls, creating an artistic tapestry of color and texture that seemed to come alive. The dark sun cast a bloody, crimson glow over the castle, highlighting the intricate details of its design. The architecture of the Bloodvine Castle was elegant and refined, with tall, slender spires reaching towards the sky and delicate, arched windows that allowed natural light to flood the interior. As they approached the entrance of Bloodvine Castle, a group of guards stood at attention, their eyes fixed on the three visitors. They were clad in well-fitting dark red armor, adorned with the sigil of House Valentine, and they carried themselves with an air of discipline and pride. However, despite their formidable appearance, their demeanor was far from hostile. "Please visit." Upon recognizing Asher, the captain of the guard stepped forward and offered a respectful bow, his fellow guards following suit. "Greetings, Consort Asher," the captain said in a cordial tone, his voice carrying an unmistakable note of respect. "We have been expecting your arrival. Lady Nada has informed us of your visit, and it is our honor to welcome you to the castle." The guard's polite and welcoming attitude was a pleasant surprise for Asher, who was more accustomed to the cold and suspicious attitude of most demons in this realm. Their courteous manner seemed to reflect the castle's overall atmosphere of beauty and harmony, setting the stage for a potentially amicable meeting with Lady Nada Valentine. It seemed as if not only the core members of House Valentine but even the guards and servants were friendly and amiable. But of course, Sylvia was an exception. As he drew closer, he could hear the soothing sound of water flowing from an ornate fountain located at the center of the castle's courtyard, surrounded by beautiful flower beds and carefully manicured lawns. This unexpectedly picturesque scene stood in stark contrast to the foreboding atmosphere that characterized the castles of House Drake and House Thorn. The Bloodvine Castle seemed to be a beacon of beauty and harmony, a perfect place to have friendly meetings. As Asher, Marina, and Eradicator stepped inside Bloodvine Castle, he and Marina were struck by the exquisite beauty and elegance of its interior. The high-vaulted ceilings, adorned with intricate frescoes depicting scenes of love and unity, seemed to stretch endlessly above them. The polished marble floors glistened under the soft, warm light emanating from the ornate chandeliers that hung from above, casting mesmerizing patterns on the walls. Asher felt like he was walking through a beautiful illusion and could see how wealthy House Valentine was, even though House Thorn was considered to be the wealthiest. As they walked through the opulent halls, the trio was greeted by a number of servants who were busy tending to the castle's daily needs. Dressed in elegant uniforms bearing the emblem of House Valentine, the servants moved gracefully, with an air of efficiency and purpose. Their faces displayed warm smiles as they acknowledged Asher and his companions, offering respectful bows and murmuring words of welcome. As they approached the ornate doors of the inner courtyard, two impeccably dressed maids stood waiting to receive them. Their eyes were gentle, yet their postures radiated a quiet confidence. They bowed deeply as Asher, Eradicator, and Marina drew near. "Lady Nada Valentine awaits your presence inside, Lord Asher," one of the maids said, her voice melodious and respectful. "She has requested a private audience with you." The other maid turned her attention to Eradicator and Marina, offering them an apologetic smile. "I'm afraid Lady Nada has asked that only the royal consort attend this meeting. If you would be so kind as to wait here, we will ensure that you are well taken care of during your stay." Asher looked at them and nodded, indirectly telling them to wait outside. Eradicator also nodded, her eyes briefly meeting his, conveying her readiness to act if he needed. Asher acknowledged their understanding with a slight nod before turning back to the maids. "Very well, please lead the way," he said, his voice calm and collected. With another bow, the maids gently pushed open the intricately carved doors of the meeting hall. As Asher stepped into the meeting hall, he raised one of his brows upon seeing the sight before him. Standing on a balcony overlooking the castle's lush gardens was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, tending to her flowers with delicate precision. The sunlight streamed in through the arched windows, casting a warm glow on her ruby hair and accentuating the vivid red of her eyes. Her expression was serene, the epitome of grace and elegance. Her medium bust was tastefully accentuated by the elegant red gown she wore, which clung to her curves and cascaded down to the floor like a waterfall of silk. The gown's intricate design and fine craftsmanship highlighted her noble status and impeccable taste. She seemed to be in her own world, her fingers deftly plucking any wilted petals from her precious flowers, her gaze filled with tender affection for the delicate blooms. For a moment, Asher felt as if he was intruding on a private and intimate scene, but he knew he had been invited here for a reason. He was about to announce his presence when Nada's eyes flickered towards him, her expression shifting to one of warm hospitality. She offered him a charming smile as she gracefully descended from the balcony, her gown flowing behind her like a river of red silk. "Consort Asher," she greeted him, her voice as melodious as a songbird's. "Welcome to my castle. It is a pleasure to have you as our guest. I trust you have been faring well." Her words sounded courteous and genuine, and Asher could sense that this meeting might be more intriguing than he initially thought. Asher greeted back with a measured smile. "You could say that, Lady Nada." He decided to not act too friendly if she was planning to confront him about a certain someone. Nada let out a soft hum as she gestured to the comfy and luxurious seats. "Have a seat and make yourself comfortable," she said as she took a seat opposite Asher. As Asher settled into the plush seat, his eyes surveyed the room, taking in the refined furnishings and tasteful decor that spoke of Nada's discerning taste. She stood poised and graceful by the table, picking up a delicate jar and pouring its contents into two exquisitely designed cups. Lifting one to her lips, she took a sip and then, with a warm smile, extended the other cup towards Asher. "You'll find this tea quite enchanting, I assure you. I prepared it myself." Asher scrutinized the cup, bemused. It seemed to contain nothing more than ordinary water, bereft of any aroma, and lacking even a wisp of steam. How could it possibly be tea? Nada, discerning his thoughts, emitted a soft, melodic chuckle. "I see your confusion, but I encourage you to look beyond its deceptive appearance. Give it a chance." With an air of cautious intrigue, Asher acquiesced and brought the cup to his lips. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, his eyes widened in astonishment. The taste was beyond anything he could have imagined. Was this woman a master of the art of brewing? Unable to contain his curiosity, Asher inquired, "What's the magic behind this extraordinary tea? I've never tasted anything quite like it." Nada's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling. "The secret is actually quite simple. The taste you're relishing is an illusion. The magic woven into the tea allows you to experience the flavors that would delight you the most. So far, I haven't met anyone who hasn't been utterly captivated after drinking it." Asher marveled at her ingenuity, her ability to infuse illusion magic into something as ordinary as tea. It was a testament to her versatility with illusions. At least she puts it to use for pleasant things like these. Unlike her daughter, "So Broken Bar, I take it you and your house has been faring well?" Asher asked as his tone became a bit friendly. Since it didn't seem like she was waiting to confront him, he decided to act diplomatically. Nada responded with a dreamy smile, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Oh, my house has always been one to adapt and thrive in changing times. We are like our beautiful blood-vein flowers." She gestured towards the plants surrounding the balcony, strong, resilient, and ever-blooming. She paused for a moment, allowing her words to sink in. "Of course, we understand that true strength is not just in ourselves, but in the bonds we forge with others. We value alliances that can weather any storm, and we're always open to new possibilities." As Nada spoke, her gaze locked onto Asher's, as if trying to read the thoughts hidden behind his eyes. "The world is constantly shifting, and those who are able to adapt and grow with it will always come out on top. Don't you agree?" Asher's eyes glowed with a shrewd understanding as he slightly shrugged his shoulders and said, "I have no doubt about that." Nada took a slow, thoughtful sip of her tea before delicately setting the cup back on the table as she said, "But a bond with grudges is no different than having no bond at all." Asher pulled together his brows while Nada looked at his eyes and let out a faint sigh. "I know how rude and disrespectful my daughter has been to you." Asher subtly raised his brows, wondering which direction she wanted to take this conversation by saying this. "I know what happened after you conquered the second floor, and it pained me to learn how my daughter tried to provoke you for no reason. It's my fault. I told her to make acquaintances with you, but it seems like she isn't ready to do so. It also shows how much I have failed as a mother," Nada said with a hint of vulnerability in her eyes. Asher didn't say anything as he wanted to let her say whatever she wanted to say. However, he was a bit surprised that a powerful lady like her was not shying away from saying that her daughter was in the wrong. Which powerful noble in this world would risk losing face by saying that? Her gaze lowered, as if it still pained her. "I've tried my best to guide her, but there are times when her actions are beyond my control. Maybe I pampered her too much." Sigh. Asher regarded Nada thoughtfully, noting the vulnerability in her eyes, yet not fully letting his guard down. He responded with a measured tone, "No one is infallible, Lady Nada. We all have our shortcomings, and as much as we try, we cannot control the actions of those closest to us. The fact that you acknowledge the situation and are willing to discuss it openly speaks volumes about how much you care about what happened." His eyes narrowed as he added in a difficult tone, "Buta Broken Bar, I don't know if I can forget about this situation." Asher didn't care if she was being sincere with her words or not. He wasn't going to let go of what Sylvia did to him just because her mother gave him a delicious tea. Nada looked into Asher's eyes, and nodded solemnly, her voice carrying an air of genuine remorse. "I can see that my daughter's actions have left a deep impression on you, and I would never ask you to simply forget what happened. That is why I know a simple apology from her or from me wouldn't make you feel better. Ash's eyes narrowed as he finally felt interested in what she was about to say next. You know, I've heard through the grapevine that you have quite the penchant for purchasing unique masks from our house's affiliate shops. I never would have guessed you enjoyed sneaking around so much, she teased lightly, a hint of amusement in her voice. Asher leaned back in his seat, allowing himself a small chuckle at Nada's remark. Well, I must admit, I do prefer to keep a low profile, he said with a wry grin. Nada studied him for a moment, her eyes filled with appreciation. You truly are one of a kind, she said softly. A puckish glint appeared in her eyes as she continued, and I believe I have just the gift for someone with your unique tastes. Asher's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but lean forward slightly, wondering what she had in store for him. With a graceful gesture, Nada brought her hands together and then slowly pulled them apart, magically revealing an exquisite ring box resting on her palm. She glanced at Asher's hand, her gaze lingering on the dull ring he wore, and smiled knowingly. I've noticed you have a penchant for rings, she said, offering the box to him. I believe you'll find this one particularly useful. Asher didn't expect her to observe such things closely, but fortunately, nobody would think too much about an old stone ring. Still, he reached out to accept the gift, and couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. Item name, Spectre's Ring. A replica of the long-lost ring of the powerful dark mage named Spectre. Even if this ring doesn't come close to power compared to the original one, it is still powerful enough to make you a ghost. Grade, Legendary. Level, 30. Effect, disguise yourself into anyone and your mana as well. Vertical bar using mana won't break the disguise. Durability, 3000, 3000. Status, unlinked. This is Insania. Broken bar. Asher mumbled in his mind, since most of the artifacts used for disguise would break the disguise if the owner uses mana. However, with this, he can use his mana without worrying about losing his disguise. But the fact that astonished him even more was that this ring could disguise his mana as well. This would mean that even if he used his powers, people won't be able to tell it's him unless he entered Hellbringer form. Of course, it seems like the ring did catch your eyes, Nada said with a pleased smile and added, why don't you try putting it on and linking it to yourself? Asher put it on and linked the ring. The moment he linked it, his eyes widened as the ring suddenly became invisible on his finger. Oh, our broken bar, no need to worry, it is invisible for your own good since you don't want people trying to rob a fancy-looking ring, right? You can still use it even without seeing it, Nada reassured. Asher nodded as he felt that this ring was definitely god tier when it comes to disguising oneself. He didn't expect to receive such a powerful artifact as an apology gift. He didn't know if nobles from powerful houses were this generous, but could it be that this gift comes with hidden meaning? Whatever it was, Asher didn't care as long as there were no other obvious signs. However, now he had no choice but to forget about Sylvia since he got back more than he expected. The corners of Asher's mouth lifted into a smile as he looked down at the impressive ring in his hand. He glanced back up at Nada and said in a tone of gratitude, Lady Nada, I can't thank you enough for such a generous gift. It's a testament to your graciousness, and I'm truly appreciative. I'm more than willing to consider this moment as the sign of a new beginning between us. Nada's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she gracefully responded, I'm delighted that we could resolve this matter amicably, consort Asher, and please, remember that the ring's durability can only be restored by me. Should you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to come to me. The doors of my humble abode will always be open to you. Asher nodded with a subtle smile and couldn't help but feel that she mentioned her humble abode instead of castle for a reason. Rebecca found herself in a decrepit, sleazy old town thousands of miles away from her kingdom. With every step she took, her annoyance grew as she navigated the squalid streets, keenly aware of the dirty gazes that followed her. The reason for her journey was no less agitating. A middleman had arranged a meeting with a mysterious individual who claimed to possess the cure for her son's ailment, so how could she not come even if the condition was for her to come alone? She can't let go of the slightest chance that could help her see Oberon open his eyes. Still, Being in disguise wasn't helping with the unwanted attention from the surrounding bastards. She was proud of her own body and didn't want to disguise herself more than just putting on a hood with a face veil. The only drawback was she had to kill those who were foolish enough to get close to her, making her waste her time and energy. The chosen meeting place was an ancient pub, its timbers rotting and the air thick with the smell of stale ale and unwashed bodies. As she pushed open the creaky door, she couldn't help but wince at the thought of being in such a repulsive location. When was the last time she ever had to place her foot in such a filth? A fat pigman blocked her path, his beady eyes roaming lasciviously over her voluptuous form. A woman with such a huge, juicy rack and shapely curves coming here? She surely must be a legendary grade whore. His little brother already got heated up thinking about suffocating his face with her juicy breasts. A wicked grin spread across his porcine face as he drawled sarcastically, "Well now, what do we have here? You here for pleasure or business, sweet cheeks?" He just had to make sure if someone powerful had booked this whore first before touching her. Rebecca's anger flared at the pigman's vile gaze, but she managed to restrain herself. With ice in her voice, she warned him, "Look at me again like that, and I'll feed your wretched flesh to the rabid dogs." Before the pigman could respond, the bartender's voice cut through the tension, "Oi, step aside and let the lady through." He barked, giving Rebecca a nod. With a haughty harumph, Rebecca stepped past the pigman, whose face flushed with a mixture of shock and fear. She, however, made a mental note to kill him on her way out. Just from her words he felt his spine rattle, and that could only mean this wasn't an ordinary whore. The bartender flashed an apologetic smile and gestured towards a dimly lit staircase. "Please, head down the stairs, the person you're waiting for is already there." Despite the dingy surroundings, Rebecca decided to go through with it anyway, knowing that she had to do whatever it took to help her son. As she descended the creaky steps, the true weight of her desperation became palpable, leading her deeper into the shadowy world that lay beneath the pub. Rebecca's eyes adjusted to the dimly lit room as she stepped down the stairs, her heart pounding with anticipation. She reached the door at the bottom, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly pushed it open. The door creaked, revealing a shadowy chamber, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. Her sharp eyes scanned the room, searching for her contact, and she spotted a short, bald man sitting at a wooden table, hunched over a worn book. His yellow skin, round ears, and large grey eyes immediately revealed his identity as a Spherian, or infamously called as a mindslayer by the people. Rebecca couldn't help but feel suspicious, as she hadn't expected to meet with one of these notorious manipulators. They were physically weak, but they more than compensated for it with their terrifying mental powers. They were also considered enemies of her kingdom and if spotted, would be killed on sight. Aware of her presence, the Spherian closed the book with a soft thud, rose from his seat, and turned to face her. His friendly smile seemed almost out of place on his mischievous visage, as he greeted her warmly. "Ah, Lady Rebecca, I've been expecting you," he said, his voice smooth and unnervingly calm. "My name is Orbos. I apologize for the clandestine nature of our meeting, but you know how it is with my kind. I assure you, my intentions are purely to aid you in your quest." Rebecca narrowed her eyes at the Spherian, her guard up, but she knew she needed his help for her son. Swallowing her pride and her apprehension, she replied, "Very well, Orbos, let's get down to business. What information do you have for me?" Orbos chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he gestured for her to take a seat across from him. "Please, have a seat, my lady. I believe I have just the thing you seek, but first, allow me to share some of my knowledge with you." Rebecca's eyes widened in shock as she realized that Orbos had known her identity all along. She couldn't help but ask, "How did you know who I am?" "I took every precaution to remain anonymous." Orbos looked at her with an air of amused confidence. "My dear lady, it's my business to know things. As someone of my stature, it is vital that I research those I intend to meet, even if they wish to remain anonymous. I can't afford to put myself in unnecessary danger, after all, so please do forgive me for my rudeness." He took a step forward to sit down near the table in front of him, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. "Besides, even if I hadn't done my homework, it wouldn't have been too difficult to figure out. The news of your son's mysterious coma is hardly a secret, and as far as I know, there are no other cases quite like his. It's not a huge leap to connect the dots." Rebecca clenched her jaw, cursing inwardly at her own oversight. Still, she knew that she needed Orboz's assistance, so she forced herself to remain calm and focused. She removed her hood and sat down opposite to him. "Very well," she said through gritted teeth. "Since you know so much, tell me how you can help my son." Orboz nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Very well, I can rewrite the last few minutes of your son's memories, erasing the nightmare that triggered his coma. Once that memory is gone, his mind should recover rapidly within a matter of days." Rebecca's eyes flashed with anger, and she snapped, "I won't allow someone like you to tamper with my son's mind." The horror stories she had heard about the Mind Slayers swirled in her thoughts, each one more chilling than the last. Allowing Orboz to manipulate Oberon's memories might cure him, but the potential risks were far too great, which could include Orboz turning Oberon against her or worse, learning their secrets. Orboz let out a sigh, his large eyes downcast. "If you cannot trust me, then I'm afraid I have no other solution to offer." Frustrated and feeling manipulated, Rebecca slammed her hand down on the table, the sound echoing through the dimly lit room. "You wasted my time by making me travel all this way." She spat out, her voice tinged with bitterness. "You knew how I would respond, and yet you insisted on this meeting. Do you take me for a fool?" Orboz raised his hands in a placating gesture, urging Rebecca to calm down. "Please, listen to me. I did anticipate your reaction, and don't feel disappointed yet. You see, the real reason I invited you here was not to offer a cure for your son." He paused before adding, "I have something far more valuable to propose." Rebecca's anger momentarily subsided, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. Her gaze locked onto Orboz, warily waiting to hear what he had in store. "We can help you get rid of the one who put your son on that bed in the first place. Isn't that something you really want?" Orboz asked with a certain glint in his eyes. Rebecca's eyes shook as the thought of seeing Asher choking to death was something she had dreamed of for most nights, but due to circumstances, there was nothing she could do to him. Her hands were tied. If only he was gone, all her problems would be solved, and now that someone like Orboz was offering such a tempting proposal, she couldn't help but ask skeptically, "What do you want in return?" Orboz's lips moved as he conveyed a sentence to her, making Rebecca's eyes widen. "Are you mad? You want me to get myself executed? Find someone else who is foolish to die for your schemes. Don't tell me you were the one who tried to get Asher assassinated the day he woke up?" Rebecca asked with squinted eyes. Orboz leaned back in his chair, his large eyes watching Rebecca intently. "You should consider all your options before making a decision," he said, his tone calm and persuasive. "Your Bloodburn Kingdom is in a precarious position, especially after the loss of the Bloodburn King. He was a very powerful and formidable ruler, and his daughter, though undeniably strong, lacks his experience and wisdom due to her young age. She's struggling to bear the weight of your kingdom." Orboz paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "As for her consort, Asher, his potential knows no bounds. As he grows more powerful, you may find yourself powerless to stop him from tearing apart everything you hold dear. The status he holds and the immortal bloodline he possesses will undoubtedly help him make waves in this world, in ways even I can't predict. You will never be able to deal with him, not on your own. You know that too, even if you don't want to admit it. So are you certain you want to walk away without hearing all that details of what I have to offer?" The atmosphere in the dimly lit room grew heavy, Orboz's words hanging in the air like a dense fog. His piercing gaze remained locked on Rebecca, awaiting her response. As the gravity of the situation bore down upon her, Rebecca's fingers clenched into fists as she considered Orboz's words, their truth weighing heavily upon her. Her heart was conflicted, but she knew deep down that dismissing his offer without hearing it would be unwise. With great reluctance, she settled back into her seat, her eyes filled with apprehension. "HMPH," she grumbled, trying to mask her inner turmoil. "I'll hear what you have to say, but remember, I'm only listening. It doesn't mean I agree or will follow your plan. Of course, you can walk out any time you want," Obso said as his gray eyes gleamed. 6 months passed. Name, Asherenran level, 30. Nice. Is this a test to not let myself fall to death? Asher mumbled to himself as he entered the trial of the 3rd floor, named the Death Stones, and found himself standing on a narrow stone platform suspended over a seemingly bottomless abyss. He looked ahead and saw similar stone platforms floating and could guess he had to keep jumping ahead until he reached the exit. These stones were barely wide enough for two to stand on. Everything else was a dark fog around him. However, what made him hesitate from jumping to the next stone already was the message that popped in his mind regarding the trial. The farther you go, the closer you are to tasting defeat. Only death can end your misery. Asher shook his head and wondered why they had to even insert a riddle into this. Now was this riddle supposed to intimidate him or help him? Gripping the hilt of his ring blade, Asher's eyes narrowed as he focused on the target, the next stone platform that stood between him and the exit. The ring blade spun through the shadowy void like a metallic comet, heading unerringly toward the seemingly precarious platform. As the ring blade made contact with the platform, a resounding clang echoed through the abyss, signifying the solidity of the stone surface. The blade's impact sent minute chips and dust particles flying, further confirming the platform's authenticity. Asher nodded with a look of satisfaction upon seeing that it was safe to jump, and so he jumped to the next stone platform, his feet perfectly landing on it. The moment Asher's feet made contact with the surface of the stone platform, he frowned as he sensed a sudden surge of heat rising from below. Without a second's delay, a pulsating mass of vibrant, molten fire slime emerged from the platform's floor. In a blink of an eye, it lunged towards his face, its seething form threatening to consume him whole. Damn! Asher's instincts kicked in, and the world seemed to slow down around him as his body reacted with supernatural swiftness. He swiftly tilted his head to the side, evading the fiery menace by a hair's breadth. The heat of the fire slime grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation in its wake. This was surely no weak slime. With his gaze locked onto the creature, Asher extended his hand, channeling his mana into a condensed orb of raw fiery, destructive energy. As the orb pulsed in his palm, he hurled it at the fire slime with unerring precision. Upon impact, the orb detonated, tearing through the amorphous form and extinguishing the fire slime's very essence. The creature dissipated in a cloud of steam and fading embers, leaving no trace of its existence behind. Asher stood there, unscathed and unyielding, his eyes scanning the treacherous path ahead. Asher assessed the situation, realizing that in order to reach the exit, he would have to expertly navigate the treacherous path of suspended stone platforms while simultaneously fending off any hostile spirits that would try to impede his progress. He took a deep breath before launching himself to the next platform. The moment his feet touched the stone surface, a chilling wind whipped around him, and a group of spectral wraiths materialized from the darkness, their eerie howls piercing the silence. Wasting no time, Asher's ring blade blazed with dark green flames as he unleashed a flurry of devastating attacks, his ring blade slicing through the air with lethal grace. His honed senses allowed him to track the movements of the wraiths, even as they attempted to evade him with their ghostly agility. One by one, the wraiths were vanquished, their essence dissipating into the void. Of course, he was able to vanquish them without falling off and without getting injured. However, he did feel that this wave of attack was stronger than the previous one. Wouldn't this mean the more he goes forward, the stronger the waves will be? How many waves does he have to defeat to get to the exit? No matter how much he tried to squint his eyes, he could only see an endless number of stone platforms ahead. He felt there couldn't be that many and he decided to proceed ahead. 15 minutes later, "You gotta be kidding me," a broken bar Asher mumbled as he wiped off the sweat trickling down his temple while looking ahead at the endless expanse of stone platforms. There were bloody marks here and there on his body, but those didn't seem to concern him the most. He had defeated more than 50 spirits by this time, and yet he couldn't even see the exit from here. His muscles were beginning to ache after constantly fighting without a break. He had to put in extra effort just to make sure he didn't fall off the platform and prevent himself from getting seriously injured, and so not being able to see the exit even after coming so far was just disheartening. It was not like he had an infinite reserve of mana. He hadn't yet used his Hellbringer form, but if this continues, he may not even get a chance to use it. The spirits were also getting stronger with each wave, and he didn't know how many waves he could last before they would kill him. Asher leapt onto the next platform, his eyes scanning for any sign of danger. Before he could react, a powerful spirit materialized before him, its malevolent presence causing the air around it to crackle with raw energy. The spirit's form was that of a towering, twisted monstrosity with multiple eyes, long sharp claws, and an aura of darkness that seemed to swallow the light. With no time to lose, Asher launched into battle against the fearsome foe. The platform shook with every blow exchanged between them, Asher's body swaying dangerously as he fought to maintain his balance. "Grgh, you won't defeat me so easily," Asher growled through clenched teeth, deftly dodging the spirit's relentless attacks. Their brutal dance continued, with the spirit lashing out in a flurry of deadly strikes, its claws leaving deep gashes on Asher's body. Gasping for breath, he felt his strength waning as the injuries he had sustained took their toll. At one point, Asher lost his footing, slipping off the edge of the platform. With a desperate lunge, he managed to grab onto its side, his fingers digging into the stone as he dangled precariously above the abyss, summoning the last of his strength. He pulled himself back up and faced the spirit once more, his eyes burning with determination. "You won't take me down," Asher roared, launching into a final, furious attack. His ring blade glowed with ominous power as it met the spirit's claws, the two forces clashing in a cataclysmic burst of energy. The platform trembled beneath their feet, threatening to crumble under the strain. But Asher refused to relent. With a final, desperate swing of his ring blade, he cleaved through the spirit's form, causing it to disintegrate into wisps of dark energy. As the remnants of the spirit dissipated, Asher stood victorious, but his body was bruised and battered from the intense battle. Though he had won, he knew the cost of the fight had left him with internal injuries that needed urgent attention. This spirit was definitely above his level of strength, and he wasn't surprised after coming so far. Asher scanned the horizon, but the exit still seemed to elude him. With each passing moment, he grew more anxious, realizing that continuing to push forward like this would only result in his death. In his desperation, Asher recalled the cryptic message he had received at the beginning of the trial: "The farther you go, the closer you are to tasting defeat. Only death can end your misery. Only death can end your misery," Asher murmured, his gaze falling upon the bottomless abyss below. A flicker of insight flashed across his mind. "Don't tell me." The notion seemed ludicrous, but Asher couldn't see any other option. He decided to embrace the darkness and take the leap of faith. Quite literally, steeling himself, Asher triggered his Hellbringer transformation. In an instant, his flesh and skin burned away, leaving only a blazing charred black skeleton engulfed in dark green flames. "This better work," Asher muttered under his breath, taking one last glance at the suspended platforms before plunging headfirst into the abyss. As he plummeted through the seemingly endless darkness, doubt gnawed at the edges of his mind. Had he made a terrible mistake? Did he just foolishly commit suicide? Just as Asher's doubts threatened to consume him, he felt the ground rushing up to meet him. The darkness dispersed like a veil lifting, and he found himself floating, breaking his fall before tumbling onto solid ground. He immediately transformed back to his real form as he caught his breath, relief washing over him in waves. Asher couldn't believe it. His gambit had paid off. He had survived the trial by embracing death, which was nothing but the abyss itself. The riddle sounded like it was supposed to mock a desperate person into giving into death to escape the spirits, though in reality, it literally was the only way to escape. And to his surprise, there were no injuries on his body. Did the tower heal him because he passed the trial? He got up and saw that he was in a room similar to the one he had arrived at after finishing the second trial. Just as Asher found his bearings, the door before him creaked open, revealing a fatally seductive beauty. She possessed silver hair that cascaded down her back like a shimmering waterfall, while her ghostly red eyes seemed to bore into his very soul. With an air of nonchalance, she sauntered towards him, her movements as fluid as silk. As she approached, she began to clap her hands, a coy smile playing on her full lips, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. "Well, well, well," she purred, her voice a sultry melody that sent a shiver down Ash's blood. "I must say, I'm quite impressed. I didn't expect you to last so long in there. I can't wait to see how many more surprises you have in store for me," Sabina said as she winked at him. Asher chuckled as he took a look at his rewards. Plus 10,000 life crystals. Plus 1 Shadow Step Boots item name, Shadow Step Boots level, 15 grade, legendary durability, 900 effect, step through shadows up to a maximum range of 10 meters cooldown, 30 seconds bonus, plus 50 dex passive, when surrounded by darkness, plus 50 dex. So what are these rewards based on? The one who quickly figures out jumping to death is the way out? Asher asked curiously, since the rewards he got were quite handsome, but he didn't figure out the riddle until he got desperate. Sabina silently looked at him for a moment, her eyes narrowed in thought. "I'm not entirely sure myself," she admitted, "but from my experience, it seems to be a combination of factors." She gestured towards Asher and continued, "You managed to defeat more than 50 spirits, which is an impressive feat. To put it into perspective, the most any other expert has managed to kill was around 40 or so. After that, it just became too difficult for them to continue." Asher's eyes widened at this revelation, realizing the magnitude of his accomplishment. Sabina continued, "That's why only death could save them from what was ahead. The trial was designed to push candidates to their limits, but also to see if they know to acknowledge their limits instead of foolishly pressing on." With a smirk, Asher chuckled and said, "Well, it's a good thing I wisened up in the end, isn't it? So, are you still up for letting me lend a hand with your experiments today?" Sabina's lips curved into a sultry smile, her eyes shining with mischief. "Oh, I thought you had forgotten about little Olmi," she purred playfully, "but since you remembered and asked so nicely, why don't you come to my castle this evening? I promise to make it a memorable day for you." A sense of danger seemed to linger behind her words, and Asher couldn't help but feel like he was stepping into the tigress den. Still, never one to back down from a challenge, he met her gaze with his confident, unwavering eyes. "I'll be there," he replied with a curve of his lips. A broken bar in the training room. Asher was sitting cross-legged, ready to comprehend the next part of the Tome of Fallen Souls. He could feel he was ready to comprehend the next part after reaching level 13. The pages containing Rakshasa's abilities were unlocked, and so he closed his eyes to begin engraving the runes in his mana circuit. But the moment he did, he gasped as he found his mind getting sucked into somewhere else and losing sense of his surroundings. "What the broken bar?" Asher blinked in surprise as he found himself standing in a hellish landscape, the air thick with a sulphurous stench and the ground beneath his feet burning hot. He looked around, disoriented for a moment, before his gaze was drawn upwards to the colossal figure looming before him. The Rakshasa stood tall, its gargantuan form nearly scraping the crimson skies above. Asher could feel the immense power radiating from the spirit, its presence an oppressive force that made it difficult to breathe. The Rakshasa's forearms flexed menacingly, its eyes burning with an intensity that seemed to pierce through Asher's very soul. He knew it was just a fragment of the soul of the real Rakshasa that was contained in the grimoire. "You dare to learn my secrets, mortal?" The Rakshasa boomed, its voice echoing through the hellscape like rolling thunder. "Then watch closely and see if you have what it takes to comprehend my power. It won't be as easy as that weakling gurgle. But know this, failure means your doom. This wouldn't be my first rodeo." Asher refused to let the spirit's intimidating words shake his resolve. Making the Rakshasa let out a snort, Asher narrowed his eyes, focusing all his attention on the Rakshasa as it began to unleash its abilities. The Rakshasa moved with incredible speed and agility, despite its colossal size, displaying an almost artistic mastery of combat and spell casting. With each passing moment, Asher struggled to keep up with the Rakshasa's movements, desperately trying to absorb every nuance of its terrifying power. He pushed his mind to its limits, attempting to deconstruct and analyze the Rakshasa's techniques and spells, even as he fought against the crushing weight of the spirit's presence. As the lesson continued, the boundary between reality and the hellish realm Asher found himself in began to blur. He could feel himself teetering on the edge of destruction, acutely aware that one misstep could send him plummeting into oblivion, and yet, Asher refused to surrender, fueled by an unyielding determination. He pressed on, determined to learn the Rakshasa's secrets and emerge victorious against all odds. Asher stared in awe as he witnessed the Rakshasa in action. The spirit's body seemed to pulsate with raw power, its four muscular arms moving with deadly precision. It was both terrifying and captivating to watch. As he observed the Rakshasa's movements, he began to grasp the complexity of its abilities. The Rakshasa's multiple arms seemed to extend and retract with an almost unnatural fluidity. Asher realized that this ability not only allowed the spirit to attack and defend with a ferocious speed but also made it extremely unpredictable. Each arm could move independently, acting as a separate entity while working in tandem with the others. This made the Rakshasa an incredibly formidable opponent, as it could simultaneously engage multiple adversaries or overwhelm a single target with a barrage of strikes. In addition, Asher noticed that the Rakshasa was capable of casting multiple spells at once, further enhancing its combat capabilities. The spirit's eyes glowed with an otherworldly energy as it weaved complex incantations with each of its hands. Asher marveled at the sheer mastery of magic the Rakshasa demonstrated, effortlessly unleashing torrents of elemental fury and powerful curses upon its enemies. He lost the sense of the passage of time and didn't know how many hours, days, or weeks had passed. Time seemed to be the least of his concerns. As Asher continued to watch, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. The Rakshasa let out a guttural roar that seemed to shake the very air around it. This roar had the power to instill paralyzing fear into the hearts of its foes. Asher felt his legs wobble, and for a moment, it seemed as if his body would betray him. No, a broken bar don't give ye a broken bar in a broken bar. He took a deep breath, fighting against the creeping terror that threatened to consume him. Through sheer force of will, he managed to resist the Rakshasa's fear-inducing abilities. The Rakshasa finally came to a halt, its massive form still exuding an aura of menace. It turned its fiery gaze toward Asher, its voice booming as it spoke. "Impressive, mortal. I did not expect you to last this long in the face of my power. You have managed to grasp some of my powers, but do not let pride cloud your judgment." Asher's chest heaved as he panted, sweat dripping from his brow as he tried to catch his breath. The intense pressure from the Rakshasa's presence had taken its toll on him, and he could feel the exhaustion creeping into his limbs. He didn't even have the energy to speak. The spirit continued, its voice tinged with a mix of amusement and grudging respect. "What you have witnessed today is but a fraction of my true capabilities. There is much more to learn, young one. Your journey has only just begun, and when you are ready to delve deeper, you shall discover the full extent of what I have to offer." As the Rakshasa's words echoed through the hellish landscape, Asher felt a surge of determination wash over him. He knew that he had only scratched the surface of the Rakshasa's powers, but he also realized that he had come farther than he ever thought possible. With a final nod of acknowledgement from the Rakshasa, the hellish realm began to fade away, and Asher found himself back in the world of the living, his mind filled with the knowledge he had gained during his harrowing ordeal. As he took a moment to catch his breath, he couldn't help but feel both humbled and emboldened by the experience. Without even bothering to freshen up, he weakly smiled as he checked out the messages that popped into his head. Talent, active, Rakshasa, -30% Dex -20% INT. Hevakams, you possess the ability to grow 4 arms of the Rakshasa, allowing you to cast multiple spells at the same time at 20% less cost. 0-10. Skill, active, Rakshasa. Rakshasa's roar unleashes the powerful, terrifying roar of the Rakshasa that instills fear and chaos among your enemies. Upon activation, All enemies within a 25-meter radius around you have their dex reduced by 30%, and their ability to cast spells crippled for 5 seconds. Cost, 2000 MP. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Cast time, 1.5 seconds. 0.5. Asher slowly stood up, and he couldn't help but break into a grin as the knowledge of the Rakshasa's abilities settled within him. He could almost feel the raw power coursing through his veins, urging him to embrace the darkness and unleash whatever he learned. For a moment, he simply stood there, basking in the newfound power, the ability to grow multiple arms, casting numerous spells at once, and the terrifying Rakshasa's roar. All these abilities were now within his grasp. He flexed his muscles and imagined the rush of battle, using the abilities he learned now. However, he knew his time would come when he could test his newfound abilities in a real battle. For now, he felt it was time to call it a day since he checked the time, and it was already evening. A certain lady was waiting for him, and as a gentleman, he couldn't keep her waiting. Can he? As Asher approached the entrance of the imposing Dread-Throne Castle, he couldn't help but feel the spookiness of this place. The castle's dark, foreboding walls seemed to cast an ominous shadow over the surrounding area, giving off an aura of mystery and intrigue. As he neared the massive iron gates, he was met by a pair of stoic, cold-eyed guards clad in Housethorn's dark blue colors. Their faces were unreadable, and their demeanor unwelcoming. Asher couldn't help but feel as though he was entering the home of some predators. "Greetings, Lady Sabina asked me to come here," he announced casually. This time he came alone since he felt that he was going to be here for a while. One of the guards simply gave him a curt bow while the other bowed and motioned for him to follow. The guards escorted Asher through the labyrinthine halls of the castle, the echoing footsteps of their heavy boots the only sound that punctuated the eerie silence. The air inside the castle was thick with an oppressive weight, as if the very walls were keeping the countless secrets of this house tightly locked away. Asher had to admit he was curious about what kind of secrets these people were keeping. The moment he got in, the guard bowed and left silently, much to his confusion. Were they seriously expecting him to find his way around the castle on his own? How rude could a Fu, look who finally arrived. "I've been waiting for you," the voice teased. He instinctively tilted his head upwards, his eyes meeting the intoxicating gaze of a striking woman standing at the balustrade above. Her sleeveless dark blue garments clung to her lithe frame, accentuating her sinuous curves and showing off her entire cleavage right down to her navel. Her silver hair cascaded down her back, framing her entrancing yet ghostly red eyes that seemed to hold a world of secrets. As Asher held her gaze, a slow smirk spread across his face. "I wouldn't want to keep you waiting, now would I?" he replied smoothly, his charismatic confidence unshaken by her magnetic presence. Sabina let out a melodious chuckle, her voice dripping with playful seduction. "Oh, I like your spirit," she said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Now, why don't you come up here? I can't wait to start my experiments with you." Saying so, she slowly disappeared back into the darkness. Asher could see that she seemed quite excited and wondered what was so special about these experiments. Just as Asher was about to ascend the stairs, the sound of a door creaking open caught his attention. From the shadows emerged Jarius, his eyes widening in shock as he took in the sight of the royal consort standing in the dimly lit hall. "Ah, Your Highness," Jarius stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "What are you doing here?" A wave of anxiety washed over him, as he feared the repercussions if Asher was here to stir up trouble that might somehow drag him into the fray. Asher smirked, unfazed by the nervous display. "Your sister invited me in for some help with her experiments," he explained nonchalantly. Jarius blinked in disbelief. Was his sister really insane enough to involve the Queen's consort in her questionable experiments? What if something went wrong and word reached the Queen? Despite his reservations about Asher, he wanted to be on his good side, and so Jarius hesitated for a moment, then stepped closer to him, his voice barely audible as he whispered, "Listen, be on your guard, and don't let my sister take control of anything. Because once she does, then..." Asher let out a chuckle, his confident demeanor unshaken. "Thanks for the warning," he replied, his voice tinged with amusement. I could guess what kind of person your sister is, but trust me, I've handled worse. With that, Asher strode up the stairs, leaving behind a dumbfounded Jarius, who couldn't help but think that if the royal consort came out of this unscathed, then perhaps his bragging wasn't entirely unfounded. A broken bar upon entering the dark, half-empty hall, Asher's gaze swept over the eclectic assortment of tools scattered about, ropes, shackles, binders, and more. The sight was both intriguing and unsettling. In the center of the room stood Sabina, her attention fixed on two tables placed at a distance from each other, each adorned with a cauldron and various strange ingredients. Asher couldn't help but wonder if the hall served purposes beyond potion making. Given the unusual tools on display, he felt as if this hall looked more like "Ah, come over here," she purred, her eyes dancing with mischief. Asher walked towards her, but he couldn't help but notice the temperature in the room. He wondered why this room was so cold. It was as if there were no temperature-regulating magical circles in this area. Wouldn't this room then get very hot or cold depending on the time of day and the activities being carried out here? He looked around the chamber, his curiosity piqued. "Why is this room so cold?" he asked Sabina, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "Aren't there any rune circles in here?" Sabina let out a soft, playful chuckle. "That's the charm of this room," she said, her breath forming a small cloud in the chilly air. "It's a constant dance between hot and cold, adding a certain thrill to the experiments we undertake here." Her eyes sparkled with a mysterious glint as she continued. "Besides, a little bit of discomfort can heighten the senses, don't you think?" Asher smirked at her explanation, finding an odd sense of allure in the idea. "I know you enjoy placing bets, so how about making one with me?" she asked with a wink. Chuckling, Asher replied, "Is this your attempt at revenge for our last bet?" Sabina flashed him a coy smile. "You could say that. So, are you confident enough to win again?" Intrigued, Asher inquired, "What's the bet about?" "It's simple," Sabina explained. "We'll each concoct a potion, and the one who does it better will win." Asher considered the proposition and replied, "I'm ready for anything, but what are the stakes?" Sabina's lips curled into a grin. "Just like last time, the winner is entitled to a favor from the loser." Asher's smile matched hers as he agreed. "Sounds good." Sabina placed her hand on her hip, her posture oozing confidence. "The potion we'll be making is actually a lotion that should make the consumer feel good. In this case, we'll be the consumers, testing each other's potions." She paused for a moment, considering the options. "I'll start first. You can either choose to concoct your potion alongside me, or test mine and then start concocting. Either way, I'm fine with it." Asher raised an eyebrow as he pondered her words, wondering if he had heard her right. Did she really want to make a lotion that helped a person feel good? If his suspicions were correct, she was proposing to concoct pleasure lotions. He surmised that she had probably brought him here to make him succumb to pleasure, and in doing so, turn him into one of her pets. Thanks to Cookus, he had heard whispers about Sabina's collection of doting followers, constantly trailing her as if their lives depended on it, but Asher had no intention of becoming one of those poor souls. He silently resolved to teach her a small lesson and show her just who might end up becoming a pet in this game. "All right, Sabina," Asher said, his voice steady and confident, as a wicked grin formed on his lips. "I'm looking forward to our little bet." Sabina smirked, her eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. "Oh, Asher, you have no idea how much I've been looking forward to this moment." Sabina's eyes flickered with a sly, devilish glint as she contemplated the inevitable outcome. She could almost see it now. Asher, the prodigal consort with the immortal bloodline, succumbing to the enthralling effects of her lotion. It wouldn't be long before he clung to her every word, his gaze filled with boundless admiration and desire for her. In her mind, she could hear his voice, heavy with longing, whispering her name like a prayer and offering her his delicious blood. The thought of it sent a shiver of excitement down her spine. Sabina relished the anticipation of turning the tables on him and having the prodigal royal consort in the palm of her hand. The air in the cold room seemed to crackle with tension as the two of them prepared to engage in their twisted game. each determined to prove their dominance over the other. Asher leaned back in his chair, a picture of nonchalance, as he observed Sabina beginning to concoct her lotion with great earnestness. Her slender, graceful hands moved with expert precision, dark blue magic emanating from her fingertips. Each ingredient was expertly combined and guided into the cauldron with her enchanting power. He watched intently, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tried to discern the ingredients she used. Sabina, however, was clever, concealing her movements and the nature of her components, just as anyone would in a potion concocting competition. She was indeed a formidable opponent, but Asher's confidence remained unshaken. A ghost of a smile graced his lips as he considered his own skills in potion making. He was no amateur in this game, and he had every intention of giving Sabina a run for her money, and so he decided to start concocting his own lotion instead of waiting for her to finish. His lips curved as dark green light reflected his eyes. As Sabina continued to work on her potion, Asher smirked, confident in his ability to create something that will surely surprise her. Gathering the necessary ingredients, he allowed a wicked grin to spread across his face. Channeling his dark magic, Asher's hands began to emit an eerie, dark green glow. The shadows in the room seemed to dance and swirl around him, reacting to his magical prowess. He poured a small amount of essence of moonflower into his cauldron, followed by a few drops of a Vulpinari's tears. As he combined these ingredients, the concoction within the cauldron began to emit a soft, alluring light. Next, he added a generous pinch of velvet petal dust, stirring the potion with a black obsidian rod. The lotion took on a luxurious, velvety texture, leaving no doubt that it would be a delight to the touch. Focusing his dark magic, Asher imbued the mixture with the nectar of desire and enchanted honey. As he did so, the room filled with an intoxicating scent that seemed to awaken a deep yearning within anyone who breathed it in. Sabina's nose twitched, and she couldn't help but feel interested, wondering what Asher was cooking. It surely smelled good, though she knew a smell wasn't an absolute indicator of how good something was. Her eyes glowed with even more determination as she worked her magic on her potion. Asher carefully blended in the satyr's musk, infusing the concoction with an irresistibly alluring scent. The room's atmosphere grew increasingly sensual as if it were charged with an otherworldly magnetism. Finally, Asher captured the whisper of temptation and delicately infused it into the lotion, binding the intangible essence to the potion and imbuing it with an irresistible allure. Throughout the process, Asher skillfully manipulated his dark magic to weave together the ingredients, enhancing their potency and ensuring their harmonious blend. As the last wisps of magic dissipated from his hands, he looked at his creation with pride. The pleasure lotion shimmered with an entrancing, otherworldly green glow, exuding an aura of temptation that was difficult to resist. However, he felt that he shouldn't get too overconfident and decided to quickly concoct a resistance potion just in case of an emergency. He knew this was kind of cheating, but everything was fair for him, especially if he was having a bet against someone like Sabina. Sabina raised an eyebrow and asked, her voice teasing, "So, finally done, are you?" She displayed her own creation, the dark purple lotion glinting ominously in the dim light. Asher chuckled and replied, "Good things take time, but yes, I'm done. Now, how do we test these delightful concoctions?" Sabina sauntered over, a playful smile gracing her lips. "It's quite simple, really," she kittenishly said. "I'll apply my lotion on your skin and see if you are feeling good or not." Asher inwardly scoffed, seeing how innocent she was trying to appear with all this. With a casual nonchalance, Asher asked, "And how do we decide the winner of this little competition?" Sabina's grin widened, her red eyes glinting with an unspoken challenge. "Well," she said, her voice sultry and mischievous, "if one of us lets out any sound during the application, they lose. If both of us do, then it's only a matter of who stayed silent longer." The tension between them grew thick, charged with anticipation and unspoken desire. Asher, unfazed by her proposal, smirked and replied confidently, "Bring it on. Would you mind removing your upper garments?" Sabina asked sweetly, her eyes fixated on Asher's chest. "This lotion needs to be applied directly to the skin. Asher gave a nod of agreement, and with a swift motion, he removed his upper clothing, revealing a chiseled, powerful torso. Sabina couldn't help but yet again be astonished by the sight before her. Asher's muscular form was a testament to his strength and prowess, his soft grey skin hiding the sweet scent of his blood just beneath the surface. She felt her own blood surge with excitement at the prospect of this interesting challenge. Gathering herself, Sabina dipped her fingers into her concoction, the dark purple lotion cool and silky on her hands. With soft, sensual movements, she spread the lotion over Asher's chest and neck, her touch gentle yet deliberate. Asher felt the cold touch of Sabina's hands as she applied the lotion to his skin, a sensation both soothing and unsettling. The coolness of the lotion eased the tension in his muscles, but it also stirred something deeper within him. He could feel the restless stirring of his lower dragon, proof of the potency of Sabina's creation. Surely, the lotion she prepared knew what to target. As Sabina's cold hands and shapely fingers glided over Asher's skin, he felt a combination of sensations that were both relaxing and arousing. Her touch was gentle yet firm, her fingers expertly working the lotion into every contour of his muscular chest and neck. Asher couldn't deny the skillful, seductive touch of Sabina's hands, sending shivers down his spine and making his breath catch in his throat. The coolness of her fingers against the heat of his skin created a tantalizing contrast that ignited a fire within him, a smoldering desire that threatened to engulf him entirely. With each stroke of her hands, Sabina explored his body, her fingers teasing and caressing, leaving a trail of tingling pleasure in their wake. The way her hands moved over him, deft and practiced, felt like a dance of intimacy, a dance meant to seduce him and break his resolve. As the waves of pleasure washed over him, Asher fought to maintain his composure, focusing on every breath, every heartbeat, and every pulse of the blood coursing through his veins. His body responded to Sabina's touch, aching for more of her sensual caresses, and his desire for her grew stronger by the moment. If he had to be honest, he wanted to fuck her right here and now, not so fast to broken by yet. Even as he reveled in the sensations she brought forth, Asher was determined not to let Sabina win this game. He was no stranger to desire or temptation, and he would not be so easily conquered. With a steely resolve, he held onto the fire within him, channeling the pleasure into a fierce determination to claim victory in this test of wills. Sabina continued her sensual ministrations on Asher's chest, her hands exploring and teasing with practiced grace. Inwardly, she wore a self-assured smile, convinced that he would soon yield to the ecstasy of her touch, the bewitching spell of pleasure she was weaving. A virgin like him surely can't endure her precise and perfect attacks. He will be moaning in no time. She could feel his hot blood coursing under her hands and was already dreaming of quenching her thirst with his blood. However, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Asher's crotch, where she was taken aback by the sheer size of the bulge straining against his pants. She had never witnessed such a formidable display on a man before, and the realization sent a jolt of excitement through her for some reason. She couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration. Her curiosity piqued, and it seemed she had severely underestimated him in that department. It appeared he had more hidden depths than she initially believed, and the thought of uncovering them sent a thrill down her spine. Sabina's self-assured demeanor wavered as minutes ticked by without so much as a moan escaping Asher's lips. She hadn't anticipated such resilience from him and surreptitiously glanced at his face, trying to discern his thoughts. To her utter bewilderment, Asher appeared to be sleeping. His eyes were closed, and a serene expression adorned his features, as if he were merely basking in the comfort of a warm, cozy bed. How on earth could someone slumber through her intoxicating caress? The very notion seemed preposterous. She bit her lip, her eyes narrowing as she attempted to process this unexpected development. Her pride as the master in this area was being challenged by this seemingly unmoved man, and she couldn't help but wonder whether she had met her match. Yet she refused to accept defeat, vowing to herself that she should find a way to pierce through his tranquil facade and claim the victory she so craved. Asher casually cleared his throat, drawing Sabina's attention as he spoke. "I think it's been long enough, don't you think? Maybe it's time for me to try my lotion. I can assure you, Mine won't take nearly as long. Sabina's eyes narrowed, recognizing the cheeky tone in his voice. She hadn't anticipated this turn of events but was determined to see him eat his own words after failing even more miserably than she had. Biting back her annoyance, she plastered a smile on her face and agreed, "Very well, let's see what you've got." Asher breathed an internal sigh of relief. He had come perilously close to giving in to Sabina's expert touch, and her relentless pursuit of his nerves had nearly shattered his resolve. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for holding out as long as he had without even taking the resistance potion. She surely had done her research on these things thoroughly. With an air of anticipation, Asher applied the lotion he had prepared onto his palms, rubbing them together to warm it slightly. Then, with a bold but controlled touch, he placed his hands on Sabina's slender neck. Sabina's eyes widened in surprise, as Asher's large, rough hands squeezed her neck and shoulders firmly yet gently. She hadn't expected his touches to feel a bit intimate, but she found herself unable to back away. His hands seemed to know exactly how to press and knead, reaching into the depths of her soul. His lotion was unexpectedly effective, sensitizing her skin, and sending jolts of pleasure through her with every touch. How could someone as young as him be good enough to create such effective potions? Just a few months ago he was talking about aspiring to become an above-average potion master. However, she couldn't think about this too much at this moment since her body and mind were getting distracted by his touches. She felt her blood heating up and stirring deep within her core. Her gaze followed his hands as they slipped down, massaging her neckline and teasing her exposed cleavage without ever touching the fabric of her dress. Was he truly unaware of the intimacy of his touch, or was this all part of his game? Her mind raced, but she couldn't focus on deciphering his intentions. She knew she shouldn't be letting him do all this, but something within her was telling her to not do anything that would make her stop feeling these exhilarating, mind-numbing sensations. Instead, she concentrated on suppressing the moans that threatened to escape her lips, as her body succumbed to the effects of his massage and the pleasure-laced lotion. Asher, too, was affected by the sensation of her soft, porcelain skin beneath his hands. However, he managed to maintain his focus. Intent on discovering her weakness, he trailed his hands over her arms, kneading and massaging the tender flesh, until he reached her armpits. The moment he touched them, he felt her shiver and a triumphant spark flashed in his eyes, for he had found her weakness. Sabina's eyes fluttered as Asher massaged her armpits, an unbearably sensitive spot for her. Her face reddened, and she struggled to contain the moan that threatened to spill out. Heat pulled between her thighs, her arousal growing more intense with every passing second. His devilish fingers suddenly kneaded her sensitive skin deep and firm in circular motions, making her blood rush to her nether regions. Unable to resist any longer, she finally let out a soul-melting moan, a sound of pure surrender. Asher's smirk grew, his eyes locked onto hers as he declared, "You lost, TSK. How did this happen?" A broken bar. Sabina inwardly clicked her tongue in frustration and shock. She couldn't believe she lost to a boy. Still, she accepted her defeat and said, "I have to admit I am surprised, but as promised, you can ask for a favor." As if waiting to hear those words, Asher curved his lips slyly and said, "From now on, when I test my lotion on you, you have to be naked. From now on, when I test my lotion on you, you have to be naked." Shock registered on Sabina's face, and she immediately crossed her arms defensively. "How could you ask such an improper request?" she protested with a half-serious face, her voice wavering slightly. How could she possibly get herself naked before him? Asher, however, was not one to back down. He argued politely and innocently, "I don't have any improper intentions. I only wanted to properly test my lotion and not lose the bet, since I am confident I can do better if I can test on other areas. I also removed my upper robes to let you test even though you only requested it." He then added, as if to corner her, "But it's fine if you're not taking our game seriously." Sabina inwardly clicked her tongue, irritated by his insinuation that she would go back on her word. Still, she did remember how good he was with his hands and felt a kind of unique pleasure she had never felt before. Was it really true he could do better on other parts of her skin? Sabina shook her head inwardly, unable to believe the kind of things she was thinking. She never wanted to take this too far, and he was far more cunning than she gave him credit for. Still, in the end, she told herself that this was just a game, and that playing along wouldn't cause any harm. Nobody else was also here to judge what was going on here. With a reluctant sigh, she agreed to his request. Fine, but we should set a time limit of 5 minutes of testing just to make sure both of us do not waste unnecessary time. Of course, Asher shrugged, but inwardly he was astonished, to say the least. He never thought she would be crazy enough to agree to get naked before him, but he wasn't one to complain and was now more eager than ever to see how far she was willing to go. Sabina smirked and said, "But not so fast. Now that we are into round 2, I will be improvising my lotion. You can do it too if you want." Sabina was confident to not hold back and made sure to prepare a better lotion that would make him swim in pleasure and even get back at him for putting up such a cheeky request. Asher, however, responded with confidence, "I think I'll take a pass this round." Sabina subtly scoffed at his decision. "It's your loss," she retorted before setting to work on creating a better version of her lotion. This time, she planned to take the challenge seriously. Recognizing that Asher was a formidable opponent with tricks up his sleeve, Asher had chosen to pass because he believed his current lotion was potent enough to make Sabina moan. However, he harbored doubts about whether he could withstand her improved concoction. Who knew how many years she had spent perfecting her pleasure potion formulas? Still, he decided to save up his resistance potion for later. Sabina finished her new lotion more quickly than Asher had anticipated. With a confident smile, she announced, "I will be going first as usual." Asher agreed, and soon found himself unable to suppress a groan within the first 5 minutes. The enhanced lotion was incredibly stimulating, causing his heart rate and his lower dragon to soar. Sabina's victorious smile returned as she stated her condition for his loss. "You have to completely remove your robes while I test my lotion." Amused, Asher agreed without much hesitation. "Fine, but now it's my turn, and you have to remove your clothes too." The thought of disrobing before a man was almost overwhelming, but she resolved to keep her composure and not show any signs of weakness in front of Asher. She refused to let him feel like he had the upper hand. With a deft flick of her fingers, she unfastened her dark blue gown, and it cascaded gracefully to the floor, revealing her naked porcelain body and the gentle curves of her medium-sized bust. Asher couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he took in the sight of her slender, smooth, tantalizing form. It was as if he was gazing upon an exquisitely sculpted piece of art. The lotion that he had applied earlier now coated her glistening pale skin, lending her naked body an even more alluring quality. Sabina stood before him with an air of vulnerability, yet still managed to exude a certain pride and defiance in the face of their escalating game. Asher was someone who preferred big breasts, or so he thought, until seeing such perky and perfect C-cup breasts. Her nipples were like delicate rosebuds that craved to be relished, and going down her slim stomach, his gaze landed on her tender, clean-shaven, pink pussy. He had never seen such rosy pussy that seemed so innocent yet alluring at the same time. Sabina proudly stood before him with her hands on her hips and asked coyly, "It isn't manners to stare at a lady like that, cheeky boy." She made it look like this was nothing. Still, inwardly she was feeling flustered under his unrestrained, burning gaze. Why wasn't he even bothering to hide his gaze? No other noble would dare to be this bold. Asher chuckled as he slowly walked behind her. "Forgive me, my lady. This is what happens when I see something so irresistibly beautiful." He looked at her sexy back and the round, shapely buttocks that rested on her body in a tempting way. "You have such a sweet tongue, don't you?" "Don't forget time is running up," Sabina said with a soft harumph, since she didn't like this feeling of not being in control of the situation. This was the first time in her life she was unable to see how a situation was going to unfold. Still, she couldn't help but feel a sense of thrill and excitement she never thought she would, and it was this excitement that was still making her go forward with this. But her eyes suddenly widened when a pair of large, Warm hands grabbed her breasts and began to knead them in all directions while spreading the cool lotion onto her skin. Her face turned beet red as she couldn't believe she was letting a man play with her breasts as he pleased. However, her mind was preoccupied with how this cool lotion and his hands were making her chest hotter and hotter. Asher was getting even more turned on as he massaged her soft breasts that perfectly fit into his palms. Sabina felt like this previously cold hall was getting hotter, and her body began to squirm as Asher pinched her erect nipples and twisted them. Even if it was painful, she was only feeling even more pleasure and was making her head dizzy. She wanted him to stop before her limit broke, but at the same time, a part of her wanted his hands to continue their naughtiness. She wanted to feel this deadly combination of thrill and pleasure even more. She now found herself in an entirely unexpected situation. As Asher's large, skillful hands roamed her delicate, glistening body, she couldn't help but get swept up in the sensations he was so adept at creating. A pool of flames was beginning to build up in her lower abdomen, making her press her lips together to not lose control. She gritted her teeth, desperately trying to maintain her composure, but the mounting pleasure was getting the better of her. Despite her predicament, Sabina couldn't help but marvel at the irony of the situation. She had planned to ensnare Asher in her web of pleasure, but it seemed the tables had turned. She was now the one caught in the throes of his touch. She couldn't help but wonder if Rowena really let him mingle with some women to gain some experience without even doing it with her. She just couldn't think of any other explanation, even if this seemed a bit shocking. But her thoughts were disrupted when one of Asher's hands suddenly slipped down and began to finger her maiden honeypot. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her body betrayed her, shivering as a flood of pleasure let itself loose from her honeypot. I guess it's my win this time." Asher laughed lightly as he saw a sparkling shower from her pussy drenching his hand. Sabina bit her own tongue upon realizing she had lost to him again. She could still feel the sensations Asher evoked with his skilled hands, but the bitter taste of defeat gnawed at her pride. How could he make her orgasm before she could? She didn't want to let this go, and so she pointed a finger at him and said with a crazed smile, "Let's up the stakes since you seem to have some skill. Now the one who orgasms within 5 minutes will lose. Are you up for it?" Asher inwardly laughed, seeing how this woman was getting desperate and crazier since her ego was hurt. However, he wanted this to exactly happen, and so he said with a casual shrug, "I am up for it, and now my favor is." His lips curved into a sly smile as he added, "I will test my lotion with my mouth from here on." Sabina's eyes widened in shock at the boldness of Asher's proposition. She stared at him incredulously, her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. She had expected him to react with surprise, maybe even some hesitation, but instead, he had countered her challenge with an even bolder one. Her crazed smile wavered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. The thought of submitting to Asher in such an intimate manner unsettled her, but the desire to emerge victorious was too strong to let her back down. "Fine," she hissed, her voice filled with a defiance that hid her underlying trepidation, "but you better not think that you'll have an easy win because I won't give in so easily." Sabina squared her shoulders and fixed her gaze on Asher, her eyes challenging him to make a move. In her heart, she was secretly panicking, wondering what she had gotten herself into, but she stubbornly refused to let her show any sign of weakness. The stakes had been raised, and she was determined to emerge victorious, no matter the cost. She knew she was playing quite a dangerous game here, but she wanted to keep feeling like she was on the edge. It was a feeling that turned her on the most and was surprised she found someone who was ready to share that feeling. If news of what happened here gets out, both of them would be in great trouble. However, on the other hand, she told herself that she had to do whatever it takes to make Asher succumb to her. Only that way she could fulfill the mission entrusted to her by her house. "Now remove your clothes, it's my turn to test," Sabina said as hot vapors escaped from her mouth while Asher smiled and removed his clothes completely. Sabina tried to keep her composure, but her gaze was drawn to Asher's well-toned, muscular body as he removed the rest of his clothes. Her eyes wandered from the powerful planes of his chest and the rippling lines of his abs, down to his firm thighs and then to the angry one-eyed monster. The sight of his erect meat left her breathless, her chest heaving as she felt the heat rise within her. His impressive size both intrigued and intimidated her. She had never seen something that big on any other man. She couldn't help but wonder if she should feel envious or feel concerned for Rowena. Struggling to focus, Sabina shook her head and bit her lip, forcing herself to tear her eyes away from his body. "Well, now that you ready," she said, her voice slightly shaky, "let's proceed with our test." A broken bar Edmund, his mind still preoccupied with the mysterious and unfortunate fate of Oberon, walked the dimly lit halls of Dreadthorn Castle. The sinister atmosphere weighed on him, but he knew he had to remain vigilant, for whoever was behind the attack on Oberon was a force to be reckoned with. As he rounded a corner, one of the servants hurriedly approached him, breathless and clearly agitated. This was one of the servants he had tasked with telling him anything out of the ordinary. The servant leaned in and whispered, "Sir, the royal consort is here." Edmund's eyes widened in surprise, his heart skipping a beat. This was most unexpected. What could have possibly brought Asher here, of all places? The servant continued, "And sir, it was Lady Sabina who invited him." "What?" Edmund's alarm grew, his heart pounding in his chest. What could his sister possibly be thinking? The thought of her inviting Asher triggered the memory where his mother had given her the task of seducing Asher. Without a moment's hesitation, Edmund stormed up the grand staircase, his long strides taking him to the one place he knew his sister often sought solace and amusement, her favorite torture chamber. His breath came in short bursts, his mind racing with thoughts of what might be transpiring within those cold, stone walls. Slur. Slub, oh my devils, why does this taste so good? Slur. Sabina let out sensual moans while she was kneeling before Asher and sucking on his thick, hot meat. She had no idea what she was even doing, but all she knew was that Asher forced his dragon into her mouth, saying that he needed to test his lotion inside her mouth. She knew he was spouting nonsense, but the fascinating idea of his thing going inside her mouth was new and exciting to her. So how could she resist not going along with it after coming so far? Asher kept fucking her mouth as his hands gripped her silver hair and kept thrusting his hips, enjoying the feeling of her hot mouth sliding over his cock, but he purposefully was going very rough on her since it felt so satisfying doing so after knowing that she was not only Edmund's sister but his fiancée too. He hadn't forgotten what Edmund did to him, and this was only the prelude to what he had in store for Edmund. He also knew Sabina approached him with ulterior motives and had planned to make him succumb to her through pleasure, and so turning the tables on her was just his way of paying her back for trying to seduce him. Sabina had tears in her eyes as his meaty dragon continued to ravage her delicate mouth, which had gotten red and swollen by now. However, despite it looking a bit uncomfortable, the corners of her lips were upturned and her ghostly red eyes hazy, as if she was enjoying this a bit too much. Slur. Mmhhhn. Slurp. Her mouth and tongue wrapped his grey-skinned dragon in her hot saliva while her face kept getting smashed against his big, soft ballsack. She never knew sucking on such a big cock could make her feel like her heart was on fire. His temper was unrelenting and brutal, making her feel like he might make her soul drift out of her body if he kept this up. She couldn't even breathe, and all her senses were filled with the sensation of his hot cock filling her mouth. The intoxicating, sweet, and salty smell and taste of his cock was making her crave more. It was just as addicting as the smell of his blood but in a different way. Asher rubbed his cock against the soft, inner walls of her mouth while saliva and cum dripped down her chin. He realized he had underestimated her pain tolerance. In fact, it seemed like she was getting pleasure from all this pain. Was this noble lady really a masochist? Instead of feeling disappointed, he found it quite amusing. He could feel he was reaching his limit as he grabbed her face and said, "You dare to swallow it all?" Sabina's cheeks were sunken as she looked up at him with teary but determined eyes and nodded with an intoxicated look. Since his cock tasted so good, she had to taste his cum too, especially since he posed it as a challenge. Asher scoffed as he clutched her nape and pounded her mouth so hard, his long, thick cock went all the way down and made her throat bulge. Mmhhhhh. Sabina's eyes widened to their extremities as she didn't expect him to fill up her throat in such a rough way. She felt like she was suddenly drowning as she forced herself to gulp and swallow all his cum. She felt like gagging but resisted the urge as his hot cum flowed into her throat, and it burned like she was swallowing molten lava. She couldn't believe a man could cum so much that even her cheeks were puffed up with his cum. However, she couldn't help but admit that the taste was sublime and melted her taste buds. NNMGH, Asher closed his eyes and gritted his teeth as he held onto her nape and plowed her throat. Sabina could feel his balls spasm, and she wondered for the second time if he was coming again. Just like before, the gushing, burning sensation of cum flowing into her throat was something she didn't think she could handle, but despite that, she clamped her lips around his cock and kept gulping as much of it as she could as his cum flooded her throat, preventing her from breathing. Asher was breathing unsteadily as he kept releasing his semen into her throat. She was astonished at how much he kept coming but swallowed every drop of it with determination and passion. She can't let him act smug again. Knock. As Sabina and Asher found themselves entangled in carnal pleasure near the door, they were abruptly interrupted by a knock that sent a jolt through Sabina's body. Her eyes widened in panic as she recognized the familiar voice of her brother, Edmund. "Open the door, sister," he called out. "I have something important to discuss with you." Sabina's heart hammered in her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment and tension. She surely can't let Edmund know what happened in there, lest he goes and tells her parents. Her mother had clearly told her not to cross any lines, and she had crossed quite a few of them already. She never imagined being caught in such a compromising position, especially not by her own brother and fiancé. Asher, however, wore a sly, satisfied grin. He couldn't help but find amusement in the irony of the situation. The very man who had once tortured him when he was helpless was now on the other side of the door, utterly oblivious to the fact that his sister's mouth was filled with his cock for quite some time. Asher couldn't help but wonder how Edmund's face would contort if he were to discover the scene unfolding within the chamber. Sabina hurriedly tried to disengage from Asher and regain her composure, her breath hitching as she whispered, "Just a moment. Edmund, I am in the middle of an experiment." Sabina reluctantly pulled away from Asher, the remnants of their tryst still evident on her flushed skin. She hastily was about to dress herself, trying to regain some semblance or propriety. However, Asher had other plans. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he pressed her lithe form against the door, effectively barring her from opening it. He leaned in close, his breath warm on her ear as he whispered, "How about you keep talking to your dear brother from here while I continue to test my lotion?" Sabina's eyes widened at the audacity of his suggestion, disbelief coloring her features. To engage in such a risky activity with her brother just on the other side of the door was madness. Asher, sensing her hesitation, played his trump card. "If you take on this challenge, I'll reward you with 5 drops of my blood," he whispered, knowing full well the tantalizing allure of his offer. Sabina, who had long craved the taste of his rare, immortal class blood, felt a rush of temptation sweep over her. The prospect of acquiring such a prize tempted her beyond reason. Asher saw her internal struggle and sighed, feigning disinterest. "Forget it," he said dismissively, "if you're not capable of taking on the challenge." The challenge to her pride was the final straw. Sabina's eyes flashed with determination, and a wild, defiant smile spread across her face. "Never doubt my ability to conquer a challenge," she declared, her voice barely more than a whisper. Outside, Edmund's brow furrowed, his patience wearing thin as he began to suspect something was amiss. What could possibly be so important that his sister would keep him waiting at the door? Sabina straightened her posture, pressing her back firmly against the door to muffle any sound Asher might make as he continued toying with her. Her heart pounded in her chest, the thrill of the risky game sending shivers down her spine. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice just enough to be heard on the other side of the door. "Edmund. I'm in the middle of something important. Can we discuss it later?" Edmund, confused and slightly frustrated, replied, "Sister, this concerns the royal consort. I think it's best we speak about it now." Sabina bit her lip to suppress a gasp as Asha pinned her arms above her head and began to lick her underarms. The electrifying sensation of his tongue on her weak spot was sending shivers down her nerves, making it hard to stay composed. All those years of training her willpower were apparently not doing so well for her now. She took a moment to gather her thoughts, refusing to let her brother's suspicions be aroused. "Tell me." "Then," she replied, struggling to keep her voice steady. "What's the matter?" Edmund hesitated, clearly unsure of why Sabina was being so evasive. He finally began to relay his concerns. "I've just learned that he is here, and I feel I should greet him at least. Isn't he inside there with you?" Sabina's heart raced as Asha tickled her underarms while sucking on her wet, glistening reddened breasts without mercy. Nevertheless, she persisted, masking her breathlessness with a nonchalant tone. "Edmund, I invited him to help me with some experiments and he is in our broken bar-focused state now. You will have to wait." Asha smirked as he listened to Sabina's words, impressed by her ability to deceive her brother under such distracting circumstances. He leaned in to whisper a teasing remark in her ear, only she could hear, further testing her composure. "A bit too focused, wouldn't you say? You little broken bar." Sabina gave an aggrieved smile, but being engulfed in this wet heat and tension, she had never felt so feverish before, and it was turning her on even more. He was making her blood hotter and excited than it ever did. Upon hearing Sabina's words, Edmund furrowed his brow, attempting to decipher the true meaning behind her cryptic response. There was an uncharacteristic hesitation in her voice and a slight tremble that made him feel both intrigued and uneasy. He had never heard his sister's voice tremble, even slightly, in his entire life. A woman like her would never. He leaned in closer to the door, placing his palm on the cool, polished wood, as if trying to feel the pulse of the room beyond. His imagination painted a myriad of scenarios, from dark experiments to unthinkable things, yet he found it difficult to pinpoint the precise nature of Sabina's activities. He knew he couldn't really spy on her unless she allowed it. "Experiments, you say?" Edmund questioned, unable to shake off the nagging suspicion that something wasn't quite right. His voice betrayed a tinge of disbelief, revealing his inner turmoil. He knew what kind of experiments she loved to indulge in, and if she included Asha in it, he didn't even want to think about it. Sabina, hearing her brother's doubt, tightened her grip on the door handle, hoping her heart wouldn't betray her with its rapid beat. "Yes," she replied, her voice wavering ever so slightly. "I told you, Jay, just stop wasting your time and come back a broken bar when I tell you to. Anne, sister, what was that sound?" Edmund suddenly asked with trembling eyes. He knew he didn't imagine a moan-like sound coming from the other side. Sabina glared at Asha as he took her by surprise by suddenly pinching her erect nipples and biting her left sensitive underarm. The stimulation was too much and too sudden that she was not able to stop it in time. "What? It can't be a challenge without some difficulty, right?" Asha whispered with a shrug, making Sabina softly harumph as she licked her lips and said with bloodlust in her eyes, "Of course. But don't forget I will be coming for your blood." However, she couldn't help but feel she ended up getting bullied by him, and that too after failing in her own plan. Still, strangely enough, she felt she wasn't feeling pissed for losing face at all. Edmund's heart was still pounding violently in his chest, his eyes widened, and an unsettling mixture of disbelief and dread washed over him like a tidal wave. He struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding behind the door, feeling the threads of his sanity slowly unraveling as his mind reeled. Sabina, was that a broken bar?" Edmund's voice caught in his throat, the syllables barely audible as they trembled past his lips. He could not bring himself to complete the question, his world seeming to shift beneath his feet. He had thought he knew his sister, but now, at this moment, he felt a gulf open between them, dark and immeasurable. Creak. In the blink of an eye, the door swung open, revealing Asha standing on the threshold with his robes on. His skin shimmered with a glistening sheen, as if he had just emerged from a steamy, sweltering chamber. Plumes of heated vapor danced around him, caressing his form and curling into the air, dissipating into nothingness. Asha's smile was the picture of self-satisfaction. his eyes gleaming with wicked delight as they locked onto Edmund's disconcerted gaze. He took a leisurely step forward, allowing the door to close partially behind him, hiding Sabina from view. "Young Lord Edmund," Asher drawled, his voice dripping with saccharine sweetness, "there's no need for concern. Your sister and I experienced a slight mishap. A few drops of a potent lotion accidentally found their way onto her skin, but, as you can see," he gestured to himself, the epitome of composure, "we've dealt with the matter, and your sister is perfectly fine." Edmund stared at Asher, the tension in the hall thick and palpable. He wanted desperately to believe Asher's words, to cling to them like a lifeline, but doubt still clawed at the edges of his mind. He couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the truth lay just out of reach, taunting him from behind the closed door. His jaw clenched, Edmund's eyes flicked to the door and then back to Asher. He forced himself to speak, his words strained but firm. "I believe you, consort Asher," he said, each syllable tasting like bile on his tongue, "but I'd like to see my sister. I need to know she's all right." Asher's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight as he took a step back, allowing Edmund to confront whatever lay beyond the door. "Of course, as you wish." Edmund's heart raced as he rushed into the room, fear and anxiety gnawing at his insides. He braced himself for the worst, only to have his breath catch in his throat at the sight before him. Sabina sat at a table, a look of annoyance etched across her features as she diligently wiped some peculiar liquid from her feet. "I told you not to disturb me, Edmund," she chastised, her voice calm but sharp with annoyance. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have spilled this blasted potion on my feet." Edmund winced, though his emotions mingled with his relief as he apologized with a shaky smile. "I'm sorry, sister, I was just worried when I heard you cry out." He studied her, noting the glistening sheen of perspiration that clung to her pale, flawless skin, making her look even more alluring and seductive. He had never seen her look this tempting and once again realized how it was a good thing she was his fiancée. There couldn't be a woman more perfect than her. However, the heat in the room was stifling, almost suffocating, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of experiments the two of them had been conducting for the air to be like this. There was also a strange kind of smell, but he couldn't put his finger on what it really was. Asher re-entered the room, his hands clasped behind his back, the picture of perfect poise. "I must say, I'm grateful to your sister for inviting me and teaching me so much about brewing potions," he commented, his voice smooth and polished. "It's been a pleasure getting to learn from her and know her better, and I'm looking forward to making your acquaintance as well, young lord." Sabina gave him a subtle stare, knowing how he was trying to play with words with her brother on purpose. However, strangely, instead of feeling pissed or annoyed, she was finding this amusing and rousing. Just the thought that Asher could spill everything to Edmund and put both of them in trouble was making her feel a strange sense of thrill from being on the edge. Despite the cordial words, Edmund couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something wasn't quite right about this alien bastard's sentiment. However, he knew it was crucial to maintain appearances, so he forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, consort Asher, I'm looking forward to it as well." Asher flashed a disarming smile at Sabina and Edmund, his eyes dancing with amusement. "Well, I suppose I should take my leave now that our experiments for today have come to an end," he declared, his tone light and breezy. As he spoke, his gaze settled on Sabina, and his grin grew more knowing, almost conspiratorial. "I must say, I'm looking forward to our next session, Sabina." Sabina's eyes sparkled with mischief as she returned his smile, her voice lilting with playful determination. "As am I, Asher, but don't think it'll be so easy next time." Edmund stood to the side, his brows knitting together as he listened to their banter, a growing sense of unease gnawing at him. He scrutinized their expressions, their body language, searching for any hidden meaning or indication that something was amiss. They were even on first-name basis, and despite the surface-level normalcy of their conversation, he couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that something was off. He felt trapped, unable to voice his concerns or question their motives. Not with this fucker standing right there. Edmund clenched his fists, frustration simmering just below the surface as he helplessly watched their exchange. As Asher took his leave, bidding them farewell with a flourish, Edmund couldn't help but feel as though he was watching a predator slink away, its eyes still locked on its prey. The door closed with a soft click, leaving Edmund and Sabina alone with the tension that had built up in the room. Unable to put his worries into words, Edmund turned to his sister, his eyes filled with a mix of concern and unspoken questions, the seeds of doubt already taking root in his mind. "What were you really doing with him, sister?" Sabina, sensing her brother's unease and the weight of his unspoken questions, reacted with a nonchalance that seemed almost out of place given the situation. She tossed her head back, her long, silver hair cascading behind her as she offered him a coy grin that seemed to dance on the edge of teasing and admonishment. "You worry too much, dear brother," she said, her tone playful yet with an undercurrent of steel, "but I don't owe you any explanations, and you do well to remember your place when you speak to me." Her eyes sparkled with defiance, daring him to challenge her further as she walked past him. In that moment, Sabina's aloofness and the flicker of a challenge in her gaze both disarmed and frustrated Edmund. He knew he can't push this matter any further nor even ask her anything that might seem like he was accusing her, especially if he didn't have any proof. However, he couldn't help but feel that he would have to keep dealing with this frustration until Sabina was done with the task their mother told her to do. Still, he was determined to keep an eye out and make sure nobody crossed any lines. A broken bar right after leaving the Dreadthrone Castle, Asher, Marina, and Eradicator were walking through the tranquil streets of Mistshore Village, the home of the Nyadon tribe. He couldn't help but marvel at the harmonious balance the Nyadon tribe had achieved between their water-based powers and the natural environment. The air was filled with the soothing sound of gently lapping waves and the rhythmic hum of aquatic creatures that inhabited the surrounding deadly waters. Near on, the village chief and the father of the siblings had gone to great lengths to ensure that the new building constructed for Asher's use was designed to fit seamlessly with the village's aesthetic. It was crafted from locally sourced materials and infused with a touch of water magic, giving it a sense of serenity that Asher found both pleasing and practical. The building was set apart from the main village, ensuring privacy for Asher's meetings and training sessions. Inside, the layout was both functional and flexible, with spacious rooms that could be easily adapted to different purposes. Moreover, the ever-present mist that shrouded the village provided an added layer of security, making it difficult for uninvited guests to stumble upon without alerting someone. Since Asher had personally trained Nereus and Thetits, Neron felt as if he was indebted to the royal consort for letting his children help achieve their potential. Nobody else of his status would bother to personally train them. As the villagers worked diligently to prepare for the arrival of Asher's subordinates and disciples, their admiration and gratitude towards him were evident. The Nyadon tribe had long been overlooked and underestimated by others, but Asher had seen the potential in their unique abilities and had given them the chance to prove themselves. Asher's partnership with the Nyadon tribe turned out to be mutually beneficial. The tribe received the support and recognition they deserved, while Asher was able to conserve his valuable life crystals and continued to build his wealth and reputation. Moreover, the remote, picturesque location of Mistshore Village provided an idyllic setting for Asher's meetings and training sessions, far from the prying eyes and political intrigues of the Bloodburn Kingdom's more populated areas. He had also been diligently forming alliances and expanding his influence throughout the Bloodburn Kingdom. Alongside the Nyadon tribe, he had also managed to forge strong bonds with other tribes, such as the Rustspin tribe of goblins, surprisingly led by their chieftain, Zizola. He only learned later that Zizola had become the chieftain after her father died from a sneak attack, and she had to take up the reins of the tribe as per their tribal laws. But since she felt she didn't have the strength or knowledge to lead her tribe, she entered the Tower of Hell to prove herself worthy to her people and to prevent her tribes from falling into the wrong hands. Asher knew that these goblins, though often underestimated for their small stature, were known for their stealth and guile, making them perfect for reconnaissance and sabotage missions. He had fought them enough as a hunter and thus was able to see the potential in them and didn't hesitate to provide resources and knowledge to further develop their skills. Similarly, he had also developed a relationship with the Stone Whisper tribe, the stoic stone-born people led by the mighty brothers Onyx and Graven. This tribe was renowned for their immense strength and sturdy bodies, making them formidable warriors and exceptional builders. It was with their physical help that Neron was able to help build a building for him quick enough. After providing the necessary resources, the building was named Whispering Cove, and right now, Marina and Eradicator were waiting outside as per Ash's instructions. The tension between them was palpable, for Eradicator, a vampire, harbored a deep-seated animosity for werewolves like Marina. Nonetheless, she was tolerating her presence because Marina was the royal consort's maid in the end, and she did seem quite useful to him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Marina observed the restlessness of Twilight, Eradicator's pet, hidden within the folds of her cape. Noticing the creature's unease, Marina pulled together her brows as she could guess what was going on with it. "I've got some meat pieces I cooked earlier," she said softly, holding out a small parcel wrapped in cloth. "Would you like to feed Twilight? She seems hungry." Eradicator studied her silently for a few moments, her icy gaze betraying nothing. "Your concern for Twilight is unnecessary," she replied coldly. "Twilight requires only blood." Despite her outwardly stoic demeanor, Eradicator couldn't help but feel concerned for her beloved pet. After taking care of it for 6 months and being quite a loyal companion for her, she had grown to become fond of it and wouldn't even part with it for a day. She had fed Twilight human blood only an hour or two earlier, and yet, its hunger persisted. She wondered if something was amiss. Sensing Eradicator's unease, Marina ventured to offer her assistance. "Is something wrong?" she asked gently. "Maybe I can help. I spent a lot of time with wild creatures during my younger days." Eradicator hesitated, torn between her hatred for werewolves and her concern for Twilight. The restlessness in her cape was becoming increasingly distressing, and ultimately, her concern for Twilight trumped her prejudice. Reluctantly, she divulged her concerns to Marina. Upon hearing Eradicator's worries, Marina's eyes lit up with understanding. "Perhaps Twilight is going through an evolutionary phase," she mused. "I've seen some creatures behave similarly right before their bodies evolve. She might need to consume a lot of blood tonight." Eradicator's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't considered such a possibility but was grateful for the insight. With a stiff nod, she acknowledged Marina's help. "I appreciate your information," she said curtly, "and I'll remember this." Marina offered a soft, warm smile. "I didn't do much," she insisted. "I'm just happy to help anytime." Eradicator let out a subtle hum as the atmosphere between the two seemed no longer tense as before. Meanwhile, inside the Whispering Cove, the main room was spacious and airy, illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns hung from the ceiling, creating a welcoming atmosphere. Simple wooden furniture, carved with tribal motifs, dotted the room, providing seating for meetings and discussions. Within this room, Asher sat at the head of a long, rough-hewn wooden table, surrounded by his old and new subordinates. Shadows danced along the walls as candlelight flickered, casting an eerie glow over the faces of those gathered. Seated to Asher's right was Darren Easter, a vampire from the influential House Easter, known for their expertise in the enchantment arts. He was not the eldest son, but he was a prodigy in enchantment, mastering spells at a pace that left his peers in awe. His house was the vassal of House Thorn and was their main source of enchanted weapons, contracts, and so on. Beside him sat Leonida Stormrider, a Dracovore hailing from the formidable House Stormrider. Dracovores were mostly minotaur with a fraction of draconic blood in their veins. Their origins date back to ancient times. Shortly after House Drake came into the picture, it was said that they were not a real race but artificially produced using draconic blood. However, as generations passed, they had grown in numbers and strength and had become a formidable and respected race that were still loyal to House Drake. Because of having a fraction of draconic blood in their veins, they were considered to be the strongest warriors and one of the main combat force of the kingdom. Leonidas had a striking appearance that commanded attention. Standing at an impressive height, he had a strong, muscular bull-like build that spoke of his prowess in battle. His crimson eyes burned with intensity and intelligence, reflecting his tactical acumen. His hair was a deep shade of red, falling to his shoulders in thick waves. His horns, a testament to his demon lineage, were long and sharply curved, while his skin had an ashen hue, accentuating his otherworldly origin. As a skilled warrior and tactician, Leonidas had a reputation for his fierce combat skills and strategic acumen. His house was responsible for the kingdom's military forces, training, and commanding soldiers to protect their lands and uphold their honor. Finally, to Asher's left was Kellam Nightshade, a charismatic Vulpini from the esteemed House Nightshade, which was a vassal to House Valentine. Kellam was the embodiment of grace and poise. He had elegant, fox-like features, with delicate, shimmering lines adorning his cheekbones, forehead, and the bridge of his nose. Kellam's eyes were an enchanting silver hue, reminiscent of molten silver, and they held an air of wisdom and mystery. His black hair cascaded down his back in a silken waterfall, reaching his waist, and was often adorned with intricate braids. His brown skin had a certain glow to it that surely would make him an eye candy among women. Known for their cunning diplomacy and mastery of intrigue, the Nightshades were instrumental to House Valentine in maintaining the balance of power and furthering the interests of the kingdom. Kellam's silver tongue and vast network of informants had proven invaluable to Asher in foreign bonds with the local tribes and spreading his influence. Asher had these two become his vassals by coming upon them in the Tower of Hell. He got acquainted with them through Darren, and these two were looking to prove their worth by working for someone influential. They weren't the star descendants of their respective houses, but they were good at specific things that Asher felt would be useful to him, and just like any other young noble, these two were competing with their siblings to make sure they get to be the next lord of their houses, so they took a leap of faith by becoming the vassal of the royal consort, who was far from being the most influential person in the kingdom. However, they were aware of his potential and his strengths, and so they decided to take a chance by becoming his vassal early on, so that if the royal consort did gain enough power and influence in the future, their rise in status and power would be assured as well. The more he grows, the more they will as well. However, Asher had another reason to take them in, which was nothing other than the fact that all three of them had ties to the three great houses. To stay in the loop, Asher felt he had to form such a network and not get lost behind in the game, and right now, Asher furrowed his brow, occupied by the thought that had been nagging at him for a while as he looked at Neron, the chief of his tribe. You had mentioned how there has been growing unrest among the people here? Are things really becoming worse that much? It just feels strange that this is happening all of a sudden. Neron's expression had a look of distress as he answered respectfully, Your Highness, I share your thoughts as well, but most of the tribes in our lands depend on the sea for our livelihoods and survival, and with the waters starting to become poisoned, we are burning through our reserves, and there is no telling what is going to happen to us. Not even the noble houses or House Thorn has yet figured out the reason why our waters are getting poisoned. If the waters become entirely unusably broken, I dare not imagine what is going to happen. It's not like we can afford to go deeper into these chaotic seas. Darren, his voice gentle but tinged with concern, responded, These are indeed harsh times for the people here, but the nobles here should be doing something to help the people here rather than act as if they have no idea what to do. I wish my house could have done better. Neron let out a tired sigh but looked at Darren with an appreciative look. You have been a great help to us, my lord, and we do wish all the nobles here were like you, but we can't dare anger the nobles and risk losing our only support. However, they did mention that due to the difficulties we are facing now, they were going to introduce a few initiatives to support us till they figure out what is really going on, so we have no choice but to be hopeful. Kellam, who had been keenly listening, added, I believe there may be more to this mysterious poisoning of the seas. What if somebody was doing this on purpose to put pressure on the northern lands for their own gains? Because if this keeps up, then there might be an uprising here. Asher's gaze hardened upon hearing his words, and he felt that he couldn't turn a blind eye to this theory. Leonidas's expression hardened as he considered the implications. If that is the case, we need to identify the instigators quickly and put an end to their machinations. The longer this continues, the more difficult it will be to restore order. Neron also couldn't help but have his expression become grave hearing that. Still, he couldn't help but ask, but who here would do it on purpose? It doesn't serve any purpose, and they only risk getting the severest punishment. Nobody in their right mind would dig their own grave. Darren nodded slowly with a look of contemplation. That is what makes this even more puzzling. Ignoring that, I can't even think of anyone in these lands who is capable of poisoning the waters near our lands. If somebody here did it, we would have definitely noticed. Kelem hummed as he nodded. Then it could only mean an outsider is probably doing this, and that a broken bar makes it even worse if they truly have the capability to manipulate our waters while we watch helplessly, he said as his tone became serious. Asher listened carefully to their words, his mind racing with the possible consequences of the situation at hand. A broken bar. It does seem like there are few possible theories as to why this is happening, but I also feel like what Kellum proposed is the most probable one. However, the best we can do now is keep our ears and eyes open to everything that is going on in these lands, no matter how trivial. Perhaps all we need is a clue to find out the root cause. Neron firmly nodded as he said, I will definitely tell my people as well to be vigilant. Thank you, Your Highness and my lords, for lending us your ears in these difficult times, Neron said with a moved look. He never imagined he would get to address his troubles personally with such powerful people. They were his biggest source of hope. Asher waved his hand as he said, you all are still part of our kingdom, so it is our duty to make sure our kingdom stands strong at all times, including our queen. Now a broken bar. Asher's gaze shifted to Leonidas, his eyes filled with curiosity and determination. Leonidas, he began, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. How is the progress with the Dragon Legion? You know how important it is for us to assemble an elite force who could quell any troubles in case of emergencies. Leonidas straightened up, his expression resolute. Your Highness, he replied, his deep, authoritative voice reflecting his years of experience as a seasoned warrior. The training of the Dragon Legion has been coming along quite well. We have already hand-picked a number of skilled individuals who are currently undergoing rigorous training, honing their abilities to become unmatched on the battlefield. Asher's eyes narrowed slightly, impressed yet cautious. That's good to hear, Leonidas, he said, his tone a mix of satisfaction and concern, but you understand that the process cannot be rushed. Each member of the Dragon Legion must be molded with great care, for they will serve as the backbone of our forces in these tumultuous times. Leonidas nodded, his eyes full of understanding. I am well aware, Your Highness. Rest assured that I am personally overseeing their development, ensuring that they meet our exacting standards. The Dragon Legion will become a force to be reckoned with, capable of improving stability and order in our beloved kingdom. Leonidas was feeling quite enthusiastic and happy about this, since if he managed to build a successful legion, then not only would it make the royal consort happy, but also his father, who might understand his worth and reconsider who should be his heir, and so he couldn't help but feel grateful to the royal consort for giving him such a perfect opportunity. Asher nodded, a flicker of a smile appearing on his lips. I trust your judgment, Leonidas. I look forward to the day the Dragon Legion stands ready to serve our realm. Asher's gaze shifted to Kellum, curiosity brimming in his eyes as he inquired, how are our earnings faring for Devil's Brews? This venture into the world of potion making was Asher's brainchild, with Kellum appointed to oversee its operations. Crafting high-quality potions and offering them at appealing prices had been Asher's strategy to rapidly expand the business and solidify its reputation in the kingdom. So far, this approach has been yielding promising results. Kellum's face broke into a confident grin as he replied, the profits are pouring in like a well-crafted potion. Your Highness, your ingenious concoctions and competitive pricing have turned heads in every corner of our kingdom. Our clientele is expanding by the day, and so are the coffers. Kellum couldn't help but feel excited and satisfied about this, since he had also got to earn a lot more than he initially expected. He had long since realized he had underestimated the royal consort's talents, which not only included being a genius potion master but also having great ideas on growing a business. Asher's lips curled into a satisfied smile, He knew he had chosen wisely in entrusting Kellum with the responsibility of managing Devil's Brews. Kellum's charisma and tactful mind were invaluable in driving the business toward success. For now, most of the profits he had been getting from Devil's Brews were being invested into building the Dragon Legion. Asher's gaze shifted to Darren, his curiosity piqued. "How is your research on enchantment arts coming along?" he asked, the question hanging in the air, laden with expectation. Darren's face lit up with a warm smile, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. "It has been progressing remarkably well, thanks to you, Your Highness," he replied sincerely, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Your generosity in providing me access to such rare and valuable resources has been a tremendous help in advancing my knowledge and skills in the enchantment arts." He paused for a moment, allowing the weight of his words to sink in before continuing. "In fact, I believe it won't be long before I can equip the Dragon Legion with some of the finest enchanted weapons and armor available." Darren's voice grew more animated, the excitement evident as he spoke of the future possibilities. Asher's eyes widened, a hint of a proud smile forming at the corner of his lips. He knew he had made the right decision in supporting Darren's research, even if it cost him a bit, and the fruits of their collaboration were now starting to show. He slowly got up from his chair, making the other three get up as well as Asher said, "That will be all for today. I will be looking forward to a good amount of progress within a month from you all." "Of course, Your Highness." All three of them bowed with a firm gaze. However, right as Kellum and Leonidas took their leave, Darren's expression became a bit difficult as he approached Asher. Asher furrowed his brow and could see that something was greatly troubling him and asked, "What is it, Darren?" Darren hesitated for a moment, his expression clouded with concern. "There is something I need to share with you, Asher," he began, his voice low and hesitant. "I didn't want to burden you with this, but I fear it might indirectly affect you." Asher leaned in slightly, his eyes conveying a mix of curiosity and reassurance. "Even if it doesn't affect me directly, you can confide in me with anything, Darren," he said, his voice steady and comforting. A hint of relief washed over Darren's features as he finally shared his troubles. "Princess Consort Rebecca has been causing problems for me," he admitted, the frustration evident in his tone. "She has somehow pressured my father to cast me aside, making me an outsider to my own house. Because of this, I'm losing face among the other noble houses, and my support is dwindling. If this keeps up, I might have nothing to my name, and I am afraid I might turn out to be a burden for you." Asher listened intently, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in Darren's words. This was indeed a serious issue for Darren that could affect his future completely. After a moment, he reached out and placed a reassuring hand on Darren's shoulder. "Don't worry about this, Darren," he said, his voice filled with conviction. "This situation won't be permanent. Just be patient for a while and rely on me until then. I will help you deal with this issue." Darren's eyes met Asher's, his gratitude shining through as he bowed. "Thank you so much. I promise I won't let your efforts go to waste." "I know you won't," Asher said with a subtle smile. However, inwardly, he wondered why Rebecca was suddenly targeting him after laying low for the past few months. What was she up to? 6 months passed. The soft, golden glow of the lamps flickered in the eastern courtyard, their dancing light casting warm shadows on the walls of the hall. It was here that Rowena sought solace from the weight of her crown. In this haven of tranquility, she sometimes wanted to free herself from everything. However, right now, Asher had coaxed her into rekindling her passion for painting, using vibrant hues to bring her vivid imagination to life on canvas. He had insisted on this a few months ago, and ever since, they had been indulging in painting from time to time during evenings. She never expected to feel so relaxed and peaceful whenever she painted with him. She liked it more and more to the point she began to plan these sessions ahead whenever she could squeeze in some time. With him by her side, she would feel like she could lean on him. Her day wouldn't feel complete without at least spending some time with him. As the dark crimson sun dipped toward the horizon, its fiery embrace tingled the rugged mountain peaks with shades of blood. Asher sat behind Rowena, his strong, skilled hands enveloping her delicate ones. He was her rock, her consort, and now her gentle teacher, guiding her in the art of capturing the breathtaking scene before them. Since she never got the time to broaden her skills in painting, Asher was helping her out, and she was astonished he was skillful at this too. He had a creative imagination, and his hands were deft, creating beautiful strokes, their bodies pressed close together, the warmth of their embrace amplifying the intimacy of the moment. Asher's steady breath caressed the nape of her neck as he leaned in, resting his chin on her bare shoulder. Rowena's heart remained restless, the mere presence of her consort igniting a fire within her that was impossible to extinguish. "Relax your grip, Rona," Asher murmured softly, his voice a soothing balm to her anxiety. "Let the brush dance across the canvas like a feather on the wind." Rowena let out a soft hum, acknowledging his words. Following his tender guidance, she dipped the brush into the palette of rich colors and carefully swept it across the canvas, her hand steadied by his. Together, they painted the undulating contours of the mountains, each stroke capturing the last rays of sunlight as the day surrendered to the encroaching darkness. As their brush strokes swept across the canvas in a delicate dance, Asher could sense the tension in Rowena's hand, a subtle quiver betraying the turmoil hidden beneath her composed facade. He gently held her hand, guiding it down from the easel, his voice soft and concerned. "Rona, are you still troubled by what is happening in the northern lands?" Rowena exhaled a weary sigh, her eyes reflecting the weight of her responsibility. "I can't shake the feeling that the north grows more unstable with each passing day. Even from here, I can feel how the air is heavy with misery and discontent, and despite all my efforts, it seems as though nothing truly improves. I've redirected a quarter of our resources to them, and offered incentives for completing quests, and yet, it feels as though some hidden force works against me, crushing my efforts before they can bear fruit, but I cannot fathom who or what it might be, and that a broken bar concerns me the most." Asher's brow furrowed, knowing her concerns weren't misplaced. However, he couldn't tell her certain information for there were some things he was waiting to take advantage of that could benefit him a lot. He caressed her hand and was about to say something. But before he could speak, a loud yet muffled sound of something akin to a giant drum echoed from the northern direction, interrupting their heartfelt exchange. This sound made both their eyes widen in shock as if they knew what that sound was supposed to mean. "This cannot be broken bar," Rowena mumbled with a grave expression as she suddenly got up with clenched fists. At the same time, an insistent knock echoed through the room. "Your Majesty, forgive the intrusion," called a muffled voice from beyond the door. "There's an urgent matter that requires your attention immediately." Rowena and Asher exchanged a glance, the warmth of their intimate moment dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Both of their expressions became serious as they separated from each other while Rowena took a step forward. "Enter," she called, her voice steady and commanding but her brows furrowed. The guard burst into the room, beads of sweat streaming down his face, panic evident in his wide eyes. "Your Majesty, the northern lands are under attack." Rowena's eyes widened in shock, her lips quivering as she clenched her fists. "By whom?" she demanded sternly. The guard swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, "The Kraken, Your Majesty." Rowena's eyes shook as she whispered, "How is that possible?" Asher, too, was taken aback, for he knew that the Kraken was House Thorn's most formidable weapon, a giant, powerful sea monster that had no equal. The symbol of the Kraken was something they proudly wore on their robes and etched onto their banners. The Kraken was considered the guardian of the seas surrounding the northern lands, and losing control over it meant leaving the region utterly defenseless. Its lifespan was so high, it was definitely older than 1,000 years. Some even considered it to be the offspring of a devil and worshipped it, especially the people of the north. But how could House Thorn lose control of the Kraken? They are its masters, right? Asher asked, his voice filled with disbelief. The events unfolded suddenly, Your Highness, the guard answered, his voice shaking. No one knows how they lost control of the Kraken. House Thorn's soldiers and their vassals have been trying to repel the attack, but the giant beast is too powerful, and it is not even the end. A rebellion has emerged, with the northern people claiming that, with the help of the Kraken and their allies, They will form their own kingdom, a rebellion and allies, Rowena murmured, feeling as if the situation was far worse than she had initially thought. She couldn't comprehend why the people of the North would turn against her after all she had done for them. She felt as if she had failed both herself and her kingdom by allowing this to happen. However, determination filled her eyes as she ordered the guard, "Assemble every vassal of our house and inform Lord Stormrider to gather his forces before meeting me. We will have to deal with this crisis before it could escalate into something worse." Asher immediately stepped forward, his voice firm. "I have contacts in the north, let me go there first while you prepare our forces." Rowena shook her head, fear for his safety clouding her eyes. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone, especially with the situation so volatile." Asher offered a reassuring smile, the confidence in his eyes unmistakable. "Don't worry, Rona, Eradicator will get me out of there if things become too dangerous. I'll be back before you know it." Without even waiting for her to respond, Asher set off to confront the chaos unfolding in the north while Rowena looked at his disappearing back with a worried look. However, her gaze hardened as she left the courtyard to handle this immediately. A broken bar high above the northern lands, Asher clung tightly to the back of Grimra's, Eradicator's fearsome flying mount. Its powerful wings beat the air with mighty gusts as it soared through the sky, casting a dark and imposing shadow upon the earth below. Eradicator's eyes scanned the horizon with hawk-like vigilance, aware of the precarious situation that lay before them. She made sure to surround Asher with a part of her mana just to be safe. As they neared Mistshore village, Asher's gaze drifted downwards, taking in the chaotic scene unfolding in the far surrounding lands. The once rich fields and relatively peaceful landscapes had been ravaged by destruction and conflict. Billowing plumes of smoke and angry flames danced menacingly across the land, and from the depths of this apocalyptic landscape, Asher could make out the faint, anguished cries of the desperate and the doomed. He realized he had underestimated how powerful the Kraken was to shake the entire northern lands within a short time. He had never seen it personally but had seen its illustrations in books to have an idea of how terrifying it could be. He knew people were very upset and that they might go on strikes and put pressure on the kingdom, which was something he had been waiting for to further his own prospects. However, he felt they still wouldn't have the courage to go against the kingdom and even claim that they want a kingdom of their own. But the reality had betrayed his expectations. The sudden explosion of a full-fledged rebellion coupled with the Kraken running amok caught him off guard, with the latter one disrupting the calculated plans in his mind. He never saw this coming. Nevertheless, he knew he had to make sure this didn't get out of hand since it would definitely affect his own interests as well. Fortunately, thanks to a certain someone, he already knew some things that didn't completely leave him clueless. As Asher approached the village, he saw many soldiers standing guard around the village, as if they were on the lookout for something. He knew they were from House Thorn and its vassals. The villagers seemed to be very busy, setting up shelters and defenses to protect themselves. It was not as if they could leave their homes. Asher didn't spot the Kraken anywhere even when he was flying earlier, and wondered if the Kraken was taking a nap or something after causing all this chaos. Neron, the respected village chief of the Nyadon tribe, strode forward to meet him, as if he had been anticipating Asher's arrival. His expression was etched with pain and worry, and he addressed Asher with a deferential tone. "Why, Your Highness," he began, "I am troubled to inform you that the situation here in the northern lands is dire. It may not be safe for you to be here at this time." Asher dismounted, his steely gaze never leaving Neron's eyes. "I appreciate your concern, Chief Neron, but I must take action to address the troubles here," he replied firmly. "But first I want you to tell me what is really happening here." Neron's face was etched with despair as he lamented their impending doom. "We've been fortunate that the Kraken has yet to attack our village, but it's only a matter of time before it turns its wrath upon us." "Its wrath? What do you mean? Why would it be angry at us?" Asher asked with furrowed brows. Neron's expression turned even grimmer as he revealed the true cause behind the chaos. "The Umbral Fiends have returned, Your Highness. They're the ones waging war to claim these lands, and based on the tales of the past, the Kraken was their guardian, which the Ravager forcibly tamed to make it serve our kingdom. I don't know if this is really true, but if it is, then we are truly finished. The Umbralfians? Asher's shock was palpable, for he only had a vague understanding of this ancient race. Having believed them to be long extinct, he did know that the Umbralfians had once held dominion over the seas in the days when the Bloodburn Kingdom was first established. However, the Ravager, brother of the Devourer who later on became the first Lord of House Thorn, had banished them to the darkest depths of the ocean, ensuring their imprisonment would last 10,000 years and sealing their ultimate demise. But barely 7,000 years had passed, and they had already resurfaced. It simply didn't add up. How could they free themselves while being repressed for so long? How could a race believed to be long gone suddenly re-emerge? Asher asked Neron, his voice filled with disbelief. Neron shook his head, equally perplexed. I don't know, but the Umbralfians are the only ones capable of wresting control of the Kraken and possibly even bending it to their will. They have returned to reclaim the lands they claim to have ruled during the Crimson Dawn era. The implications of the Umbralfians' return weighed heavily on Asher, but another question burned in his mind. But what about the rebellion? How could the people afford to go against the kingdom without knowing the consequences? Neron's eyes flickered with fear as he said, Your Highness, I believe the Umbralfians or their connections have been laying the groundwork for this rebellion for some time, subtly manipulating events from the shadows. He sighed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. As you know, our people have been struggling here. They feel neglected and believe the Queen has turned a blind eye to their suffering. Despite her efforts to improve their lives, her actions are viewed as mere token gestures by many. I understand that the Queen has been doing her best to care for the entire kingdom, and the loss of our king just 2 years ago has made things even more difficult, but most of the people here can't see it because they have been blinded by their misery, suffering, fear-mongering and the manipulation of the Umbralfians. In the end, all of us, including them, only care about not dropping dead all of a sudden, Neron added with a look of sadness. They've been swayed by the Umbralfians' empty promises of a brighter future, a future where their needs are met and their voices heard. The Umbralfians claim to empathize with the plight of the northern people, exploiting their desperation and dissatisfaction to fight for them. Village after village, tribe after tribe, our people have taken up arms to join the Umbralfians, blindly believing in a better tomorrow. Even if the Umbralfians truly keep their promise, a lot of people are going to die, and I don't think it is worth it. Some of the tribes are neutral, but the situation is still looking very bad. The gravity of the situation was palpable. As Asher considered Neron's words, it was evident that the conflict had been long in the making. However, he never expected that it was a long-dead race manipulating everything in the shadows. This explained the poisoning of the waters. It was only something they could be capable of doing without revealing themselves. For the Ravager to banish them, it could only mean the Umbralfians were no pushover. Their cunning manipulation of the desperate northern people and the sudden control over the Kraken created an unprecedented threat that had to be addressed quickly, before the entire Bloodburn Kingdom was plunged into chaos. Losing the northern lands would mean losing almost 1/3 of the Bloodburn Kingdom's strength, and that would be a blow this kingdom may not recover from. Neron inhaled deeply, the gravity of their situation apparent on his weary face. What do you suggest we do, Your Highness? He asked, desperate for a plan of action. Asher's brow furrowed in determination as he met Neron's gaze. Our first priority is to fight back and crush the Umbralfians. We can address the rebellion and its root causes afterward. His voice gained an urgent edge as he continued, I need you to rally every man and woman capable of wielding a weapon. Time is of the essence. The battle we face today will not only determine the fate of the northern lands, but the very future of this kingdom itself. The air between them crackled with intensity, charged by the weight of Asher's words. Neron's eyes sparked with newfound resolve. Understanding the importance of the task at hand, he nodded firmly, ready to take action. I'll gather our people and prepare them for battle, Neron said, his voice steady and resolute. We will stand by your side, Your Highness, though we would need even large armies to fight back, especially when only a few of us are against this rebellion. Asher subtly smiled as he said confidently, "Don't worry about it, my Dragon Legion is on the way as we speak, and even more will be sent right after by the Crown." A broken bar elsewhere, atop a tower overlooking the turbulent seas and the chaos brewing below, stood a middle-aged man with a long, white beard. His tall, sturdy frame was cloaked in a dark blue robe adorned with the symbol of a creature resembling a crab upon his chest. The man's pale face was a mask of severity, his sunken eyes and uncanny red irises striking fear into the hearts of any who met his gaze. He was Thorin Thorn, Lord of House Thorn and the highest authority in the Northern Lands. His icy expression surveyed the scene of rebellion and strife, watching as the people fought back against the guards, determined to make their demands heard. Edmund approached his father from behind, resentment simmering in his voice. "These peasants are ungrateful, father. Allow me to handle this. I'll use our forces to crush this pitiful uprising within hours and ensure they learn their lesson through fear. Then we will deal with those Umbrolfians." Thorin turned his cold gaze upon his son, his voice laced with disdain. "Do not speak like a fool, Edmund. Without these people, the Northern Lands would wither and die. We would be the ones to suffer in the end." He paused before continuing, "Your duty is to gather more troops and coordinate with our vassals to help defend against any imminent attack. Your sister and mother are already in the fray. Do your part. There is no telling when the Kraken will appear again." As he said the final sentence, Thorin's voice became even more grave. Edmund seethed internally, feeling belittled by his father's assignment of menial tasks, but he dared not protest. With a stiff bow, he managed to say, "As you wish, father, I will see to it." However, inwardly he was already brewing plans of his own. This was a good opportunity to gain himself more fame. A broken bar in the once secure halls of the Demonstone Castle, unease had settled like an unwelcome guest, gripping the hearts of the nobility and officials alike. Rowena, though resolved to maintain her composure, found herself haunted by a growing sense of foreboding. Her dreams were troubled, filled with dark visions of her kingdom consumed by a storm, and an unseen menace that seemed to stalk her every step. And right now, she presided over a gathering of her most dependable vassals, officials, and military commanders. Siren, her royal advisor, and his son Sylvan stood on one side of the table along with Rebecca. Rowena turned her gaze to Lord Stormrider, a towering figure from the Drakivor race, and inquired, "Are your Dreadwings ready, Lord Stormrider?" Rowena knew Dreadwings were smaller and less powerful than dragons, but their advantage in numbers would provide invaluable aerial support, and it was easier to control them. Lord Stormrider thumped his chest proudly, his powerful and firm voice resonating throughout the room. "Your Majesty, the Dreadwings stand prepared for your command." Satisfied, Rowena looked to Sren, who, anticipating her question, leaned forward. "Your Majesty, the Crimson Army, 50,000 strong, awaits your orders. Furthermore, the Shadow Stalkers have already been dispatched to gather intel on the Umbrolfians." Rowena nodded, recognizing the strategic value of the stealthy and well-trained Shadow Stalkers, particularly their expertise in reconnaissance. Sylvan spoke up next with an earnest look. "Your Majesty, I have assumed temporary leadership of the Infernal Guards in my brother's absence. We will vigilantly guard the northern borders to prevent the rebellion from seeping outside the north." Rebecca's eyes momentarily hardened upon hearing his words before returning to normal. Other lords from various houses pledged their support, assuring Queen Rowena that their forces were prepared to confront the uprising. Rowena addressed the assembled crowd, her voice firm and resolute. "Our top priority is to vanquish the Umbrolfians, regain control of the Kraken with the help of House Thorn, and protect the people of the Northern Lands. We must minimize the loss of our people as much as possible, even if we are at war." Rebecca suddenly leaned forward, seeking permission. "May I, Your Majesty?" Rowena granted it with a nod, and Rebecca crossed her arms, offering her own strategy. "Your Majesty, why not deploy our dragons as a show of force? The sight alone would strike fear into the hearts of the Umbrolfians and rebels, causing them to lay down their arms." Rowena shook her head. "Our dragons are powerful, but they cannot best the Kraken in its domain, the sea. Additionally, their immense power is difficult to control. and we risk significant collateral damage in the middle of a war. However, if the situation worsens, I won't hesitate to utilize them." Rebecca furrowed her brow but nodded with a slight smile as she said, "You're right, Your Majesty. Your plan is indeed the wisest course of action. I stand ready to follow any orders you give." Despite gathering all these powerful lords and people here to fight this war, Rowena couldn't shake off the uneasiness, especially since the Kraken was not in their control. The Umberolfians was also a powerful race with ancient origins, and she could only pray this war doesn't last too long. She knew some of their history and how they were once considered to be the strongest race that ruled the northern seas along with their guardian, the Kraken. Other than that, her kingdom had never gone to a war of this scale for centuries, and so she couldn't help but feel worried for the future of the kingdom. Asher being out there was also a cause of uneasiness for her, but at the same time, him being out there was a source of hope for her. In the dark, fathomless depths of the sea, where even the bravest of sailors dared not venture, an ethereal glow pierced the blackness. Here, in a vast and otherworldly underwater chamber, the ancient race of Umberolfians gathered in restless anticipation. Their sinuous forms glided through the water, their scaled skin reflecting the dim, flickering light with an eerie luminescence. Tendrils of swirling power pulsed through the currents, a testament to the terrible strength that lay within these beings of the deep. At the heart of the gathering, seated upon twin obsidian thrones, were two daunting figures, King Meraxa and Queen Narisara, the undisputed rulers of the Umberolfians. Meraxa, his powerful form adorned with the iridescent scales of 1,000 hues, sat with an air of haughty pride, his keen eyes surveying the assembled multitude. His broad, angular features bore a regal countenance, and the shifting, abyssal tattoos that adorned his skin marked him as a formidable warrior. Queen Narisara, her slender, lithe body adorned with armor made from the darkest depths of the ocean floor, was an imposing figure in her own right, with her sleek, aquamarine scales that seemed to dance like the shifting sea. Her sharp, calculating gaze betrayed an intelligence and determination that would not be easily quelled. Her powerful control over the water element and ancient knowledge was feared and respected by all who knew her, and her ruthlessness was matched only by her resolve. General Varaxos, a towering, fiercely loyal warrior with deep blue, armored scales, and piercing eyes, stood by his king's side, ready to heed his command. His unwavering devotion to the royal couple and his unmatched prowess in battle made him a force to be reckoned with. "My king and queen," Varaxos began, his voice echoing through the cavern like the call of a rumbling earthquake, "our preparations are complete, our forces are ready to rise from the depths and crush them." The murmurs of the gathered Umberolfians reached a fever pitch as they heard these words. King Meraxa furrowed his brows and asked Varaxos in a deep voice, "Are you really sure everything is prepared? What about their dragons?" Varaxos raised the confidence in his tone as if to convince his king as he said, "We have yet to see any dragons, Your Majesty, and there is no need to worry about unnecessary things. Their dragons are no match for our guardian." Queen Narisara suddenly spoke up with a fervid look in her eyes. King Meraxa cleared his throat as he nodded subtly, "I do know that, Narisara. I was only asking for the sake of our people." Queen Narisara gave a brief hum before rising gracefully from her throne, her steely gaze sweeping over the assembly. In a voice that commanded attention and respect, she addressed her subjects, "My brethren, the time has come for us to reclaim what is rightfully ours. We have been left to rot for thousands of years, but the surfaced dwellers have forgotten our oath, and it is time for us to remind them of the power we wield. We shall take back our ancestral lands, and we shall show them the might of the depths. Remember, a broken bar, our ancestors are watching, and we won't let their sacrifice be in vain." King Meraxa took a deep breath as he rose from his throne as well and stepped forward as he said in a deep, sea-shaking voice, "Your queen couldn't be more right. With our guardian, the Kraken, by our side, there is no stopping us. Today will be the beginning of the fall of the Bloodburn Kingdom." Rawaa! A thunderous roar of approval echoed through the chamber, the fervor of the gathered Umberolfians surging like a tidal wave. King Meraxa, maintaining his serious expression, inclined his head solemnly, the very picture of resolute leadership, but deep within the depths of his unreadable gaze, his eyes momentarily flickered. As the Umbralfians rallied to the call of their king and queen, the fathomless ocean began to tremble with the gathering storm of their intent. A broken bar night had fallen over the northern lands, casting a veil of darkness upon the landscape. Edmund, discontent with his father's decision to sideline him, had mustered a small band of loyal men, determined to demonstrate his own brutal approach to quell the rebellion. Under the cloak of night, they gathered, blending with the shadows that danced in the flickering torchlight. Edmund, cloaked in dark blue, addressed his men with an icy tone. "Listen closely. Our task tonight is to strike terror into the hearts of these ungrateful rebels. We shall extinguish their hope and make them understand the cost of their insolence. We will eradicate their families to remind everyone of the price of rebellion. Remember, leave none alive." His men, each selected for their loyalty and ruthlessness, nodded solemnly, accepting their grim mission without hesitation. They ventured forth, their footsteps echoing softly in the darkness, as they stalked through the small villages that had given refuge to the rebels. The first village, unsuspecting and unprepared, was consumed by terror as Edmund and his men descended upon them. They kicked down doors, dragged people from their beds, and silenced their screams with cold steel. The air grew thick with terror and the scent of blood. "No, please," a woman begged, shielding her children from the advancing soldiers. "We were only trying to survive. Spare us." Edmund glared at her, a twisted smile playing on his lips. "You think just because all of your measly lives were at stake, you all could rebel against your masters? That is an unforgivable offense, and for that, you will all pay the price. Let this be a lesson to you and those who would dare to defy House Thorn." One by one, the screams were silenced, and the night air was filled with the distant wails of the dying. In the center of the village, Edmund's men piled the lifeless bodies of the rebels and their families, setting the macabre scene alight with torches. Flames roared into the sky, painting the village in an eerie orange glow, a horrifying testament to the lengths Edmund Thorn would go to in order to suppress dissent. As the fire crackled and consumed the dead, Edmund gazed at the devastation wrought by his hand, a perverse satisfaction filling his eyes. He turned to his men and said, "Tonight, we have sent a message that none shall forget. The rebellion will soon be a mere whisper in the wind. Now, we move on to the next village. The night is young, and there is much work to be done. We have to be quick before the Umbralfians or the Krakener." Suddenly, Edmund felt the ground beneath him tremble, and a low, menacing rumble echoed from the nearby sea. He and his men exchanged uneasy glances, their senses suddenly heightened, gripped by an inexplicable feeling of impending doom. As they scanned the darkness, the shadows seemed to writhe and twist, gradually revealing a group of a dozen unsettling shadows marching toward them, towering figures with slick, dark skin and fearsome aquatic features. They were a chilling sight to behold. It didn't take a second longer for Edmund and his men to realize that these were the Umbralfians. Leading the group was General Varaxos, one of the strongest warriors whose very presence commanded respect and fear. His gaze landed on the group of vampires ahead as his powerful voice boomed across the battlefield. "Crush these insolent vermin. Let their blood bathe our lands to mark our return." Edmund's shock quickly turned into a defiant rage. He had never imagined he would come face to face with these dreaded Umbralfians, let alone have the chance to confront them. His men, sensing the danger, implored, "My lord, please leave and let us buy you enough time. Only cowards would run away from the battlefield," snapped Edmund, his pride wounded by their suggestion. "We have the advantage in numbers and strength. If we stand and fight, we can vanquish these monsters and claim victory." Edmund had already observed that 9 out of the 10 of them weren't stronger than him. Only the large one in the front seemed to possess a threat. However, he was confident he could take the big one down using the sheer advantage in numbers. With that confidence, Edmund rallied his men, and together they launched themselves into battle against the dozen Umbralfians. Steel clashed against thick scales and dark magic, and the air filled with the cacophony of war cries and anguished screams. Edmund's confidence surged as he struck down 2 Umbralfians, his heart pounding with the thrill of battle. But when he turned around, A chilling realization washed over him. All of his men lay dead, save for the single soldier beside him. Varaxo's imposing figure stood with one foot on a fallen warrior's corpse, his deadly gaze fixed on Edmund. "Are you a young lord from House Thorn?" Varaxos growled, recognition dawning in his eyes as he took in the colors and symbol adorning Edmund's cloak. Edmund's hands grew clammy as he gripped his sword, doing his best to steady his voice. "I am, and my house will be the one to eradicate you and your kind." Suddenly, in that moment, Edmund made a desperate choice, shoving the man beside him toward Varaxos. "Buy me time, I'll return with the cavalry." The man's eyes widened in shock, but he steeled himself and charged forward, weapon in hand to fulfill his duty. Varaxos barely spared him a glance before crushing his skull with a brutal swing of his glowing mace. Without even glancing at the crumpling body falling to the ground, Varaxos hurled the mace at Edmund's fleeing back with devastating force. Edmund's eyes widened, and he frantically channeled his mana into a shield to protect himself, but the impact was shattering and his shield crumbled under the force of the blow, sending him flying through the air before crashing into a nearby cottage. A broken bar. He coughed up blood, gasping for breath as the pain racked his body. With trembling hands, Edmund clutched a dark blue gemstone, his eyes wide with fear and desperation. As he crushed the gem between his fingers, a chilling energy radiated from the shattered fragments. The night air grew colder as an eerie dark blue glow filled the area, casting haunting shadows on Edmund's gaunt face. From the swirling mass of energy, an undead flying beast took shape. Its large wings, covered in tattered and decaying flesh, stretched out wide, while its lifeless eyes stared ahead with an eerie, otherworldly light. The creature's skeletal talons reached down, gripping Edmund's shoulders firmly as it lifted him into the air, soaring away with a bone-chilling screech. Varaxos and his Umbral Fiend soldiers arrived on the scene moments later, their sinister forms illuminated by the fading blue light. One of the Umbral Fiends looked up at the retreating figure in the sky and growled, "What now, General Varaxos? He has escaped." Varaxos scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Let the coward flee," he said, his eyes narrowing as he watched Edmund vanish into the darkness. "His escape won't change a thing. House Thorn will crumble before us, and all those who stand in our way will share their fate." His words hung heavily in the air, a dark promise of the destruction to come. The Umbral Fiends exchanged sinister glances, their resolve only strengthened by their general's unwavering conviction. Under the blood moon's malevolent glow, Thorin Thorn stood with an icy determination, his wife, Esther, standing at his side with an ice-cold resolve. Sabina smirked in anticipation of the bloodshed to come. The chilling wind swept through the silent ranks of their 20,000 strong Death Wardens, the elite vampires adept in death magic and other blood arts. The Death Wardens were House Thorn's strongest troops, and every soul in the kingdom knew how terrifying they were. Each of them was at least at the Soul Reaper rank, and just their collective aura would send shivers down anyone's spine. Even if they were only 20,000, it was said that their strength was comparable to the Crimson Army of House Drake. Beside them were thousands of other soldiers, each from House Thorn's vassals. Thorin's voice was emotionless as he said to Esther, "Going to war with the dead race and the Kraken running amok a broken bar. We are being tested. The outcome of this war will decide our fate." Esther subtly nodded, her voice equally detached, though her eyes were grim. "Our ancestors had prepared us for the worst. No matter the cost, we won't go down today." Sabina's eyes gleamed with excitement, her lips curling into a cruel smile. "That is how it should be, Mother. Oh, the glorious chaos that awaits. I can hardly wait to make them suffer for putting us all through this." Rumble. Suddenly, earth beneath their feet trembled, and the seas roared with an almost sentient fury. The armies of House Thorn braced themselves for the impending cataclysm. The soldiers tensed, gripping their weapons tightly as the crashing waves heralded the arrival of their adversaries. All of a sudden, the sea erupted in a cacophony of water and power, as the dark silhouettes of the Umbral Fiend army emerged from the depths, casting ominous shadows onto the land. The initial wave of shock and fear rippled through the ranks of House Thorn and their allies as they faced the overwhelming sight of more than 40,000 Umberolthians before them. Even if it was only 40,000, they knew it was more than enough, especially since they were strongest in the presence of these seas and with the Kraken supporting them. Even if nobody knew that, the collective aura of the army of Umberolthians easily surpassed that of House Thorn and its vassals. So many? I thought the banishment was supposed to make them wither away and not let them breed like worms, Sabina mumbled with blinking eyes, though taking a look at this not-so-dead race, she knew their power shouldn't be underestimated. Esther shot a glance at her daughter as she said with furrowed brows, the reason behind that could very well be why they lasted so long. Gradually, two monstrous forms materialized among their legions, their imposing presence adding to the overwhelming dread emanating from the Umberolthians. Who could it be other than their King Meraxa and Queen Narissara? In King Meraxa's hand was a regal scepter encrusted with an ever-shifting blue gemstone that seemed to represent the fury of the seas, and in Queen Narissara's hand was a gracefully crafted bow carved from a mysterious black wood that seemed to have an ominous glow. The eyes of those on the land were drawn to the imposing figures of their foes, feeling the enormity of the threat that loomed over them. The odds were looking too bad since their army was stronger, and reinforcements from the Queen might get delayed based on which all other places the Umberolthians were attacking. They literally felt as if they were standing on a floating stone above an abyss that could crumble at any time. Thorin, despite his internal unease, maintained his icy expression. Steady, he ordered his forces, his voice chilling. Let them come, we shall show them our true might and let their corpses drown to the depths of our seas. As the vast army of Umberolthians emerged from the depths of the sea, they were greeted by the unfamiliar sensation of air enveloping their forms. The once all-encompassing embrace of water had been replaced with the lightness of the open sky, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire host of demonic warriors hesitated, taking in the new sensation. Intrigued and captivated by the novelty of this experience, the Umberolthians reveled in the sensation of the cool breeze brushing against their scales, the wind whispering secrets that had long been drowned out by the rhythmic pulse of the ocean. They spread their webbed limbs wide, attempting to embrace the vastness that now surrounded them, even as their cold gazes remained locked on the enemy before them. A lot of them even had their eyes tear up as they realized that this was the air from their ancestral lands that had been taken from them. Never in their dreams did they think they would get to return after thousands of years. They hoped their ancestors were watching them right now. Queen Narissara's heart swelled with a mixture of pride and sorrow as she observed her people's reactions. The sight of even the most hardened Umberolthian warriors tearing up at the sensation of their ancestral air was a potent reminder of the heavy burden she bore as their queen. Though her expression remained stoic and composed, she could not help but feel the sting of emotion in her chest, a deep yearning to reclaim their homeland for her people. Narissara's eyes flicked to her husband, Meraxa, whose hardened gaze softened as he shared her sentiments at this moment. He never expected he would be feeling this moved once he smelled the air for the first time in his life. All he knew about the surface was from the tales and stories of his ancestors. However, he blinked his eyes when his wife suddenly stepped forward. Her face twisted into a mixture of contempt and resentment as she stepped forward and addressed Thorin in a voice dripping with spite. "Some things never change," she sneered. "Your ancestors once stood upon these lands with the same arrogance, driving our people into the abyss, but this time, you usurpers shall drown in those very depths." Meraxa cleared his throat, stepped forward, and plunged the sharp end of his scepter into the ground, causing cracks to spread over the ground. His voice boomed like a clap of thunder, echoing across the battlefield. "As much as I long to see your blood seep into the sea, I will offer you all one final chance to surrender, for your pitiful armies are no match for ours." Narissara's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to her husband. "Why would you say such a thing?" she questioned. Meraxa's expression remained serious as he responded, "The lives of our people are more precious than anything else. If there is even a slight chance that we can crush these usurpers without shedding a single drop of our blood, would that not be preferable?" Her gaze softened, but she remained unconvinced. There will be no end to this war without bloodshed, and we are owed our fair share, she insisted. Thorin's cold eyes met those of the Umberalfiend monarchs as he delivered his terse reply, "Only the dead can surrender among us." That single sentence, laden with grim finality, signaled the beginning of an inevitable war. There could be no turning back. Meraxa scoffed at his words and let out a derisive laugh. With a commanding shout, he ordered his troops, "Charge and annihilate the usurpers." Thorin responded with a silent hand gesture, directing his own forces to engage in the bloody battle that lay before them. As the armies surged forward, the air boomed with the cries of the armies on both sides, and the ground shook with the weight of their determination. The armies of House Thorn and their vassals were divided into three formidable factions, with each of the Thorn leaders at the helm. The Umberalfiends responded in kind, splitting their forces into three divisions to confront their enemies head-on. Thorin strode forward with deliberate, unhurried steps, his ghostly red eyes locking on to a throng of Umberalfiends, each at least at the Soul Reaper rank, charging towards him, their battle cries echoing through the night. Unperturbed, Thorin raised his hands, a dark blue orb of energy crackling to life between his palms. As the ravenous Umberalfiends drew near, he clapped his hands together, unleashing a devastating shockwave that obliterated them and reduced them to piles of lifeless bones. Despite their Soul Reaper rank, they had fallen before they could even strike. This display of Thorin's raw power sent a surge of confidence and admiration through his troops, who now viewed their lord as an unstoppable force of nature. Surely, his power as a soul devourer wasn't to be taken lightly at all. This was their first time seeing him engage in a war, and they were truly left with their jaws agape upon seeing his prowess. They had already heard rumors of how their lord gets stronger with each kill, and now they felt the rumor might very well be true. On another battlefield, the enigmatic Esther stood in the center of her own formation, a terrifying specter looming just behind her. Cloaked in ragged, blood-stained dark blue robes, the gaunt figure of the Death Knight was a harbinger of despair, its skeletal visage locked in a grimace of pain and malice. No one dared approach the ghastly entity, well aware of its reputation as the infamous harbinger of death, an undead S-rank hunter brought low by Esther's own hand decades prior. The whispers and rumors spoke of her mastery of death arts, allowing her to raise and enhance this monstrosity to be even more fearsome than in its previous life. And yet, the men knew the bond between the Death Knight and Esther held unseen risks. The possibility of dire consequences should the creature be vanquished in battle. Still, they felt the chances of that happening were low enough to not consider it a possibility. As dozens of Umberalfiends rushed toward her position, Esther remained composed and collected, her icy gaze never wavering. Turning her attention to the Death Knight, she gave a subtle nod, prompting the monster to release a bone-chilling growl as it stepped past her. Grasping its sinister longsword in a skeletal grip, the Death Knight stood its ground, an imposing and sinister figure amidst the battlefield. As the Umberalfiends bore down on it with ravenous fury, the horrifying creature remained eerily still, like the calm at the heart of a storm. As the nightmarish assailants closed the distance, their blades and fangs glinting in the moonlight, and then, in a blur of motion almost too swift for the eye to follow, the Death Knight sprang into action. With a flick of its skeletal wrist, the dark longsword carved through the air, singing a haunting dirge as it sliced through the nearest Umberalfiend, cleaving it in twain. The Umberalfiend's eyes widened with terror and disbelief as its body slumped to the ground, lifeless and limp. But the Death Knight was far from finished. It spun around with a dancer's grace, its ghastly robes billowing around it like the wings of a vengeful spectre. The monstrous undead brought its sword down in a vicious arc, severing the limbs of several Umberalfiends in one fell swoop. Their agonized cries swallowed by the cacophony of battle. As the Death Knight continued its grim dance of death, the once fearsome pack of Umberalfiends found themselves cut down in mere moments, their lifeblood staining the cold, hard earth. The undead warrior's soulless dark blue eyes held no remorse or hesitation, only an unending thirst for destruction, and with each swing of its sword, it further solidified its place as a nightmarish legend of the battlefield. The remaining Umberalfiends, once so full of bloodlust and rage, now felt the icy grip of terror clutching at their hearts. One by one, they stumbled back, eyes wide with horror as they beheld the relentless carnage wrought by the terrifying creature that was the Death Knight. Some of them had managed to land their attacks on this monster, but it remained undaunted. The very sight of the grotesque, skeletal figure looming over their fallen brethren was enough to fill them with a dread so primal, so deep-rooted, that it threatened to shatter their minds. Meanwhile, in the third group, Sabina stood poised and serene behind her troops, her eyes closed in deep concentration, as if she were lost in the throes of a divine trance. The Umberolfians threw themselves at her soldiers with desperate abandon, yet she remained unfazed, her focus unbroken. A sinister, dark blue light began to radiate from her body, slowly but surely enveloping the battlefield in its ghastly embrace. As seconds passed, this light only began to grow in size as it projected from her body in every direction. Within just a few moments, this dark light had covered hundreds of meters. The Umberolfians who were attacking her group were confused by this creepy light that was shrouding them. However, they ignored it and continued fighting, but their eyes widened when they suddenly felt their vitality getting sapped and their strength weakening, making them vulnerable to attacks and unable to recover from injuries. However, Sabina's army wasn't surprised since they all knew this was one of the most deadly spells she knew, infamously known as Death's Grasp, a spell notorious for its power to drain the life from those ensnared within its aura, had lived up to its fearsome reputation. The Umberolfians' strength ebbed with each passing moment, their once fearsome might reduced to a pale shadow of its former self. Wounds that would once have closed quickly now gaped open and unhealing, leaving the attackers weakened and vulnerable. Sabina's face remained tranquil, even as a sadistic smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Her eyes fluttered open, and she reveled in the sight of the despairing Umberolfians as they struggled to fight on in the face of their imminent demise. Amidst the chaos of battle, Sabina's soldiers felt their morale swell as they witnessed the decimation of their once formidable adversaries. They fought on with renewed vigor, bolstered by the knowledge that, under the protection of Lady Sabina and her deadly magic, they can make it through. Queen Narissara's eyes narrowed as she surveyed the battlefield, watching the seemingly unstoppable powerhouses of House Thorn and the soldiers near them having their morale increased. Their growing confidence, however, only served to stoke the fires of the wrath. Fools, she muttered with a scornful curl of her lips, they celebrate far too soon. With a decisive gesture, she produced a large conch from the depths of her flowing robes and placed it against her lips. As she blew, a haunting, low note echoed across the battlefield, barely audible above the din of battle. To most of those locked in combat, the sound was easily dismissed, barely even noticeable in the heat of the fray. But then, the earth itself trembled violently beneath their feet, causing even the most stalwart warriors to falter, some toppling to the ground, unable to maintain their balance. Panic surged through the ranks of House Thorn's soldiers as their eyes were drawn to the churning waves beyond the shores. Towering tidal waves crashed against one another, and the air was rent with a terrible, screeching roar that reverberated like a storm of thunder. A monstrous shadow loomed over the petrified soldiers huddled near the shore. They knew, in the depths of their souls, that they faced a doom from which there could be no escape, for their fates were sealed in the presence of the Kraken. As the Kraken rose from the depths, a hushed silence fell over the battlefield, an eerie calm before the storm. The warriors of House Thorn and their allies stared, wide-eyed and aghast, at the monstrous apparition that loomed before them. The Kraken was a monstrous behemoth of the deep, an aquatic titan that struck terror into the hearts of those who beheld it. Its body resembled that of a titanic crab, spanning over 100 meters in length and easily dwarfing any ship that dared to sail the open seas. Its colossal legs, each thick as a massive oak and covered in armored chitin, extended outward in a nightmarish display of predatory menace. The carapace that protected its gargantuan body was a dark, murky green, nearly black in the shadows, crisscrossed with deep grooves and scars from countless battles fought in the long past. Some say it kept those scars on purpose as a reminder of its mistakes in the past. The creature's head was a horrifying sight in its own right, with rows of razor-sharp mandibles clicking and clattering, and a pair of beady, malevolent eyes that gleamed with predatory intelligence. Upon its back, an array of spiny, bone-like protrusions jutted out at twisted angles, each one easily the size of a small ship's mast. These spines were covered in a viscous, toxic mucus that dripped from their jagged tips, sizzling and hissing as it met the sea. Its massive pincers, each one dwarfing a war chariot, were lined with rows of razor-sharp serrations and possessed a crushing strength that could effortlessly tear through stone and the metal. As the kraken emerged from the depths, its countless smaller limbs, armed with hooked barbs, thrashed through the water, sending a violent maelstrom of churning waves toward the shore and swallowing the unfortunate souls near the shores. The sight of the destruction caused by the kraken by just showing itself was enough to break even the most stalwart of spirits, and a palpable dread settled over the gathered forces like a suffocating shroud. Seasoned fighters, hardened by years of conflict, felt their mouths go dry and their limbs tremble as they stared in abject terror at the gargantuan beast. Whispers and muttered prayers to devils filled the air as men and women alike clutched their weapons in a futile attempt to find some semblance of security. Even from dozens of miles away from the battlefield, the people could get a glimpse of the towering figure of this colossal monster, making most of them take refuge in their homes while praying for their lives. Those who had been at the front lines, boldly facing the onslaught of the Umbrelfians, now felt their courage seep away like water through a sieve. As the kraken's thunderous screech tore through the air, shattering the eerie silence, it seemed to herald the end of all hope for those who had dared to stand against the wrath of the abyss. The trembling soldiers looked to their leaders for guidance, but even the usually stoic and unshakable figures of Thorin, Esther, and Sabina showed a flicker of unease as they gazed upon the sea monster. The odds had suddenly and irrevocably shifted against them, and the impending doom cast a grim shadow over their hearts. Thorin's eyes narrowed, his expression betraying the first flickers of uncertainty. "The kraken," he whispered, his voice taut with tension, "their queen has summoned the bane of the deep. It seems like she truly has control over it." Even Esther, usually the picture of icy composure, was unable to suppress a shudder. "This changes everything," she admitted grimly. "If the kraken had truly gone amok, then it wouldn't be bad, since the Umbrelfians would have to deal with it as well." But reality was far more disappointing. Sabina's grin faltered for the first time as she too realized the gravity of the situation, but as the young lady of her house, she was determined to make a stand as she sent a message to her parents. "Father, you can make the necessary preparations for the worst. Mother and I will buy enough time." Esther briefly glanced at her daughter from afar before sending a message to her husband. "Sabina is right, we have to be ready for the worst." Thorin furrowed his brows as his mind raced through all kinds of options. He didn't want to leave the battlefield and let the women of his house deal with this on their own while also lessening the morale of his army. Still, he knew the weight of the decision he must take for the sake of the survival of his house, even if it comes at a huge cost. And so he sent a message back to them. "I will do it, but don't do anything reckless." He then sent a message to his wife alone, Esther. Keep an eye on Sabina. Esther knew why he said that and said plainly, "Yes, I will." The kraken's arrival on the battlefield was like the coming of an apocalyptic storm, its immense presence leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. With each ponderous movement, the very earth seemed to groan beneath its weight, as though unable to bear the burden of such a monstrous creature. The air was thick with the stench of brine and blood, a nauseating miasma that clung to the throats of all who stood before the Leviathan. Like a nightmare come to life, the kraken stepped onto the land and swept through the ranks of House Thorn and their vassals with merciless abandon. Massive, chitinous claws, razor-sharp and capable of cleaving through steel, reached out to snatch up hapless warriors like insects caught in a spider's web. The sickening crunch of armor and bone, the screams of the dying, filled the air as the kraken wrought its terrible destruction. Huge, gnarled legs, each the width of a mighty oak, crushed both man and beast as they moved inexorably forward, flattening entire swathes of the battlefield beneath their relentless tread. The ground trembled with each thunderous step, opening jagged fissures that swallowed up those who were too slow or too paralyzed with fear to escape. And yet, the most terrifying aspect of the Kraken's assault was not the physical destruction it wrought, but the psychological torment it inflicted upon the survivors. In the face of such overwhelming power, morale crumbled like a sandcastle against the tide, and panic spread through the ranks like wildfire. Soldiers who had once stood shoulder to shoulder, united against a common foe, now turned and fled in abject terror, their faith in their leaders and their cause shattered like so much glass. A surge of awe and admiration swept through the Umbrelfiend army upon seeing their mighty guardian punishing the usurpers who had shackled it for too long. The air thickened with a sense of triumph and empowerment as they watched it unleash destruction upon their enemies. The sight of the Kraken wreaking havoc, tearing through the ranks of House Thorn and its vassals like an unstoppable force of nature, sent a shiver of exhilaration down the spines of the Umbrelfiends. A collective war cry roared through their ranks, their voices united in a blood-chilling chorus that resonated with the deep rumble of the Kraken's wrath. Esther's resolve, cold and unwavering, refused to waver in the face of the terrifying Kraken. Before Thorin had departed, she had issued a command to some of her most capable soldiers, instructing them to prepare the Kraken Piercer, one of their deadliest weapons. This gargantuan burlister had been designed with the express purpose of firing massive, enchanted bolts, capable of cleaving through multiple targets in a single, devastating trajectory. Each bolt was said to hold a sliver of the Kraken's own power, making it the ideal weapon to wound the mighty beast. However, the sheer destructive force of the Kraken Piercer necessitated a lengthy charging process. Fortunately, Esther's foresight had ensured the weapon had been charging since the war's inception, and now, as the Kraken rampaged through their forces, the moment had come to unleash its might. Esther's icy gaze locked onto the Kraken, her hand rising to signal the order, boom. With a thunderous boom, the Kraken Piercer unleashed its deadly payload, the giant, dark blue bolt streaking through the air with a speed that defied comprehension. The Kraken, for all its size and power, could not avoid the incoming projectile. The enchanted bolt slammed into one of its joints, causing the beast to screech in pain as blood gushed forth from the wound. The sight of the legendary creature injured, if only momentarily, sparked hope anew within the ranks of House Thorn and its vassals, yet, their elation was short-lived. The Kraken plunged its wounded pincer into the sea, and in the span of a few heartbeats, it emerged completely healed. The soldiers stared, jaws agape, as they bore witness to the regenerative prowess that made the Kraken an almost unstoppable force when in contact with water. Despite this unnerving revelation, Esther remained outwardly unshaken. She knew that her task was to buy time, to slow the Kraken's assault and stave off the Umbrelfiends until Thorin's return. However, even with her steely determination, she couldn't suppress the doubt that crept into her heart, the nagging fear that not only their house's fate hung in the balance but the entire northern lands. As the air of despair hung heavily over House Thorn and its allies, the dark clouds above seemed to swirl and congregate, hinting at an impending change. Whoosh! Without warning, a massive, searing column of flames burst forth from the sky, scorching everything in its path. Hundreds of Umbrelfiends were instantly reduced to ash, while others were forced to retreat from the overwhelming power and heat. Heads snapped upward in shock and terror, searching for the source of this unexpected and devastating attack. Among the swirling clouds, a massive, imposing silhouette took shape, accompanied by smaller, though still formidable, shadows. Roar! The air suddenly reverberated with a sky-rending roar that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The clouds began to part, revealing an immense shadow that seemed to stretch on for at least 50 meters. As the skies cleared further, they could discern smaller, but no less massive, silhouettes surrounding the central figure, and then, the majestic creature at the heart of the formation emerged from the shadows, its scales shimmering in the sunlight like molten gold. The dragon, a colossal beast with a sinuous, serpentine body, powerful wings, and razor-sharp claws, exuded a sense of both terror and awe. Upon its head, a pair of curving horns jutted out like a deadly crown, and its eyes burned with an otherworldly intelligence. Everyone except the Umbrelfians easily recognized this frightening beast. This awe-inspiring creature was Floralis, the mighty and second strongest dragon who served as the blood-bound companion of Rowena. The Bloodburn Queen, seated atop the dragon's back, the Bloodburn Queen surveyed the battlefield with a gaze as piercing as the edge of her blade and with an air of undeniable majesty. She was clad in an exquisite black armor that seemed to emanate an aura of both elegance and intimidation. The armor was forged from the finest obsidian, imbued with runes that channeled her dark power and amplified her strength. It hugged her figure tightly, accentuating her lithe, deadly form, while providing ample protection without sacrificing mobility. She also wore a striking black crown that captured the attention of all who saw her. The dark, metallic circlet was adorned with the symbol of a dragon head that showcased the might of her house. At the center of the crown, two imposing black horns emerged, curving upwards in a menacing arc, reminiscent of the strongest powerhouse in the Bloodburn Kingdom. Her body radiated a commanding aura, and her very presence was enough to cause the hearts of her enemies to falter. As the powerful figure of Floralis loomed over the battlefield, a deafening battle cry rose up from the ranks of the 50,000 Crimson Army soldiers who stood on the ground below. Dozens of Dreadwings also were hovering under Floralis, each ready to punish their foes from the skies. Their battle-hardened forms were a testament to their resolve, and their presence seemed to make the air tremble with anticipation. Following close behind the vanguard of the Crimson Army, thousands more soldiers amassed, each one ready and willing to face the Umbrelfians in defense of their kingdom. As this awe-inspiring army gathered its strength, a renewed sense of hope surged through the hearts of House Thorn and its allies. The battlefield suddenly felt charged with new life, as the soldiers of House Thorn and its allies looked upon their queen and Floralis with renewed hope and vigor. Most of the Umbrelfians, in contrast, felt the first icy tendrils of dread wrap around their hearts upon seeing their fellow people get turned to ashes within just a second by this dragon that sent chills through their blood. The dragon had purposefully targeted some of the strongest among them, each of them at least a peak soul reaper, and yet they didn't even realize what killed them. And seeing the master of this dragon, the Bloodburn Queen, only made it worse. They could feel the fury radiating from her cold crimson eyes that were looking down upon them. They had underestimated the might of their foes, and it was becoming increasingly clear that this battle was far from decided. A glimmer of relief flashed across Esther's face as she beheld the timely arrival of the Queen and her fearsome reinforcements, but unlike her soldiers, she wasn't jubilant upon seeing Floralis and the Dreadwings. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, followed the movement of the colossal sea monster. Its massive body writhed and contorted in the roiling waves, mustering the energy to unleash one of its most fearsome abilities. From deep within its colossal frame, the Kraken began to draw upon the ancient and dark magic that had coursed through its veins. As it harnessed this terrifying power, the monster's eyes glowed a sickly green, casting eerie shadows on the waters that churned and frothed beneath it. Cree-ee-ee. Then, with a guttural screech that shook the very foundations of the earth, the Kraken released the corrosive mist just like Esther expected. Like a monstrous geyser, the noxious fog erupted from its gaping maw and surged upwards, its tendrils of poison and decay spiraling into the sky above the battlefield. The mist was a swirling tempest of corruption, its sickly green hue a testament to the unimaginable suffering it could inflict. The corrosive mist spread into the skies, a toxic blanket smothering the dark clouds. The sinister fog hungrily devoured the moonlight, plunging the battlefield into a murky gloom that seemed to sap the very hope from those who beheld it. As the corrosive cloud unfurled in the air, the soldiers below stared in awe and terror at the manifestation of the Kraken's terrible power. They were glad this mist didn't engulf them but blanketed the skies, but this also meant that the Queen's dragon and any aerial support won't be able to help them. The Dreadwings recoiled in alarm as the acrid mist seeped into the air around them, obscuring their vision and chipping away at their tough scales. Each mighty beast roared in discomfort, as if beseeching their masters for guidance. Their masters acted swiftly as they guided the Dreadwings to the perimeter of the battlefield where the mist was weaker, and they can let the Dreadwings unleash hell on the Umbrelfians who managed to make it there. Rowena, perched atop Floralis, surveyed the scene with an iron will. She knew the Kraken's intentions all too well, to lure her dragon and the Dreadwings into the sea, where the beast's strength would be unmatched, but she was not about to be outmaneuvered by this powerful and intelligent foe. With a firm, reassuring pat on Floralis's scaled neck, Rowena signaled to Floralis to remain aloft. She already expected something like this and didn't want Floralis to be involved unless things were looking really bad. Her eyes, filled with determination and fire, locked onto the eerie mist below. Crimson aura gathered around her, and with a burst of speed, she dove fearlessly into the toxic mist, leaving her loyal dragon behind. "Prepare yourselves," Esther shouted to her troops, her voice strong and commanding. "Our queen has joined the fray. Stand strong and follow her lead." The Thorn soldiers, inspired by their lady's unwavering resolve and the unexpected arrival of their queen and her armies, braced themselves for the battle that was about to unfold. With renewed vigor, they locked their eyes on their formidable adversaries, ready to give their all for their queen and their land. The battlefield had become an epic maelstrom of chaos and bloodshed as tens of thousands of soldiers clashed in a frenzied whirlwind of steel and sorcery. The air was thick with the scent of blood, sweat, and death, a heady mixture that both intoxicated and repelled those who dared to inhale its pungent aroma. The screams of the wounded and dying melded with the roars of battle cries and the guttural sounds of exertion, creating a cacophonous symphony of war that echoed through the skies, blending with the terrifying roars of the Kraken, as the vast armies of House Thorn and House Drake, their vassals, and the Umbrelfians engaged in brutal combat. The landscape was trampled and torn asunder, transformed into a twisted hellscape of churned mud and shattered bodies. Soldiers charged into the fray, their faces etched with a mixture of determination and terror, knowing that for many of them, this would be their final battle. Blades clashed, and sparks flew as combatants met in mortal combat, their eyes locked on one another with a deadly intensity. Blood spurted from wounds, staining the ground red and slick with gore. Soldiers fell, their lifeless bodies becoming mere obstacles for their comrades and foes to navigate as the battle raged on. In the midst of this carnage, powerful spells lit up the sky like a pyrotechnic display of magic and destruction. Arcs of lightning crackled and thundered, incinerating those caught in their path. Icy tempests raged, their chilling touch numbing limbs and hearts alike, and through it all, the armies pressed on, their spirits fueled by their loyalty and the desperate hope that their side would ultimately prevail. Above the fray, Floralis circled warily, its keen eyes scouring the battlefield to keep an eye on its master while waiting for her orders. Its mighty wings beat the air with a force that sent tremors rippling through the already devastated land, a reminder of the power that was yet to be unleashed. On the battlefield, amidst the chaos and bloodshed, a dark, formidable figure cut through the fray like a shadowy specter. King Meraxa appeared every bit as deadly and unstoppable as his appearance suggested. Clad in his metallic armor forged from the mystical underwater lands of the sea, adorned with twisted spikes and etched with sinister runes, he was the embodiment of dread, a harbinger of doom for any who dared to stand in his way. His weapon of choice, a scepter forged from the darkest depths of the ocean, gleamed with an eerie light that seemed to drink in the very essence of the surrounding carnage. The scepter's head was a swirling vortex of dark energy, pulsating with the raw power of the abyss. As he wielded it with the deadly precision of a master, his foes could only stare in terror as their impending demise approached. King Meraxa's command over water and darkness made him a terrifying adversary. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a torrent of black, viscous water that surged towards his enemies like a ravenous beast, swallowing whole ranks of soldiers before they could even scream. The water left a trail of devastation in its wake, a testament to the dreadful might of the Umbrelfian king. In another moment, King Meraxa swept his scepter through the air, and a wave of inky darkness descended upon his foes. This darkness seeped into their very souls, chilling them to the core as their minds were assailed with visions of their worst fears. As they fell to their knees, Shuddering and begging for mercy, Meraxa strode through their ranks with merciless purpose, leaving behind a trail of lifeless bodies as their minds shattered under the relentless assault. The soldiers of the Bloodburn Kingdom were shocked to their core upon seeing how King Meraxa may very well be a mid-level soul devourer. On the other side of the battlefield, a striking figure clad in black armor emerged from the chaos, wielding a whip that crackled with fiery crimson energy. The Bloodburn Queen was a force to be reckoned with, and her presence sent a shiver of both dread and awe down the spines of those who faced her. Rowena's armor seemed to drink in the surrounding light, rendering her a terrifying vision of darkness against the backdrop of bloodshed. Intricate, dragon-like designs adorned the armor's surface, their edges sharpened to a deadly point, while the crimson eyes peering out from her helm gleamed with an intensity that belied her ruthless determination. Her whip, a living, breathing extension of her will, seemed to pulse with the very essence of her power. As she wielded it with deadly grace, the weapon hissed and writhed through the air, leaving a trail of searing flames in its wake. Each crack of her whip echoed across the battlefield like the roar of a great beast, sending enemies fleeing in terror or being consumed by the unquenchable fire. With multiple powerful pathways in her mana circuit coupled with a draconic bloodline, Rowena was an unstoppable force. As she moved through the battlefield, she deftly manipulated the blood spilled by fallen warriors, bending it to her will and shaping it into deadly red-hot weapons that pierced her foes' hearts. As each drop of blood was twisted to serve her purpose, the very air around her seemed to vibrate with the sheer intensity of her control. She summoned pillars of searing fire from the earth, incinerating her enemies where they stood and creating great walls of flame that scorched the ground and kept her foes at bay. With her black hair whipping around her as she fought, and the crimson fury in her eyes, Rowena was the embodiment of deadly beauty and power. As she cut through the enemy's ranks like a burning knife through flesh, her very presence seemed to bolster the spirits of her allies, igniting in them a renewed determination to fight and win. Within just minutes, she had burned down hundreds of umbral fiends into ashes. The umbral fiends felt suffocated under her terrifying bloody aura as she raised them to the ground. As the tumult of battle raged around them, a moment of calm seemed to settle over the field when Rowena and Meraxa finally crossed paths. Amidst the chaos of clashing steel and dying screams, the two leaders stood, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange of wills. A hush fell over the battlefield, the very air pregnant with anticipation as both armies seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between these two monarchs. Rowena's voice cut through the silence, cold and unyielding as the icy winds of the north. "You will pay the price for starting this war, King Meraxa." King Meraxa's gaze bore into her, the corners of his lips lifting in an imperious smile. "We paid enough for thousands of years. Now it is you and your kingdom's turn, Bloodborn Queen. Your reputation precedes you, being young but so powerful, but your bravado will not save your people today. Yield, and perhaps I will spare them before it's too late." Rowena's crimson eyes flared with a fire that seemed to burn from within as she gripped the handle of her whip, its crimson flames licking the air. "You should be worrying about your own life," she said in a frigid tone as she raised her blazing whip. "Ha ha ha ha." Meraxa's laughter rumbled like distant thunder, an unsettling sound as he also raised his scepter and prepared to face her without any fear. As the two powerful figures clashed, the earth seemed to tremble beneath their might, each parry and strike a testament to their skill and power. The air around them thundered with each of their attacks, charged by their fury and conflict. It became clear that the outcome of their battle could be vital to the fate of this war. A broken bar a few minutes ago, in the heart of the uncanny Dreadthorn Castle, Asher waited before large iron doors. The dimly lit hallway cast eerie shadows on the cold stone walls, heightening the sense of tension that permeated the air. Even as the sounds of war echoed from the distant battlefield, an unnatural silence seemed to envelop the space around the iron doors that separated Asher from the man he sought. As the iron doors creaked open, a hulking figure emerged from the darkness beyond. The stern, unyielding face of Lord Thorin Thorn was accentuated by the flickering lamp, casting deep shadows on his chiseled features. His cold gaze settled on Asher, a penetrating stare that seemed to see right through him. What brings you here at such a precarious time, consort Asher? Forgive my rudeness, but I do not have a minute to spare now, Thorin said, his deep voice resonating through the hallway. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an imposing figure even in the direst of circumstances. Asher's expression didn't change as he said with a subtle curve of his lips, I understand, Lord Thorin, but what if I can help end this war as long as you answer one question of mine? Thorin couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows upon hearing Asher's words, which piqued his interest. He knew that Asher was a genius with unimaginable potential, but as of now, he didn't have the power to even mitigate the impact of this war, let alone single-handedly turn the tide of this war. Nonetheless, Thorin felt that Asher wasn't the type to waste his time unnecessarily, so he asked, what might that question be? What is the Kraken's weakness? Asher inquired, his voice steady and purposeful. Thorin's brows subtly rose, not expecting this question as he responded in an aloof tone, and what makes you think the Kraken has a weakness? Asher's lips curled into a sly smile. Does it really matter? Thorin knew that Asher's reluctance to answer his question was likely because he didn't want to divulge how he had come to suspect a weakness, but the Kraken was, after all, their strongest weapon, and revealing its vulnerability could put them at a disadvantage unless there was no other choice. So he answered, even if it had won, why would I reveal it to you? Asher narrowed his eyes and posed another question. Would revealing the Kraken's weakness be worse than enduring irrecoverable losses and potentially losing the Kraken forever? Thorin's expression grew serious as he considered Asher's words. Behind the iron doors, he had been working on something that could bring down the Kraken, but at a tremendous cost and with risks even he was unable to predict. Without any guarantee his house can regain control of it. With a focused gaze, Thorin looked at Asher and admitted, the Kraken indeed has a weakness, but it is not really a weakness since nobody can take advantage of it, not even the Queen. Thorin's voice carried a heavy tone as he revealed the Kraken's only weakness. The only weakness the Kraken has is the life pearl embedded on its heart. This pearl acts as a conduit of life energy for the Kraken, sustaining its massive size, regenerative capabilities, and its mana. If the pearl gets damaged, the flow of life energy could be disrupted, causing it to weaken, have its regeneration crippled, and even fall into a state of temporary dormancy. Upon hearing this, a subtle glint flashed in Asher's eyes. It seemed as if a spark of hope had ignited within him. Thorin, however, was quick to notice the change in Asher's expression. He narrowed his eyes, and his voice took on a more serious tone. Don't get your hopes up. If there were a way to exploit this weakness, we would have done so already. The Kraken's heart is located deep within its massive body, closer to the center. Its heart is also well protected by a sea of corrosive juices that would disintegrate even a low-level soul devourer in just a few minutes. Just the pain alone would make any soul devourer retreat within seconds. Of course, there are so many other dangers lurking within the belly of that creature that will prevent you from getting to its heart. Inwardly, Asher felt that things were harder than he expected. He didn't know if he can even do this despite the confidence he was showing, but he had already thought this through. If the Bloodburn Kingdom loses this war, then it will weaken so much that it will get further crippled by enemies, waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and if that happens, then all his plans would have been for nothing, and he would never be able to get his revenge, and so, there was no choice but to desperately try and see if he could succeed or not. Pausing for a moment, Thorin fixed Asher with an intense gaze. Now do you understand now why it's futile to pursue this weakness? His gaze became absent as he added, if it wasn't, we could not only end this war before it's too late like you said, but also let my house regain control of the Kraken without much risk. Asher's expression barely changed after hearing everything as he subtly bowed his head and thanked Thorin for revealing the weakness of the Kraken. I appreciate your candor, Lord Thorin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my leave. Thorin was taken aback by Asher's unshaken demeanor despite being told how impossible it was to exploit this weakness. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly are you planning to do? With a casual shrug, Asher replied, why, I'm going to incapacitate the Kraken, of course, and with that, Asher turned on his heel and walked away, leaving behind a baffled Thorin who couldn't even think of any words to say to that. Was this young consort really going to get himself killed? Thorin stared at the retreating figure, his brow furrowed in concern and confusion. He had thought he knew what kind of man Asher was, but now, as he watched him stride away with unwavering determination, he realized that he had yet to truly comprehend the depths of his mentality. But despite being impressed by Asher's confidence, Thorin felt that it was misplaced by the arrogance of a young genius just like so many others. He didn't give it too much thought and returned to the hall behind the iron doors. Asher's life and death was least of his concern now. A broken bar. Asher stood at the edge of the battlefield, taking in the chaotic scene that lay before him. Rowena and King Meraxer were locked in fierce combat as the space around him was turning into a hellish purgatory. Asher could discern that Meraxer was, without a doubt, a powerful soul devourer, at least at the mid-level. However, the pressure was more on Rowena since Meraxer was supported by 5 of his generals who seemed to be powerful soul purgers. In a normal battle, this wouldn't be considered fair, but among demons and especially the Umbralfians who were banished for thousands of years couldn't care less about fairness. Still, he couldn't help but feel how impressive Rowena was to handle all of them on her own. No wonder, nobody ever dared to question her power. She was surely one of those geniuses who were only born once in 1,000 years. But the odds seemed to be stacked against the Bloodburn Kingdom, as the Kraken's relentless attacks continued to hinder their progress. Even though the Kraken had to hold back to avoid harming its own allies, it was still the driving force that tipped the scales in favor of their foes. It was evident that if the tide did not turn soon, the Bloodburn Kingdom would be defeated soon. Behind Asher stood one of his dependable vassals, Leonidas, still reeling from the shocking and audacious plan the royal consort had devised. Leonidas could not help but express his doubt, questioning the royal consort with a respectful yet uncertain gaze. "Your Highness, are you certain about this? Have you truly thought this through?" Asher turned to face Leonidas, his eyes sweeping across the stoic expressions of the 500 Dragon Legion soldiers who stood ready to follow his orders. The Dragon Legion was an elite and compact army that boasted of 500 battle-hardened Drakivores. Each of these warriors had gone through grueling training and selection processes, making them a force to be reckoned with. They were garbed in sleek black armor adorned with dragon motifs, which seemed to seamlessly blend with their muscular forms. The armor appeared to have been forged from a rare metal, and then enchanted by Darren, giving it an otherworldly, shimmering sheen. Each warrior wore a helm shaped like a dragon's head, complete with menacing, piercing eyes and curved, pointed horns that served to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. It cost Asher quite a fortune to train just 500 of them, but he felt it was worth it, especially in this situation where he can make use of them for a specific mission rather than simply engaging in the battlefield. With a confident smile, Asher replied, "I know how my plan sounds, Leonidas, but desperate times call for desperate measures." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the side, and he raised his eyebrows in anticipation. "Ah, the battlemaster has arrived." City rode toward them on her steed, leading a 1,000-strong army, with her mother Marina seated behind her. Her long silky red hair danced in the air while her bountiful breasts subtly bounced within the restraints of her breastplate. From a distance, anyone would feel that she was the perfect embodiment of beauty and strength. However, right now, her blue eyes had a glint of thinly veiled frustration and anger as she approached Asher. Dismounting her horse, Sati was stopped in her tracks as a fully armored woman descended from the sky, landing gracefully in front of her. Her cape billowed dramatically as she touched down. It was Eradicator, who had arrived on the scene, swiftly pushing the confused Leonidas aside. Approaching Asher, she declared with an air of concern and authority, "Your Highness, I must inform the Queen of your dangerous plan. There is a very real chance it may result in your death," she said, her words blunt. Asher had known that asking Sati for help directly might prove fruitless due to the situation between them. Thus, he had enlisted her mother, Marina's aid, to persuade her. Surprisingly or not, this approach had been successful, and Sati seemed to have agreed to his plan. However, During Marina's conversation with her daughter, Eradicator had become privy to the details of his plan and now sought to prevent him from executing it. But Asher respected this and actually wanted Eradicator to learn of his plan so that he could use her. Still, fully aware of Eradicator's unwavering dedication to protecting him, Asher knew he needed to find a way to circumvent her resistance. As per my wife's orders, he reminded her, you are to watch over me but not to interfere with my actions. Do you truly wish to disturb and distract the Queen in the midst of battle by reporting this and cause unforeseen consequences? Eradicator hesitated, glancing toward the fierce combat that engulfed the Queen. She was torn between her loyalty and her concern for Asher's safety. It seemed as though Asher was the one person who could make her feel helpless and uncertain. Sensing her indecision, Asher proposed an alternative. If you wish to fulfill your duty as my protector, then assist me alongside the others in making our way to the Kraken. Ensure that you get me inside safely. Eradicator stood still for a while before slowly nodding, her resolve strengthening after seeing no other way. Very well, I will help you all the way by following you into the belly of the Kraken as well. Asher raised his eyebrows subtly, marveling at her determination. He didn't know if she was foolishly brave or a bit too dutiful and loyal for her own good. Nevertheless, he had nothing to lose and welcomed her support, which he was banking on. That will be more than enough, he said, appreciating the dedication she had shown. Just as Eradicator stepped away, City confronted him, hands on her hips, struggling to hide the frustration on her face. The tension between them was palpable, like a thunderstorm ready to strike. Are you willing to take responsibility if the soldiers I brought die because of your plan, and nothing good comes out of it? She demanded. She couldn't restrain herself from letting out some of her worries and frustration. This was honestly too much. She found it hard to believe that she was even going along with his stupid plan. Not too long ago, she had been leading House Drake's vassal soldiers alongside Sylvan, fending off Umbral attempting to infiltrate their kingdom. Then, her mother, Marina, appeared with Asher's request. Despite her strong misgivings, City reluctantly agreed, swayed by her mother's pleas. After failing to convince her, she couldn't bear to make her mother plead for too long. City had no doubt that Asher's plan was too reckless and foolish, but her poor mother was seemingly brainwashed by Asher, making her mother feel that Asher's plan was rock solid. Still, she refused to risk all of her soldiers on this gamble, bringing only 1,000 of them to the battlefield. Their lives were her responsibility, and she couldn't help but demand that Asher take responsibility for the consequences of his plan if she were to order her soldiers into following him. Asher scoffed, stepping closer to City, his face mere inches from hers as he said in a low yet hard voice, "How dare you be so brash and ask me to assume responsibility when you're their commander?" He retorted, "It's your duty to assist a royal member during wartime, and since you're already here, there's no turning back. You better follow or get punished for disobedience, understood?" City's nostrils flared as her frustration reached a boiling point. She couldn't believe that Asher had the gall to evade responsibility for his own plan. It seemed she had underestimated his crudeness. He was the worst. If only she didn't come here, she could have easily made an excuse that her soldiers were preoccupied with their own battles and wouldn't be able to help him. He also wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But now, with Asher staring her down, that was no longer an option. Marina observed the heated exchange between her master and her daughter with concern etched on her face. She understood her daughter's worries, and she too feared for her master's safety. But after serving him for over a year, Marina had learned to trust in his resolve and determination. As his loyal servant, she resolved to stand by him, prepared to offer her assistance even in his plan, for her strength had grown to that of a mid-level soul slayer. Sabina's eyes were filled with resolve, her lips pressed into a thin line as she furrowed her brows, frustration etched upon her face. She watched in mounting annoyance and anger as the Kraken decimated her soldiers, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. She knew that if the situation continued unchecked, the Umbralfians would push further inland, exploiting the chaos caused by the monstrous beast. The odds were already stacked against them in this battle against an enemy that ruled the seas. She can't let this creature destroy them that easily. Determined to slow the Kraken's progress, Sabina brandished her death chains and charged forward. With a powerful flick of the wrist, the dark corrosive chains wrapped around the advancing umbral fiends, sapping their life force and restricting their ability to use mana. A single forceful tug from Sabina was all it took to cleave the enemies in two, their dismembered corpses collapsing to the ground. Sabina's single-minded focus and determination to reach the Kraken left the umbral fiends no room for escape, her death chains ensuring a swift and brutal end. Meanwhile, Esther, who had been keeping her distance from the front lines, spotted Sabina's reckless advance toward the Kraken. Frowning, she steeled herself to intervene, but her eyes suddenly widened in alarm as she leapt back just in time to avoid an arrow imbued with dark energy that exploded upon impact. The ground where she had stood mere moments before was now a smoking crater. "Don't think about escaping anywhere, Esther," a frigid voice echoed from the side. Esther's eyes narrowed, scanning the battlefield until she caught sight of Queen Narisara emerging before her, brandishing a fearsome bow with an attached blade. Esther glanced at her Death Knight, who was now preoccupied with engaging several powerful umbral fiends, rendering it unable to assist Sabina. Her attempts to reach out to Sabina were met with silence, further heightening her urgency. Knowing that the only way to help her daughter was to defeat the umbral fiend queen, Esther's determination grew. With a steely glint in her eyes and her voice brimming with resolve, Esther retorted, "I won't be the one who needs to escape." The air between the two powerful women chilled with intensity as they charged at each other. Finally, Sabina stood before the massive Kraken, its enormous crab-like form casting a dark shadow over the battlefield while her men held off any umbral fiends trying to interfere. The beast's eyes burned with an eerie, malevolent glow, and its razor-sharp pincers snapped and clattered with terrifying ferocity. Sabina, in contrast, was a whirlwind of dark energy and lethal grace, her crazed grin belying the ruthless determination that fueled her every move. As she faced off against the Kraken, Sabina danced around its deadly claws, her lithe form weaving in and out of the behemoth's reach. She deftly manipulated her death chains, lashing them out to strike at the creature's vulnerable spots, aiming to slow its advance and keep it preoccupied. As a high-ranked member of House Thorn, she was privy to certain information nobody else would know. Each crack of the chains was followed by an enraged screech from the Kraken as it tried to shake off the draining effects of the dark weapon. Despite her nimble movements, Sabina was not entirely successful in avoiding the Kraken's powerful attacks. With each passing moment, she found herself on the receiving end of more and more blows from its formidable limbs. She already knew how truly terrifying the Kraken was, but the experience from fighting it personally was a whole another thing. Without even using its mana, she was getting suppressed from its physical attacks. She guessed it must be saving its mana after exhausting a lot of it to unleash the corrosive mist that still covered the skies. She had recently entered the peak level of Soul Purger, and yet she was on the losing end already. Gashes and bruises marred her once pristine skin, her blood staining the earth beneath her. Yet, her shaky smile never wavered, the excitement of the battle fueling her onward. The Kraken, seemingly growing more enraged by Sabina's continued defiance, unleashed a flurry of attacks in an attempt to crush her beneath its mighty claws. Sabina, for all her skill and tenacity, found herself struggling to dodge the onslaught. Each new injury inflicted upon her only served to heighten the tension of the clash, a stark contrast to the carefree grin she stubbornly maintained. Sabina's soldiers pleaded with her to flee, but their words fell on deaf ears. Filled with a frenzied determination, she was halfway successful in dismembering one of the Kraken's pincers using her death chains. Sabina's eyes glowed with wild fervor as she repeatedly told herself that she could achieve this. If she managed to sever the pincer, the Kraken would be forced to return to the sea and heal, buying them precious time, possibly even allowing her father to return and prevent further losses to their house. Yet, the ancient beast had no intention of allowing Sabina to succeed. With a mere tug of its pincer, it lifted her into the air and slammed her onto the ground, forcing her to release her chains. Without giving her a chance to catch her breath, the Kraken's giant pincer descended upon her, intent on crushing and tearing her body apart. Her soldiers cried out in despair. Lady Sabina, despite her predicament, Sabina managed a bloody chuckle as the pincer's enormous shadow engulfed her. Just as the pincer was about to crush her, a surge of dark blood energy slammed into it, causing the kraken let out an angry growl while its pincer was pushed away. Sabina blinked in disbelief when another shadow appeared overhead. At this time, a large flying beast, a tall man with dark yellow eyes, jumped down from the beast, and before Sabina could muster a word, a pair of strong arms scooped her up from the ground. They leapt onto the flying beast and took off, leaving the kraken behind. Esther, who was in the middle of her battle with Narisara, never stopped paying attention to Sabina from time to time. When she saw the kraken was about to kill her daughter, she was ready to risk getting injured to head towards her. However, upon getting a message from the royal consort, surprisingly, Esther couldn't feel more relieved, especially with Eradicator on his side. Atop the flying beast, the man shook his head disapprovingly. That was too reckless. What were you thinking? He asked. Sabina's vision cleared, and she found herself looking into the face of a devilishly handsome man. Asher? She mumbled in surprise. What are you doing here? She glanced to the side, seeing Eradicator and realizing they were flying atop Grimer's, Eradicator's mount. Asher's lips curved into a smile. Well, naturally, I'm here to help stop this war, and save your life while I'm at it, he said. However, he was astonished that this crazy woman actually managed to almost sever one of the pincers of the kraken. Sabina weakly smirked, managing to respond. Yeah, Broken Bar had it handled. Still, the last thing she expected was him to suddenly arrive and save her life. Why would he risk his own life to save hers? But for some reason, she was feeling better. He was attached to her in some way. Perhaps, he must have been already seduced by her. Asher surveyed her battered form from head to toe, then smiled sardonically. Oh, you definitely did. Now I will handle the rest, he said as Eradicator made Grimer's land in a safe spot, surrounded by a lot of their soldiers. Sabina blinked, her confusion evident as she asked what he meant by that. She looked around, noticing city and over 1,000 soldiers surrounding them. It was surprising to see that they were under Asher's command. How had he managed to gather so many soldiers? But she knew they were far from sufficient to turn the tide of this war. Don't worry about unnecessary things and focus on healing, Asher urged, and winking, he added, I wouldn't want my potion partner to die from bleeding out. I am touched. Sabina weakly chuckled as she licked the blood from her lips in an alluring way. Her eyes then narrowed as she asked with a sarcastic smile, so Broken Bar, you intend to stop the war with your little army? She recalled him mentioning that he would stop the war, which made her think that he was joking. Asher shrugged nonchalantly. Well, a Broken Bar as the royal consort, it's the least I can try to do, right? But my little army isn't the key. The kraken is the biggest factor that would decide the fate of this war. I am sure you know that too. Sabina's brows raised as she knew the war can be won if the kraken goes down. But what surprised her was Asher hinting that he was going to do something about the kraken, which meant he would be facing it himself. This made her let out a weak laughter, remarking, "Oh devils, a Broken Bar, how ironic and amusing of you to tell me I was reckless, a Broken Bar, when you were planning to do something even worse." She meant it, as Asher seemed too weak to last even a second against the kraken. What was he even planning to do? Talk to that creature and coax it? Still, after a few months of close interactions, Sabina couldn't help but feel that he wasn't just foolishly arrogant. A sense of excitement bubbled within her as she urged, without even bothering to ask how, "Wait for a Broken Bar, let me see if you can really handle it or if it's just empty boasting. Meanwhile, I will heal up here." Asher nodded with a smile and looked at Marina as he instructed. "Marina, stay here and help her heal." "Yes, Master." Marina nodded, though she felt a bit disappointed she couldn't help him with his plan. He then turned to City and said, "You can start executing the plan, as you say so. Your Highness." City sharply stressed her words with a peaked glint in her eyes and gestured for her men to follow her as they charged into the battlefield, heading towards the kraken. Leonidas waved to the Dragon Legion, signaling them to follow City and assist with the plan. Climbing atop Grimer's, Asher hugged Eradicator's waist, taking a deep breath before announcing, "I'm ready, let's go." A hint of reluctance crossed her eyes, but she nodded, and they took off into the air, flying towards the terrifying kraken. Once Asher had left, Sabina wiped her lips after drinking a healing potion. She glanced at Marina, who was gently wiping the blood from her body, and asked with a smile, "So Broken Bar, how many times does he sleep with you in a day?" Marina's face flushed a deep crimson, startled by the sudden and unexpected question. "Yeah, Broken Bar," she stammered, unsure of how to respond and feeling too shy to answer. However, Sabina didn't seem to mind her reluctance, letting out weak laughter as if she already knew the answer from Marina's reaction. "You must be the luckiest maid in the kingdom, a Broken Bar," ironically, she said with a shake of her head, making Marina awkwardly smile as she looked away. Marina knew as a werewolf it was only natural she would be treated as nothing more than filth in this kingdom. Even if she was a refugee, the fact that she belonged to an enemy race would never erase their thousands of years of prejudice and hatred. But thanks to her master, even people were showing her respect, at least on the outside. None of them would dare to show her disrespect, since it would mean disrespect to her master as well. Even her daughter didn't seem to complain much about these things. She was already feeling as if he had given her a new lease on life. However, Sabina's smile stifled a moment later as her ghostly red eyes glinted with a stony light while thinking, "A mere werewolf maid getting to have fun with him more than me? That a Broken Bar is unacceptable." The battlefield roared with the cacophony of clashing weapons and guttural cries as the Dragon Legion, City, and her soldiers used various arsenals in an intelligent and careful manner to engage it from a distance. Their coordinated assault was designed to hold the massive beast's attention long enough for the royal consort to execute his daring plan. All they had to do was buy a couple of seconds, but keeping the kraken busy for even a second was no small feat. Even as the soldiers risked their lives, they understood the importance of their task and pressed on with grim determination. Their numbers were dwindling with each second, and yet they steeled their hearts and didn't falter. Eradicator, her focus as sharp as a blade, guided Grimer's through the air as it soared toward the kraken at breakneck speed. She could feel Asher's steady grip around her waist, a silent reassurance that he knew what he was doing. The wind whipped around them, their hair streaming out behind them like banners of defiance. Asher, his eyes narrowed in concentration, scanned the battlefield below. He could see City leading her soldiers with an air of stoic confidence, her spiky knuckle gloves smashing through the Umberalfians that dared to come too close. He couldn't help but wonder why she wasn't using her werewolf form. He had noticed this earlier too when Erna Drake and her people attacked the Demonstone Castle. The Dragon Legion, their armor glistening in the fading light, moved as a single, unstoppable force. Their bravery and unwavering loyalty to their cause bolstered their collective morale. "Are you ready, Your Highness?" Eradicator asked over the din of the battle below. Her voice was steady, but the tension in her body betrayed her concern for his safety. "I am," Asher replied, his voice as cool and unshakable as ever. "All I need is to get inside its mouth." As Grimer's closed the distance between them and the gargantuan kraken, Eradicator was still wondering how he planned to survive once he got inside, but she knew better than to question him now. She had no choice but to trust his words, and she was prepared to do everything in her power to ensure his safety and success. The soldiers on the ground continued to engage the kraken, their coordinated assault causing the beast to lash out in frustration. Its massive pincers swiped through the air, trying in vain to grasp at the elusive figures darting in and out of its reach, though it did manage to kill a lot in the process. For a brief moment, the kraken's attention was drawn downward, allowing Asher and Eradicator their window of opportunity. "Now," Asher shouted, his voice taut with urgency. Without hesitation, Eradicator urged Grimer's to dive toward the distracted kraken. The wind howled around them as they plummeted toward the colossal beast, the sense of exhilaration and danger mingling together in a heart-pounding dance. As Grimer's hurtled downward, Eradicator braced herself on its back, every muscle in her body tensed for the moment of action. Her grip tightened around the hilt of her heavy sword, its weight reassuring in her grasp. Asher's eyes were locked on the kraken, his gaze filled with uncertainty yet with determination as they rapidly approached the colossal monster. The kraken writhed below them, its pincers flailing in response to the relentless assault from the ground forces. Its massive carapace glistened with moisture and the sheen of battle. With a determined cry, Eradicator lifted her sword above her head and hurled it with all her strength toward the behemoth. The weapon whistled through the air, a deadly projectile aimed at the flesh of the kraken's carapace. Crash! Cree-ee-ee. The impact was devastating. The sword sliced a bit deep into the creature's armored shell, the sound of rending chitin echoing across the battlefield. The kraken reared back in agony, its pincers snapping wildly in the air as an ear-splitting screech erupted from its maw. This was the moment Eradicator had been waiting for. As the kraken's massive mouthparts gaped open in pain, she seized her chance. With one arm wrapped tightly around Asher, she leapt from Grimeras's back, her veins flooded with adrenaline as they dove headlong into the cavernous maw of the monster. Time seemed to slow as they plunged into the darkness, the air thick with the stench of the kraken's breath and the reek of decaying flesh from its previous victims. As they disappeared into the kraken's maw, a hush fell over the battlefield. The soldiers and their adversaries momentarily awed and stunned by the audacity and horror of the royal consort's plan. They still were wondering if the royal consort just committed suicide and if everything they did was for nothing. Not even a soul devourer would survive for long inside the kraken. Even the kraken itself seemed disoriented by the unexpected intrusion. However, the behemoth seemed to recognize the intrusion as a threat. Its mighty mandibles, the bone-crusher claws, snapped at them with ferocious power, attempting to crush them between its serrated edges. Asher had his eyes widened, and he was ready to transform into Hellbringer, but not before reaching the creature's belly. He didn't want to transform unless things were really desperate. But right at that time, Eradicator, her determination unwavering, used her inhumane agility to grab him and dodge the incoming blows. She urged immediately, "Keep moving, Your Highness, I'll buy you time," Eradicator said, her voice filled with steely resolve. "Fine, but make sure to get out in time." Asher, knowing his own limitations, wasted no time delving deeper into the creature's maw. As he moved further into the beast, he couldn't help but hope Eradicator would make it out unscathed. She was useful to him more than he realized. The kraken, growing increasingly desperate, unleashed the Shadowfang slicers, its wicked maxillae. In a flurry of swift and agile strikes, Eradicator deflected them with her own bare hands, her skillful movements countering the kraken's attacks with practiced precision. Her body bore the brunt of the assault, causing cracks to spread across her armor. Meanwhile, Sati, her soldiers, and the Dragon Legion used the distraction to retreat from the fray, their minds reeling from the awe-inspiring display of a bloodborne guard's power. It was no wonder only 5 of them were needed to protect the queen. Eradicator longed to follow the royal consort into the kraken's belly and protect him from the dangers within. Still, she knew that she couldn't do so without the kraken ripping her up, since fending off its attacks while protecting the royal consort was not possible. As a soul devourer, her presence would be considered a huge threat by the kraken, making it unleash even more powerful attacks to get rid of her. However, since the royal consort was too weak to be considered a threat, the kraken wouldn't bother putting much effort into getting rid of him. She hoped this would at least increase his chances of survival. Still, disappointment swelled within her as she realized she might not be able to fulfill her duty to its fullest extent. As Asher continued his descent into the depths of the kraken's insides, Eradicator found herself ensnared by the Grim Reaper graspers, the maxillipeds that grasped and tore at her with cold precision. In the face of this seemingly insurmountable obstacle, her eyes glowed with an even fiercer determination. Blood seeped out through her armor, and yet, the dark red slits of her helmet blazed with unwavering determination. With her body pushed to its limits, Eradicator called upon her mastery of blood and dark arts, manifesting a blade made out of her own blood and infused with dark energy. With a powerful, sweeping motion, she sliced through the Grim Reaper graspers, freeing herself from their grip. She glanced in the royal consort's direction, seeing that he had ventured deep enough into the kraken's body, though her gaze didn't relax in the slightest. Summoning the last reserves of her strength, Eradicator unleashed a torrent of blood energy, as she fought her way through its counterparts to get to the opening of its maw. Just as she did, she swiftly leapt out of the beast's mouth before landing atop Grimer's and taking off. However, her gaze was still on the kraken, trying to still think of a way to get inside and help the royal consort. She couldn't relax, knowing he was still inside. A few miles away, Sabina, who was seeing everything from afar, let out a subtle, soft gasp. "I can't believe it. He wasn't joking. How could someone be so ... Wait a second. Don't tell me, he knows," Sabina mumbled as realization dawned on her. She could only think of one reason why Asher would jump into the belly of the kraken. The life pearl? She was too shocked to even ponder about how Asher came to know about it. However, she still shook her head, feeling that there was no chance of him surviving in the belly of the kraken, let alone getting to the life pearl. Still, she can't let him die that easily, can she? Hoping he had some artifact to keep him alive for a while, she decided to tell a certain someone who might feel concerned for his safety and the only one who could do something about it. She had no direct means to contact that person, but it was very well worth the try, even if it might be too late. On the other end of the battlefield, amidst the chaos and the clashing of armies, King Meraxa and his Umberolfian generals were still engaged in a fierce battle against the Bloodburn Queen, Rowena. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of clashing steel, crackling fire, and the cries of the wounded. King Meraxa and his generals found themselves pushed to their limits as they attempted to hold off Rowena's relentless assault. Meraxa didn't expect this young queen to be so powerful that she managed to kill 3 of his peak soul purger generals while fighting him as well. Now only 2 of his generals were left, and even he didn't know how long he could keep her busy. The air grew thick with tension as the combatants clashed, their respective powers colliding in a maelstrom of destruction. Meraxa summoned torrential waves and tendrils of darkness, seeking to suppress and extinguish Rowena's searing flames. Yet, her crimson flames only seemed to grow in power the more she fought, while each attack from her whip left deep craters on the ground. "Your Majesty, we cannot hold her off for much longer," one of the Umberolfian generals cried out, his voice filled with desperation. "Stay focused, Lumban," King Meraxa commanded, his voice determined but wavering with a complicated glint in his eyes. "We cannot afford to falter now. We have sacrificed too much to give up." As the battle raged on, Rowena's strength seemed to multiply, the very air around her rippling with the heat of her power. The Umberolfian generals exchanged uneasy glances, fear creeping into their eyes as they began to understand the terrifying might of their opponent. They realized that the Bloodburn Queen was gaining the upper hand, and their attempts to subdue her were becoming increasingly futile. But in the heat of the struggle, Rowena's eyes suddenly flickered, her expression changing as she received a message within her mind. Her eyes widened and trembled as she turned her gaze towards the kraken in the distance. Asher's journey through the kraken's immense body was fraught with danger and intrigue. The pulsating, slick walls seemed to almost breathe around him, producing an eerie symphony of organic sounds that made him shudder. The dim bioluminescent glow from certain areas of the kraken's innards offered the only light to guide his way, casting unsettling shadows as he carefully navigated the twists and turns of the monstrous beast's internal passages. He descended deeper into the kraken, traversing through layers of visceral tissue and navigating networks of writhing vessels. The air was thick with the scent of salt and blood, each breath he took a palpable reminder of the nightmarish environment he found himself in. As he progressed, the kraken's body seemed to come alive with activity, as though aware of the intruder within its depths. As Asher cautiously made his way through the dimly lit, organic labyrinth of the kraken's insides, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. His senses were on high alert, and the eerie silence only heightened the tension surrounding him. He knew the life pearl was located deep into its body, but the deeper he ventured into the kraken, the more unpredictable and dangerous his surroundings became. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a chilling, creepy hiss. Asher's eyes focused as he caught sight of a writhing mass emerging from the shadows. The creature's elongated, worm-like bodies were covered in dark, glistening scales, and rows of razor-sharp teeth lined their gaping maws. As they slithered towards him, he could see their eyes, a cold, unblinking orbs that seemed to pierce right through him. Asher took out his ring blade as he recognized these 1-foot-long creatures for what they were, a shadow maw worms. He had read about these parasitic organisms which were present within the Northern Sea, and so he wasn't surprised to see them within the confines of the Kraken's body. Asher knew he would have to deal with these monstrous parasites and maybe even more before he could get to the life pearl. These parasites must be in a symbiotic relationship with the Kraken for them to act as an internal defense. However, as the shadow maw worms drew closer, Asher couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Despite their horrifying appearance, he realized that they were no stronger than a peak-level soul warrior. It was a good thing he never stopped getting stronger during the past year and evolving his skills and talents. Name: Asher Enron. Level: 16. Rating points: 200, 13,800 HP, 9,460, 9,460 MP, 10,113, 10,113 STR, 1768 Def, 1,318 INT, 2,022 Dex, 1,203 Talents. Vengeful Life Stealer, second stage. When your HP falls below 30%, any successful attack from you will leave a cursed burning effect on your enemy, dealing 2% of your HP as damage and let you steal the HP they lost. 10/16. Cursed Summoner, second stage. You can summon only 2 damned creatures and they would manifest with 10% of its original stats. 1/20. Talent: Inactive. Gurdul, -15% Def, -10% STR, -20% INT. Diabolical Speed, second stage. You possess Gurgle's speed, increasing your dex by 53% instantly. 1/20. Skills: Resentful Slash, third stage. The cursed blade will try and cleave your foes on its own with a burst of flames. Upon successful attack, they will suffer bleeding effect of 3% of your HP for 9 seconds. 5/30. Cost: 700 MP. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Cast time: immediate. Shadow Roots, second stage. Summon roots from the shadows to entangle and immobilize your enemies. Lasts 7 seconds. 2/20. Cost: 900 MP. Cooldown: 1 minute 30 seconds. Cast time: 2 seconds. Skill: Inactive. Gurdul, Never Look Behind, second stage. Teleport yourself right behind the person you look at instantly. Cost: 2500 MP. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Cast time: immediate. 2:15. Asher felt that now was a good time to awaken the power of the Rakshasa within him. Talent: Active. Rakshasa, -30% Dex, -20% INT. Havoc Arms. You possess the 4 arms of the Rakshasa, allowing you to cast multiple spells at the same time at 20% less cost. 6/10. His eyes began to glow with a sinister, dark light, and a guttural growl escaped his lips. His muscles tensed, his body quivering with barely contained power. The air around him seemed to crackle and hum, as if it too could sense the impending transformation. As the power surged through him, he felt a familiar sensation radiating from his shoulders. It was as if the very fabric of his being was being pulled apart and reassembled in a new, terrifying form. With a combination of pain and exhilaration, 2 extra muscular arms looking no different than his original arms, rapidly sprouted from his body, each limb ending in a powerful, grasping hand. The sight of the transformation was both awe-inspiring and frightening, and even Asher himself relished in unleashing this mystical and ancient power. In the span of a few heartbeats, the newly formed arms reached for the ring blades that appeared alongside them, each blade an identical replica of the Blade of Damnation. He had found out earlier he could replicate the Blade of Damnation, and this ability was most beneficial when using the Rakshasa's power. When he found this out for the first time, The power and potential of his new form were almost intoxicating, filling him with a newfound confidence. However, he didn't let himself get overconfident, especially when he saw these shadow worms calling to each other, grouping up after realizing he was stronger than them. Surely, they were planning to overwhelm him with their numbers, since he was looking at least 50 of them slithering towards him. However, Asher stood at the ready, his four-ring blades gleaming ominously in the dim, eerie light that filtered through the kraken's insides. The shadow worms, sensing the imminent danger, began to hiss and squirm, their movements becoming more erratic as they prepared to attack. In that moment, Asher's senses sharpened, and time seemed to slow down. His hands tightly gripped the four-ring blades, and his vision focused entirely on his writhing adversaries. With a primal roar, he hurled his ring blades, each weapon flying with deadly precision towards the worms. Whizz! The ring blades whirred through the air, their edges slicing through the shadow worms with terrifying ease. As they cut through their targets, the blades ricocheted off the kraken's inner walls, their speed and momentum undiminished. Each bounce sent the weapons careening in new, unpredictable directions, leaving the parasitic organisms no escape from the relentless assault. As the blades continued their deadly ballet, Asher kept running forward while eyes remained locked on their movements, his mind racing to predict their trajectories so that he could summon them back to him and send them flying again. After gaining the power of the Rakshasa, he had practiced choosing all four-ring blades with beautiful coordination to increase the efficiency of his attacks. He realized that he could be at least twice as effective in battle if he perfected his moves. Slash! With each slash and strike, the worms fell, their segmented bodies severed and left twitching on the kraken's fleshy floor while blood painted it. The air was thick with the scent of their viscous blood, and the wet sounds of their dying gasps filled the chamber as Asher slaughtered his way through. None of them even got the chance to get near them before they were severed by his deadly ring blades. In a final, brutal sweep, the last of the shadow worms met their grisly end at the hands of Asher's relentless blades. The ring blades, their work done, flew back to Asher's waiting hands, their edges still gleaming despite the gore that now coated them. Asher stood triumphant among the carnage, his breath barely steady. Even if these parasites were weak, it took some effort to deal with their huge numbers, especially without using mana. Fortunately, he had some stamina potions at the ready. He was satisfied he managed to kill all of them without using a wisp of his mana, but he didn't celebrate, for he knew even more dangers awaited him ahead. In the darkness, as Asher cautiously advanced through the kraken's insides, the passage he traversed was unlike anything he had ever seen before. The walls were a slick, pulsating mass of muscle and sinew, with thick veins of blood snaking through the translucent membranes that enclosed them. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and the damp, humid atmosphere clung to his skin like a suffocating shroud. The path ahead narrowed and twisted, its uneven organic floor making each step treacherous. He could feel the monstrous creature's rhythmic contractions as it breathed, the sensation like being inside the belly of a giant, living machine. He also had to maintain his balance since the kraken was continuously moving, probably continuing to wreak havoc. The dim light that permeated the environment cast eerie shadows on the passage, lending an otherworldly quality to his surroundings. Crack. Suddenly, unnerving rasping sounds echoed through the passage, growing louder with each step he took. As he rounded a bend, his eyes narrowed upon seeing the sight before him. Creatures resembling big spiny, armored crabs, each the size of a dog, revealed themselves in a grotesque display of hostility, their spiny, armored bodies clinging to the walls of the chamber like malignant growths. Their beady, malevolent eyes glared down at Asher, while their sharp pincers clicked and clacked in anticipation. They seemed to sense an intruder coming in and was preparing to bleed him to death. Asher muttered their name, Bone Spikers, as he recalled the information he had heard about these deadly parasites. Each of their spikes could even impale a soul slayer easily. He felt as if the kraken was like a big house for these creatures. He could only hope that there wouldn't be too many before he runs out of mana, but sensing the strength of these bone spikers, he didn't lower his guard. Since each of them was strong as a soul slayer, He was a low-level soul hunter now, and he was confident of killing these dozen bone spikers. Still, killing them would burn some of his mana, and he didn't like that. The bone spikers flexed their carapaces, and with an ominous crackling sound, they began launching a barrage of razor-sharp bone spikes at Asher. Asher's eyes widened as he tried to dodge them. The projectiles whizzed through the air, narrowly missing him as he ducked and dodged to avoid their deadly assault. Damn it, but unfortunately, his dex and int was significantly weakened because of Rakshas's power, making him unable to be fast enough to dodge two bone spikes that lodged into his arm. "Now you all are asking for it," Asher said with a low growl as he pulled out the two bone spikes, revealing two bleeding holes on his arm. He realized he shouldn't rely on his dex to dodge their spikes but instead take the fight to them. Since they seemed to depend on only range attacks, they would be weaker up close. However, the bone spikers had no intention to let him rest as they flexed their carapaces to release another round of bone spikes at him. But right at that moment, all four ring blades in Asher's hands blazed with dark green flames as he charged forward while throwing all four blades into the air, cutting through the spikes before whizzing towards the bone spikers. He scoffed as he was expecting to cut down some of these bone spikers with a single throw of his blades, but his smile stifled when a sudden sense of danger crept up on him. Dark, writhing tendrils, seemingly spawned from the very shadows, lashed out at him from nowhere and without warning. Fuck, he gritted his teeth as they twisted and coiled around his arms and legs, gripping him with an unnatural strength that left him struggling to break free. As the dark, writhing tendrils continued to constrict Asher, he realized with a growing sense of alarm that they were part of the Kraken's internal structure, emanating from the very walls of the passage. He grimaced as the tendrils secreted a corrosive substance that seared his flesh, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning skin. Time was running out, and he had to act fast. His eyes darted to the remaining bone spikers, who were rearing up for another volley of spikes, eager to capitalize on his vulnerability. A mix of urgency and determination ignited within Asher as he formulated a quick plan. With a forceful gesture of his hand, he called his ring blades back to him, their weapons slicing through the air and decimating four of the bone spikers in a shower of chitin and gore. With six of the bone spikers still remaining, Asher didn't relax. He quickly summoned the shadow roots, ethereal tendrils of darkness that surged forth from the ground, snaking around the remaining parasites with ruthless efficiency. The six bone spikers found themselves immobilized, their bodies entwined in the unyielding grip of the shadow roots. Their attempts to shoot more spikes at Asher were thwarted as the shadow roots tightened their grasp, stifling the parasites' movements. With the remaining bone spikers temporarily neutralized, Asher could finally focus on freeing himself from the Kraken's tendrils. Yuga broken bar pain radiated from the points where the corrosive substance seared his skin, but he gritted his teeth and refused to be deterred by the agony. Without wasting a single moment, Asher summoned the dark green flames that pulsed within his veins, channeling their intense heat through his four-ring blades. The weapons blazed with an eerie, verdant glow, poised and ready for his command. His eyes narrowed, and even if he knew his limbs were highly restricted, he could barely move his wrists, and so, with a flick of his wrist, Asher sent the flaming ring blades slicing through the air. He was able to gather enough force to make the ring blades bounce off the internal walls of the Kraken before whizzing towards the tendrils. The razor-sharp edges cut through the tendrils that bound him, their dark green fire searing the flesh and neutralizing the corrosive substance. As the severed tendrils recoiled, Asher felt his limbs loosen. Finally freed from the vice-like grip, he quickly regained his balance, steadying his breath as he took in the sight of the charred remnants of the tendrils scattered around him. However, he didn't forget about the remaining immobilized bone spikers and sent his ring blades flying at them while charging ahead. The blazing ring blades scorched their thick shells before severing their flesh apart again and again by bouncing off against the walls. Since it was a closed space, the bone spikers were helpless to defend themselves against the continuous volley of blades tearing away at their flesh again and again. The shadow roots had dissipated right as Asher finished them all off, making him feel like Thorin wasn't kidding. The dangers inside the Kraken were enough to make him realize how much more powerful it truly was than he thought. Still, he was determined to keep going and moved cautiously through the ever-narrowing passages of the Kraken's innards, the stench of its organs filling his nostrils. The walls pulsed with life, and every step brought him closer to his ultimate goal. Just as he was about to reach what seemed to be the heart of the behemoth, a chilling sensation crept down his spine. The air around him grew unnaturally cold and heavy, as if reality itself was being distorted. The sound of slithering echoed through the passage, and Asher's eyes darted in every direction, searching for the source. His breath caught in his throat when he spotted the writhing forms emerging from the darkness, making their sinister entrance. Their black scales shimmered with an eerie, otherworldly sheen, and the dark void within their gaping maws seemed to swallow all light and hope. Their eyes glowed with malevolence, leaving no doubt in Asher's mind that these creatures were as vicious as they looked, but he recognized them as dark-scale serpents, far stronger and more formidable than any parasite he had faced thus far. He was beginning to wonder if he had underestimated how tenacious the defenses of the Kraken were on the inside. He was concerned because all these dark-scale serpents were at least at the Soul Hunter rank, and there were 5 of them. He was able to see through their strengths, all thanks to his high INT, but that also made him realize that some of these dark-scale serpents were stronger than him, enough to give him pressure, especially due to their advantage in numbers as well. Hiss as the dark-scale serpents slithered ever closer, their hissing filled the chamber. Asher realized he couldn't become too stingy on his MP. If he was to face these 5 with his usual abilities, he would lose a lot of mana while probably not losing any of his health. However, there was one way he could at least avoid expending too much mana at the cost of gambling his health, using his newfound powerful skill he acquired when he broke through to Soul Hunter rank. Skill: Chain of Despair. Your blades of damnation link with each other, transforming them into chain-like weapon for 20 seconds. Each successful attack weakens the def and STR of your foes by 2% of your HP and STR while increasing yours by the same amount, but by invoking this damned power you immediately sacrifice 50% of your health. Gain power lingers in your body for 1 minute. 012. Cost: 1500 MP. Cooldown: 20 minutes. Cast time: 5 seconds. He knew this was quite a powerful skill that came at a great cost. Each blade can be manipulated to lash out and wrap around opponents, restraining and cutting them with their razor-sharp edges while the damned power slowly saps their strength and transfers it to him. So he let the Rakshasa power go dormant since he didn't need 4 arms to use this skill, while also letting his INT and Dex return to their normal levels, and taking advantage of the dark-scale serpents slowly slithering towards him. He uttered the incantation, invoking the cursed Chain of Despair. The blades of damnation began to pulsate with a sinister dark green aura, linking together in a fluid dance of death. The chain-like weapon seemed alive, snaking through the air, eager to strike down its foes. However, the cost of such power was not without sacrifice. Just as he invoked the Chain of Despair, he immediately felt the immense cost it demanded. The sudden sacrifice of 50% of his health sent shockwaves of pain throughout his body, causing his muscles to seize and spasm. It felt as if his very life essence was being siphoned away, leaving him breathless and disoriented. Asher's vision blurred, and the world round him took on a hazy, ethereal quality. His heart raced, hammering against his ribcage as it struggled to supply his weakened body with the blood it craved. The once steady flow of energy within him began to ebb, trickling away like water through a cracked dam. His legs wobbled beneath him, threatening to buckle under the sudden onslaught of fatigue. A cold sweat clung to his skin, the moisture causing his hair to stick to his forehead. Asher gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, desperately attempting to anchor himself to reality and maintain control over his body's rebellion. Through sheer willpower, Asher managed to steady his breathing, even as the sensation of ice-cold daggers pierced his flesh. His strength had been greatly diminished, but a flicker of defiance burned deep within him, refusing to be snuffed out. With the Chain of Despair in hand, Asher steeled himself for the battle that was about to unfold. Hiss. The dark scale serpents noticed the intruder getting weakened and charged at him, intending to take advantage of their prey's vulnerability. However, Asher had already pulled himself together as he expertly wielded the weapon. Seeing these vicious serpents about to attack him at the same time, he let out a grunt as he unleashed his chain of despair on them. Whoosh! Slashing and whipping it through the air, the chain struck the dark scale serpents with devastating force. Each hit drained the serpents' strength and defense, siphoning their vitality to augment Asher's own power. Since it was a chain, he was able to attack 5 of them at the same time, granting him 10% bonus to his def and STR. His total HP had already increased by more than 900, and since his def also increased, it would mean he would take less damage while his increased STR would allow him to kill these vicious creatures quickly the more he attacks them. The dark scale serpents hissed and writhed in fury, attempting to close the distance between themselves and Asher. However, he deftly used the extended reach of the chain of despair to his advantage, keeping the fearsome creatures at bay while continuously weakening them. He had only 20 seconds, and he intended to make every second count. Even though his body ached with fatigue as the loss of his health took its toll, the adrenaline coursing through his veins fueled his resolve to see the battle through. Sweat dripped down his brow as he evaded the serpent's attacks, the chain-like weapon weaving a deadly pattern through the air. The dark scale serpents' movements grew sluggish and desperate as their strength rapidly waned. Asher, sensing the tide of the battle turning in his favor, pressed on with relentless determination. The chain of despair's sinister power accelerated the demise of the serpents, their once fearsome forms succumbing to the might of Asher's damned magic. As the final serpent fell lifeless to the ground, Asher breathed a heavy sigh of relief. 20 seconds was over, and he managed to kill all of them while only expending 1,500 MP. Asher felt mind blown by the sheer power of this skill. Not even he ever thought he could kill 5 soul hunters within 20 seconds. Anybody else also would feel the same, but he knew he wouldn't be this lucky against those with higher intelligence or experts. He stifled his awe and immediately took out a health potion and chugged it down, letting his health gradually increase. Fortunately, since only his life force was sapped, the health potion would do its job perfectly by letting him recover completely soon. He can then activate the blood sacrifice and restore his MP as well. With the dark scale serpents defeated and their lifeless forms strewn across the darkened, gore-stained pathway, Asher took cautious, deliberate steps forward. His pulse still raced from the strain of invoking the chain of despair, but a sense of urgency urged him to press on, refusing to let his body surrender to the relentless pain. After coming all this way, he was even more determined to finish what he set out to do. He also couldn't take rest since more parasites might gather and attack him together in the same place. The oppressive atmosphere within the kraken weighed heavily on his shoulders as he moved deeper into the monstrous beast. Each step felt like a challenge, a struggle to keep moving toward his objective, as the surrounding darkness seemed to coil around him like a living, breathing entity. As he rounded a slimy bend, Asher found himself questioning just how much farther he had to go. Would he reach the life pearl in time, or would the trials within the kraken prove too much for him? His thoughts, however, were abruptly interrupted as his eyes were drawn to an ethereal, murky green light pulsating in the distance after a curve before him. Asher's heart skipped a beat as the glow caught his attention. A surge of hope coursed through his veins, dispelling the lingering tendrils of doubt that had threatened to envelop him. This is at our broken bar. He realized that he had finally reached the coveted location, the resting place of the life pearl. There was strangely no acidic water in front of him like Thorin said, but he didn't care since this only made it so much easier for him. His lips curved into a smile as he eagerly yet cautiously approached the place where the life pearl was. Asher cautiously advanced towards the bend, the eerie, murky green light of the life pearl guiding his every step. As he rounded the corner, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. The kraken's heart, the centerpiece of this enigmatic organic chamber, was a massive, pulsating organ suspended in a fluid-filled cavity. It was a living, breathing proof of the colossal creature's power and vitality. its rhythmic contractions reverberating throughout the cavernous space. Veins and arteries snaked away from the heart, spreading their tendrils throughout the kraken's body, providing it with the lifeblood it needed to maintain its dominance over the deep. And the life pearl was an object of mysterious beauty, casting an enchanting, murky green light that seemed to pulse in time with the kraken's heartbeat. Roughly the size of a human head, it was perfectly round and smooth, its surface resembling polished marble. As it emitted its mesmerizing glow, the pearl appeared to be alive, as if infused with the very essence of the kraken itself. It was embedded in its heart and seemed to share a symbiotic relationship with the kraken. It was as if the pearl had become an integral part of the creature's life force, imbuing it with a power that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. It also seemed as if damaging it would be a daunting task considering how the beating heart seemed to protect it with bloody tendrils. But it was not the pearl that truly captivated Asher's attention. To his shock, there was a cocoon of tendrils situated beside the heart, and within it was an enchantingly beautiful woman. Her beauty was ethereal, a mesmerizing blend of elegance and dark allure that could captivate anyone who laid eyes upon her. It wouldn't be wrong to say that she was the allure of the seas. Her skin was a shimmering shade of twilight blue, a living canvas that seemed to hold the very essence of the deep ocean within it. Her long, glowing, flowing hair, as white as the moon, cascaded down her back, framing her delicate face and accentuating her high cheekbones and full, inviting dark blue lips. Her head framed two pretty fins on either side, giving her beauty a poetic aspect. Her slender, hourglass figure was accentuated by her bountiful bust, which was barely contained by the elegant starry bra she wore with a glimmering gem embedded in the lower center. Asher felt like her attire had a reflection of the Umbrelfien's culture, crafted from delicate, iridescent fabrics that hugged her body like a second skin and left little to the imagination. He was further surprised as he looked down where her lower half was a breathtaking fusion of demonic elegance and grace. Even though her lower body resembled that of a fish's tail, it was a series of sinuous, serpentine coils, each covered in smooth, glossy scales that glinted in the faint light of the chamber. Asher knew the Umbrelfiens had a fish-like tail for their lower half unless they were on land, allowing them to easily grow legs in place of their tail. Her upper body was smooth and scale-free, unlike other Umbrelfiens he had encountered, making him wonder if some Umbrelfiens were born without scales. But despite her ethereal beauty, her complexion appeared sickly, and a network of eerie veins crisscrossed her delicate features. Feeling baffled and curious, he decided to take a step forward, but right before he was about to, the woman's eyes slowly fluttered open, revealing a pair of mesmerizing, sapphire blue orbs that had an otherworldly glow. Before he could even react, a cold yet melodious voice resonated within his mind, halting him in his tracks. "Stop right there," the voice warned, echoing through the recesses of his thoughts like a haunting melody. Her unexpected mental communication left him feeling exposed and vulnerable, yet he couldn't help but be captivated by the evocative beauty of her voice. He cautiously looked at her, his instincts warning him that there was more to this woman than met the eye. "Who are you?" Asher inquired, his voice a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The woman's eyes, like two shimmering pools of deep sapphire blue, seemed to look straight into his soul as she answered him. "I am Isola, the princess of the Umbrelfiens." Her eyes narrowed with a look of confusion before asking, "I can't recognize what race you are. How did you even get here? Are you from the Bloodburn Kingdom?" Isola asked with suspicion in her eyes, her gaze cold. She felt that the world outside must have changed a lot when new races like the man she was seeing before might have emerged, even though it seemed shocking. Maybe they also became a part of the Bloodburn Kingdom. Still, she couldn't believe that he ended up here. Even if he accidentally got into the mouth of the kraken, he shouldn't be able to survive this far. He also didn't seem strong enough. Asher quickly seized the opportunity presented by her lack of recognition. He decided to weave a tale that would not reveal his true identity and intentions. "Bloodburn Kingdom? I wouldn't dare to get close to that kingdom, for I am not welcome nor my race. I am just a wandering sailor who got swallowed by this giant creature after a storm destroyed my ship," he said, his voice tinged with weariness and desperation. I fought tooth and nail against the parasites within this beast, barely clinging to life as I made my way here. Isola had a doubtful look, but seeing how he wasn't a powerful warrior and how the Kraken didn't seek to focus on killing him, she felt he must be telling the truth. She knew the Kraken would only actively try to destroy something or someone which it considers as a threat. Furthermore, the Bloodburn Kingdom she knew would never send someone like him into the belly of the Kraken. It just wouldn't make sense while his story does. The fact that they were at war could give birth to the possibility that the man's ship got destroyed as the Kraken wreaked havoc. Asher paused for a moment, glancing at Isola, who was still wrapped in the cocoon. "And what about you? Why are you here, bound in that cocoon?" Asher couldn't help but wonder if the Kraken kidnapped her or something, but it wouldn't make sense since the Kraken was on their side. However, he didn't have to guess much to see that she was dying. Asher watched as Isola's gaze fell, her sapphire eyes shimmering with complicated emotions. Her melodious voice echoed in his mind once more, laden with a heavy sigh. "I don't think it matters. I wish I could help you, but once you are inside, there is no way back. Even if you take a single step forward, the Kraken's wrath will be your undoing." She paused, her wistful tone amplifying the weight of her words, and mumbled, "Maybe it's a cruel play of fate to let you end up here with me." Asher furrowed his brows, a determined glint in his eyes. "I still want to know what you're doing here and how you ended up in this situation," he insisted, his voice steady despite the dire circumstances. "Since my fate is sealed, I wouldn't mind hearing you out. There's nothing else I can do at this point. I also feel like you wouldn't mind telling me, considering the situation." Inwardly, Asher had a more calculated motive. As the Umberalfiend princess, Isola could be a valuable source of information. By engaging her in conversation, he might be able to learn whether he should take any precautions before damaging the life pearl or any other vital information while recovering his MP as well. Isola's eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions as she listened to this mysterious man's words. For a fleeting moment, a hint of surprise flickered across her face, as if she hadn't expected anyone to take an interest in her considering the circumstances. Her gaze shifted away, as if she were wondering if telling him would change anything. A mix of uncertainty and curiosity colored her thoughts. She couldn't help but wonder why this outsider, who had seemingly stumbled into her world by accident, would want to talk to her while waiting for death. Any other normal person would be howling in despair. Maybe he was like her, who had accepted their fate and was prepared to face it. He surely must have a strong heart to quickly accept it like that. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her expression softened, her eyes meeting the mysterious sailor's once more. The intensity of her gaze seemed to convey a silent understanding between them. It was as if she had come to a decision. "You must already know my people are at war against the Bloodburn Kingdom, and I am sure you also have an idea of how strong the Bloodburn Kingdom is. My people would have never stood a chance if not for our guardian, the Kraken." Asher slowly nodded, already knowing this fact. Without the Kraken, House Thorn alone could finish off the Umberalfiends without much losses. It was already a shock that they were strong and still had so many despite being left to rot for thousands of years. Even if, on the off chance, the Umberalfiends had an overwhelmingly large army, he was sure Oena would make them come inland and finish them off, especially with the dragons having a huge advantage. But with the Kraken present, it could easily wreak chaos in the northern lands, which was an archipelago, consisting of a chain of islands. The power the Kraken had over the sea can never be underestimated. If it wanted, it could flood the entire archipelago. If the armies of his kingdom didn't confront it on the shores, there was no telling how much destruction the Kraken could have caused. "I know, but why are you trapped here if you are supposed to be out there, helping your people win the war? Why would your own guardian do this to you?" Asher asked with a confused shake of his head. Isola's expression shifted, her gaze becoming distant and tinged with a profound sadness. The weight of her destiny seemed to bear down upon her, like the crushing depths of the ocean surrounding them. Her voice, once again echoing in his mind, carried a cold yet melancholic tone, the melody of her words heavy with unspoken pain. "It's not like what you think. I am doing this willingly. It is nothing but a sacrifice, my purpose." My duty has always been to aid my people in this way, offering my life to the Kraken in exchange for her help in our war," she explained, her voice wavering ever so slightly, making Asher raise his brows. Asher had a baffled look, not expecting that this woman was sacrificing herself to the Kraken willingly. He also didn't know the Kraken was a she. He shook his head and asked with a blinking expression, "I don't understand. The Kraken is supposed to be your people's guardian. Why would you have to sacrifice yourself for it to help you?" An air of somberness enveloped her as she explained, "Right before I was born," as Isola began to explain, her eyes began to lose focus as memories of the past flashed in her mind. 25 years ago, in the deepest abyss of the northern seas, the elders spoke with urgency, their voices heavy with concern as they impressed upon King Meraxa and Queen Narissara the gravity of the situation. "Your Majesties, the Kraken requires a sacrifice of the purest and most powerful bloodline among us. Only then will it grant us the favor and protection we need to survive. This must be what the prophecy of the ancients foretold," one elder said, his voice strained with desperation. "The devils have bestowed upon us a miraculous chance by lifting the seal after thousands of years, allowing us a glimmer of hope for our future. Yet, we remain trapped in this darkness, facing the constant threat of the cursed wraiths from the forbidden waters that tear our people apart every day," another elder added, her voice barely more than a whisper. "There will come a time soon when none of us will be left alive, just like how the Ravager wanted. We must gain the favor of our guardian if we are to survive, even if it comes at a difficult and huge cost. As the prophecy says, only the child born during the age of the 5th baleful moon can save us." King Meraxa's hands trembled as he held a baby in his hands with sapphire blue eyes, while his eyes filled with an unspoken pain. His expression suddenly contorted and struck his scepter on the floor as he got up and roared, making the water intensely ripple. "My child was born just yesterday and you all have the audacity to come here, telling me to sacrifice my only child? Don't any one of you have the slightest decency despite being so old?" Meraxa had always prayed for a son, for he knew the prophecy mentioned a maiden. However, once his little girl was born, Meraxa felt like he was holding a part of his soul in his hands. This made him not want to accept the prophecy despite it being passed down for generations. Queen Narissara glanced at him as she gestured to him to sit down, her eyes still stony. All the elders lowered their heads with downward gazes when the oldest elder among them spoke up with a sigh. "Please do not get angry at us, my king. We understand your pain, but we also know you understand that everyone, including our ancestors, have been praying for the Midnight Maiden to be born for generations, and now, with her auspicious birth, the people have never been more hopeful. She is their beacon of hope, and even if it will be painful for all of us, she would receive the highest honor and respect for her sacrifice. She is the chosen one. She is the Midnight Maiden who can save us from eternal darkness. She will be remembered for generations to come and nobody would ever forget her sacrifice. She will be immortal. A goddess among us. Isn't that something your majesties and we all can be proud of?" King Meraxa's expression became calmer, but he still had a disgruntled look and refused to answer. He exchanged a glance with his wife, who had an inscrutable face as she answered plainly, "We will discuss this matter within a few days. You all may leave," she told the elders, her voice steady but laced with a quiet determination. The moment the elders left the room, King Meraxa rose from his throne, anguish etched upon his face. He turned to his wife, his voice heavy. "We cannot be so cruel as to do this to our own daughter. There must be another way. I will find another solution." Queen Narissara sighed deeply, her own heart heavy with the weight of their people's fate. She rose from her throne and looked briefly at the baby before speaking. "Things are not that simple, as you know, husband. We have a responsibility to our people and our ancestors, to save us all even if it comes at a painful price. I have long since prepared for this, so why are you acting like you never knew about the prophecy? Did you not really think of the possibility it revealed?" Meraxa's eyes widened, taken aback by his wife's unwavering stance. "Even if the prophecy is true. How can you be so cold-hearted towards our own child?" She is just a newborn child who doesn't even know what her birth means yet. Narisara's lips pressed together firmly, her voice strained as she responded, "It is equally painful for me. I wish I could take her place, but the reality is different. As king and queen, we cannot sit idly by while our people suffer and die in great numbers every day. We should fulfill our duties instead of hiding from it because of how difficult it is." She paused for a moment, continuing, "Our people are sacrificing themselves to keep all of us alive by going out into the forbidden waters, knowing full well they may not return. Now that the Midnight Maiden has been born and we prevent the prophecy from getting fulfilled, won't they question why we cannot make the same sacrifices? Things will only worsen if our people begin to question our ability to lead and care for them. Even if we ignore that. Do you think we will survive beyond 100 years? The cursed wraiths will only keep getting stronger by feeding on us, and the elixir of the ancients has already dried up." She looked at her husband with unwavering seriousness. "As king, you must decide what is more important, our daughter's life or the survival of our race." Maraxa's breath caught in his throat as the reality of their situation settled upon him. He stared down at his daughter, her innocent smile and tiny fingers grasping at his own. He knew his wife's words held truth, but he couldn't bear the thought of sacrificing his own child. With a shake of his head, he walked away, his voice barely audible as he said, "I won't decide anything now." Isola and her young maid, whom she affectionately called Lyra, shared a bond that went beyond that of a simple servant and her charge. Lyra had been with Isola since her birth, and over the years, their relationship had blossomed into a deep and genuine one. One day, as they sat together in Isola's chamber, Lyra was singing something that sounded like a prophecy, from the heart of the eternal midnight. During the age of the fifth baleful moon, a beacon shall rise, born of shadow and strife, with fate in their eyes, a maiden of the deep, both revered and reviled, shall lead her people, through trials reconciled, in life or in death. Their sacrifice will unfold, a story of courage and might, for ages retold. By the maiden's hand, her people shall be free, their chains unbound, their hearts filled with glee. Embrace the coming tide, for the time draws near, the Savior will rise, bringing hope to quell fear. Through triumph or sorrow, their path shall be worn, for the fate of her people lies with this Midnight Maiden. Lyra, I want you to sing something better. I am tired of listening to the prophecy of the ancients. Mother already makes you read it to me every day, telling me to remember it, for it is my duty, but it's so boring and tiring. So can you please sing a beautiful one for me? A 4-year-old Isola asked with a pout, her big round sapphire eyes staring at Lyra. Lyra softly looked at her and patted her head. I know, princess, but I can't ignore your mother's orders. That is why I thought of singing it instead of making you read so that it won't be that boring. But now that it is over, I will sing a new song which you might like. Yay! Isola's eyes lit up like a star as she clapped her hands in excitement. Lyra began to gently sing a melancholic song, her voice filling the room with a sense of longing and wonder. Isola listened, enraptured, as Lyra's music painted pictures of sunlit forests and rolling meadows in her mind. How did you learn to sing like that, Lyra? Isola asked in awe. Lyra smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling with memories. My mother taught me when I was a young girl, just like you. Music is a precious gift that transcends time and space, allowing us to share our emotions and stories with others, and I believe you can truly bring out the power of music since you have a magical voice, princess. Isola's eyes sparkled as she smiled and asked, I had no idea. And, were you singing about the outside world? What is it really like? The codices only have scary stories about the outside world. Lyra softly chuckled and said, it's not always scary. Imagine, my dear princess, a sky as vast as the ocean, but instead of water, it's filled with air, and when night falls, the darkness is illuminated by a moon painted in red while the stars twinkling like the eyes of 1,000 ancestors watching over us. Isola's eyes grew wide with amazement as her mouth formed an O. Wah, I wish all of us could see it someday. Lyra, I would like you to show me around the outside world once I help our people regain our lands." Lyra's expression flickered as her smile stifled momentarily. She took a deep breath and hugged Isola, whispering, "I hope with all my heart that we can one day, my princess." The day Isola turned 7, Lyra surprised her with a beautifully crafted bracelet, its elegant design adorned with delicate carvings of sea creatures and plants. As Isola admired the exquisite bracelet, Lyra smiled gently and placed it in her hands. "Today is your second initiation, my dear princess," she said, her voice filled with warmth and affection. "This bracelet has been in my family for generations, and I want you to have it. It might be presumptuous of me, but you have become like a little sister to me, and there is no one else I would rather pass this heirloom down to." Isola's eyes welled up with tears as she clutched the bracelet to her chest. "Really, Lyra? Thank you. I promise to cherish it and keep it safe." Lyra's expression grew solemn, and for a brief moment, a flicker of sadness passed through her eyes. She leaned in and hugged Isola tightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I know you will, princess. I couldn't be happier getting to spend time with you, and I wish." Lyra was unable to complete her sentence as her voice trailed off. Isola hugged her back with a wide smile. "Me too. You are the best sister I could ask for." He. Lyra smiled through her own tears, quickly wiping it away before Isola could see. "I will see you tomorrow, okay?" Isola had a confused look as she asked, Why? You only came just now. I want to listen to your songs and stories." Lyra softly smiled and patted her head as she said, "I am sorry, princess. I have something very important to do, but if I get free earlier, I will be back this evening, okay?" Isola pouted but she nodded. "Okay. But you have to be back this evening as promised." It was past evening and Lyra didn't show up, leaving Isola confused and sad, though she felt maybe Lyra was really busy. But the next day also, Lyra didn't make an appearance, making Isola feel sadder since Lyra never missed a single day. She didn't want to wait any longer and questioned her parents. Her father was about to say something when her mother motioned him to let her handle this before stating that Lyra would no longer be looking after her. This made Isola feel heartbroken as she couldn't think of any reason why Lyra would stop coming to her. She pestered her parents for the reason but they remained tight-lipped. But she didn't give up and kept asking around until one servant felt pity for her and told her he would show her where Lyra was. Isola's heart raced as the servant led her through the dark seas before coming upon a seabed with a chilling and heavy atmosphere. She was surprised to see that the area was teeming with people, each of them huddled around a lifeless covered figure, their faces etched with grief and sorrow. The dim light that filtered through the water above cast eerie shadows on the scene, emphasizing the despair that hung heavy in the air. The sound of heart-wrenching sobs and soft whispers of farewell echoed throughout the area, a heart-clenching symphony of loss that seemed to reverberate in the very depths of Isola's soul. She had never before been in such a place filled with sadness and heartache. As her wide, innocent eyes took in the harrowing sight before her, she felt an overwhelming mixture of shock, sadness, and fear. Dozens of lifeless bodies, each covered with a black sheet, were meticulously arranged in rows, awaiting their final journey to the burial grounds. The sheer number of corpses of her people shocked Isola as she never expected to see a sight like this. "Why are there so many dead?" Isola asked, her voice trembling. The servant replied with a heavy heart, "These people die every day at the hands of the cursed wraiths, as they venture out, mainly for resources. The only reason we could even collect some of the corpses is because of the current that floats the bodies towards us, but most of the corpses are forever lost. What we are seeing is only a part of the hundreds that died." Isola's gaze darted from one body to the next, her heart aching with each name inscribed on the sheets. She could barely comprehend the scale of the tragedy, the weight of the loss pressing down on her tiny shoulders. Her breath caught in her throat as her eyes fell upon the name she had been dreading to see, Lyra. At that moment, she felt like the world around was crumbling down. As she struggled to steady her breath, she couldn't help but notice the stark contrast to the surrounding scenes of grief. While families clung to each other, mourning the loss of their loved ones, Lyra's corpse lay alone, untouched and abandoned. It was a jarring sight, making Isola realize what Lyra meant when she said she had no one else to hand down her heirloom. The image of Lyra's unattended body amidst the sea of grieving people struck a deep chord within Isola. Lyra, her heart heavy with grief, she broke free from the servant's grasp and rushed towards the sheet-covered corpse while shouting out her name. "Princess, don't!" The servant shouted from behind, but he didn't take a single step forward to stop her. As she reached it, she hesitated for a moment before slowly lifting the black sheet, her trembling hands betraying her fear of what she might find. Nothing could have prepared Isola for the sight that met her eyes. The once kind and gentle features of Lyra, which had been a source of comfort and guidance throughout her life, were gone, replaced by a horrifying, mutilated visage. Her face was a ghastly, twisted mess of barely remaining flesh, with gaping wounds and dark, oozing gashes that spoke of the torment she had suffered in her final moments. She could see almost all the bloody bones sticking out, with parts of torn flesh still sticking to them. It was as if she was eaten alive and thrown away. Isola stared in horror at the remains of the woman she had loved as a big sister, her breath hitching as she tried to reconcile the image before her with the memories of Lyra's warm smile and tender embrace. Her eyes widened, and her vision blurred as tears streamed down her face, each one a testament to the unbearable pain she felt in her heart. Lyra. Come back. Please. You haven't shown me the outside world like you promised. Sob. Her knees trembled, and she collapsed to the cold stone floor, her small body racked with sobs. The grief and pain were almost too much for her young heart to handle, and she struggled to find the words to express the depth of her anguish. The gory scene left an indelible mark on Isola's soul, searing itself into her memory as a haunting realization of the cruelty and brutality that pervaded the world she inhabited. She knew they lived in a world surrounded with dangers, but she never knew the reality was this cruel and terrifying. The magnitude of the situation began to dawn on her as she realized that the people grieving around her had families and friends who loved and cared for them just like she cared for Lyra. It was a heavy burden for a child to bear, and the emotion and confusion that swirled within her threatened to consume her. The dimly lit chamber was filled with an oppressive silence as Meraxa sat across from his daughter, the weight of his thoughts and the gravity of the situation pressing down upon them both. Isola's vacant gaze seemed to pierce through the space in front of her, a chilling reminder of the innocence that had been shattered just days before. Meraxa's heart ached as he recalled his wife's decision to expose their daughter to the grim reality of their world, a move that he had been unable to prevent. With a heavy sigh, Meraxa mustered the courage to address his daughter. "Isola, my child, I never wanted you to find out about Lyra that way," he confessed, his voice strained with regret. "I'm truly sorry that you had to experience such pain. Lyra's entire family had died to the cursed wraiths, and she had no choice but to venture out to survive, and also because it was her turn to contribute. She didn't tell you to not make you feel sad." Merax knew how much Lyra meant to Isola, and he also wished Lyra didn't meet such a fate, though he wasn't surprised. As he spoke, Merax noticed the subtle tremble in Isola's eyes, but she remained silent, her expression vacant. Drawing a deep breath, he continued, "Now that you know what kind of world we are trying to survive in, it's time for you to understand that being the savior of our race isn't a simple task as you thought so far. When you grow up and reach a certain age, you will have to broken bar sacrifice your life. Forever leaving this world. That is the only way our guardian would help us because of how pure and special your bloodline is." Meraxa felt as if a huge weight was lifted off his chest. He had always wondered how and when he would break the truth to her. He had tried his best to keep her safe from the truth, hoping to wait till she was mature enough to decide, but now, there was no choice. Feeling the overwhelming heaviness of his words, Isola's lips began to tremble as tears glistened her sapphire blue eyes. Meraxa hesitated for a moment before offering her a choice, his voice gentle yet firm. "But I want you to know that you have a choice, Isola. If you don't wish to become the savior of our people, I won't let anyone force you into it. I want you to choose your own destiny." Isola's eyes remained blank, the gravity of the decision that lay before her settling like a heavy stone in her chest. For a moment, her gaze seemed to tremble, as the haunting image of Lyra's mutilated body and the hundreds of other corpses of her people flashed in her mind. Each memory seemed to coalesce into a single, inescapable truth, that the world she knew was a place of pain and suffering, where the lives of her people hung in the balance every single day. With each passing moment, Isola's resolve began to strengthen, fueled by a fierce determination that she had never before experienced. She recalled not only the pain she felt but the fear in the eyes of her people, the desperate cries of the fallen, and the countless sacrifices that had been made in the name of survival. And as she considered the possibility of a future free from such horrors, a sense of purpose began to blossom within her. What will happen to us, to every near broken bar, if I choose not to become a savior? I want to know the truth. A broken bar, Isola asked in low, soft voice. Meraxa was a bit surprised by her question, but he took a deep breath and answered, "We will survive in the immediate future, but a broken bar we may not survive beyond 50 years, at most 100 years if we are being optimistic." Drawing a deep breath, Isola met her father's gaze with a newfound sense of conviction. "Father," she said, her voice steady and resolute while making a firm expression which a 7-year-old shouldn't be making. "Yeah, broken bar, I want to become the savior of our people." Isola broken bar. Meraxa was a bit taken aback, as if he wasn't expecting such an answer from his little girl. "I don't want our people to suffer and die. I want us all to be happy and live without fear. With my help, a broken bar, it can be made possible, right?" Isola asked as she met her father's gaze, hope glinting in her glistening big eyes. Meraxa was about to ask her to reconsider, but seeing her determined expression and her teary eyes, he was unable to say anything, for he knew she had made up her mind and wouldn't waver. As the words left her lips, a sense of clarity seemed to settle over Isola, as if a hidden strength had been awakened within her. A broken bar. 10-year-old Isola returned to her home, her body battered and bruised from the day's training. As the Midnight Maiden, the burden and responsibilities she carried was as heavy as it could get. To make sure her sacrifice wouldn't disappoint the Kraken when the time comes, the pressure was on her to get as strong as possible within the shortest time and bring out the full potential of her bloodline. As she limped through the halls, wincing with every step, she could feel the weight of her people's expectations pressing down upon her, a burden that seemed almost too much to bear, but she was determined to never give up. As she turned a corner, she came face to face with her mother, Queen Narisara. Narisara's gaze fell upon Isola's injuries, her eyes narrowing with disapproval. "It's been several days in a row that you've come back with injuries from the same lessons," she said coldly, her voice devoid of warmth or concern. "You must work harder during your training, Isola. Our people's hope and every sacrifice they make is for you. It is your duty not to take it for granted. Don't disappoint me next time." Isola's heart ached as she looked into her mother's eyes, searching for any sign of the compassion she so desperately craved. Instead, she found only steely determination and unyielding resolve. With a pained smile, she nodded her agreement, trying to stifle the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. "Understood, Mother," she managed to say, her voice barely above a whisper. As she watched her mother turn and walk away, Isola knew her mother had always been like this, but even then, there was always a sliver of hope that she might show some concern in her eyes. But maybe it was nothing but a naive hope when even her father has grown distant over the years. A broken bar. The day a 15-year-old Isola was appointed the leader of her own squad was one she had eagerly awaited. The excitement bubbled within her like a long-lost friend, ready to embrace the camaraderie she had longed for since childhood, just like the one she shared with Lyra. As she stepped into the training hall, a group of young men and women around her age stood awaiting her arrival. "Everyone," Isola began, her voice confident but warm, "I know I am the chosen one and everything, but when we train together, I want you to treat me as an equal. No excessive formalities, please. We're all here to learn and grow together." The squad members exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of excitement, uncertainty, and awe. "Yes, Your Highness," all of them replied in unison, bowing deeply. They were still reeling from disbelief and the excitement of getting to be in a squad led by the Midnight Maiden herself. She looked even more beautiful and enchanting up close while being so powerful despite being around their age. Isola sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of disappointment seeing how they were doing exactly the opposite of what she said. All these years, everyone would treat her formally while being distant, making her unable to form any real connection with anyone. Lyra was the only and last person she truly had some connection with, but she felt maybe her new squad just needed some time to get used to it. However, among them, one girl had a radiant smile and an infectious enthusiasm that instantly captivated Isola, making her feel like she might discover a connection with her she had been yearning for. "Princess Isola," Sarah called out, beaming, "I'm so excited to be part of your squad. I've heard so much about you, and I'm really looking forward to learning from you and fighting alongside you. I promise I won't let you down." Isola couldn't help but smile back. "I'm glad to have you with us, Sarah. Let's do our best to protect our people together." Over the following weeks, Isola and Sarah began to form a friendship during their brief moments of respite. For the second time in her life, Isola felt the warmth of true friendship and was hopeful to have a close friend she could confide in. Isola also formed a bond with the rest of her squad after completing a few missions together, forming trust and confidence in each other. They ate, trained, and fought together, making her feel like this squad was an extension of her, and she grew to care about them all. She personally trained and made them stronger, making her feel proud of them as well. But not long after, on a fateful day, while leading her squad on a mission to gather vital resources, they found themselves ambushed by a horde of cursed wraiths. Their twisted forms emerged from the darkness, a dreadful sight that caused the bravest among Isola's squad to tremble in fear. This was the first time Isola's squad were facing the weakest cursed wraiths, and just at first glance, they could see how they were the embodiment of nightmares, their ghastly forms defying comprehension, their sinewy, elongated bodies, wreathed in ethereal shadows, twisting and contorting in unnatural ways, allowing them to glide through the dark waters with a haunting grace. Their skin, the color of a moonless night, was covered in pulsating veins that shimmered with an eerie, malevolent energy, hinting at the immense power that resides within. The faces of the cursed wraiths were a dreadful sight to behold, a sunken murky black eyes that burned with an insatiable hunger for life, and a gaping maw filled with row upon row of razor-sharp teeth, designed to rend flesh from bone with brutal efficiency. They could see why their elders always say that encountering a cursed wraith was a fate to be avoided at all costs, for their insatiable hunger for blood and life leaves nothing but death and desolation in their wake. But despite their best efforts, Isola's squad were quickly overwhelmed, and one by one, her squad members fell to the monstrous creatures. Much to her horror, these cursed wraiths were young and weaker than the truly powerful ones, and yet her squad struggled. It only went on to prove how even one of these young cursed wraiths was too powerful. Isola fought with all her might, her heart pounding in her chest, as she desperately tried to protect her remaining comrades. But her heart clenched as she saw the bodies of her comrades floating down to the dark seabed, their blood mixing with the eerie waters. She realized she was too late and fought even harder to protect the only one left alive, Sarah, who was fighting behind her. She unleashed everything she had, and thanks to her powerful bloodline and talents, she was able to vanquish Thema Broken Bar, or so she thought. "Princess, look out!" A desperate cry pierced through the chaos from behind. Isola's heart leapt into her throat as she whirled around, only to witness the horrifying sight of Sarah trying to shield her, letting herself get ensnared in the clutches of the last remaining cursed wraith, which had been hiding all this time, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Its wicked teeth sank into her neck, tearing out her throat in a gruesome display of brutality. "No!" Isola's voice cracked, her heart shattering as she watched Sarah's lifeblood seep into the water, painting the darkness crimson. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, Isola looked at the monstrous creature, her fury igniting a torrent of power that surged through her veins. "Just die!" With a chilling scream that resonated through the abyss, The body of the cursed wraith exploded into a gruesome burst of blood before it could even let out a sound. "Sarah," Isola cried out, rushing to her side, hoping she could still save her life, only to grab a lifeless body in her hands, her grey eyes still frozen in terror. "Noah Broken Bar, Noah Broken Bar, why did you do it?" A Broken Bar. Tears streamed down her face as she held Sarah's body, the life snuffed out of her far too soon. She thought she had forgotten how to cry after Lyra's death, but it seemed as if she had yet to get used to the pain of losing someone. In this harrowing moment, Isola realized that everything around her was fleeting and fragile in the face of their cruel reality. She now understood even more why her people and even her mother depended on her so much. Her sacrificing herself was the only solution to change the fate of her people, and the pain she was feeling now only seemed to make it harder for her to become who she was supposed to be. A few days later, Isola walked towards a grove, her heart heavy. The water around her felt like they were closing in on her. A physical manifestation of the emotions suffocated inside her. She looked up at the vast expanse of inky blackness, occasionally interrupted by the faint, luminescent glow of plants and small creatures that have adapted to the harsh conditions. She knew far above, the light from the mystical sky remained elusive, unable to penetrate the crushing depths. Her mind wandered to the stories Lyra had once shared with her, 8 tales of places filled with tall, majestical structures which the surface world calls a tree, vibrant cities, and distant lands, filled with fascinating cultures and people. She longed to explore those places, to experience the world beyond the confines of her underwater kingdom. With a heavy heart, she mumbled to herself, "Why did you tell me about those wonders, Lyra, if you knew I would never be able to experience them? What purpose did those beautiful lies serve?" She knew she could never fulfill her dreams, for her fate was sealed by her destiny. As she stood there, surrounded by the darkness of the sea, a sad smile crossed her face as she began to sing a wistful melody, the melody carrying her dreams of a world filled with people she loved, sunlight, open skies, and boundless horizons, a world she would never know. A broken bar. The memories began to fade back into the recesses of her mind as Isola, in the present, revealed to this trapped sailor why she let herself be a sacrifice. She didn't know why she remembered all that, but it felt like a bittersweet reminder of the reasons she continued on this path. Asher's piercing gaze locked onto Isola as he processed the weight of her revelation. He couldn't help but feel surprised to learn that this kraken was nearing the end of its lifespan and had actually gained its freedom with the help of the Umberolfians years ago. It purposefully played along all these years because Isola promised to sacrifice herself to let the kraken use her life force to give birth to its offspring. Apparently, the Umberolfians first offered to give it freedom in return for being their guardian again. But the kraken wasn't interested in freedom since it was at the end of its lifespan, and so it demanded a perfect sacrifice to give birth to its offspring. Asher could understand why the kraken would make such a demand since it must have been quite desperate to continue its bloodline. This made him wonder if her bloodline was really that powerful and special for even the kraken to need her. This was a bit of shocking news, and he felt that her dedication towards saving her people was quite admirable and tragic. Not everyone would prepare themselves to be a sacrifice since childhood. He couldn't help but remember a certain someone from his past life as he thought about Isola, making his gaze absent momentarily, but he shook away those thoughts as he focused on the present situation. If the kraken gives birth to its offspring, the Bloodburn Kingdom will surely be doomed. It was already a huge pain in the ass to deal with an old and dying kraken, let alone a young one. Even if it might be weaker, he had to get her off that cocoon before the kraken finished draining her life force. But he first wanted to know if it would work, and so he said with a heavy sigh, "Yeah, Broken Bar, I don't know what to really say. I find your devotion and loyalty towards your people admirable, but Broken Bar, this doesn't feel right. I feel like your life isn't supposed to end like this. What will happen if you come out of that cocoon now?" Isola's brows raised slightly at his words, a mixture of surprise and confusion flickering across her features. She hadn't expected such concern from a stranger, especially one who was going to die in the belly of the kraken. Her voice resonated firmly yet softly in his mind, like the gentle caress of a sea breeze. "You don't have to bother feeling sorry for me. This is the path I've chosen, and I have to see it through, even if it costs me my life." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. As she continued, her voice took on a melancholic edge. "Even if I wanted to leave this cocoon, the kraken wouldn't allow it, since it would hurt itself in the process and wouldn't want me going back on my promise. My fate can't be changed, and I must fulfill my destiny to ensure the survival of my people. I can't let them down." She met his gaze, a flicker of determination shining in her eyes, even as they held the weight of her sacrifice. Asher inwardly smiled as he learned something very important. It seemed as if he didn't even have to try and damage the life pearl. All he would have to do was free her from the cocoon, and the kraken will get weakened. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Asher's expression softened as his eyes met hers. He exhaled slowly, deliberately, as if gathering his resolve. "Isola," he began, his voice gentle, "I understand your devotion to your people, but I can't just stand by and watch you sacrifice yourself in such a miserable way." Isola wasn't expecting him to care so much. A flicker of emotion crossed her face, a mix of confusion yet appreciation for his concern and a resigned acceptance of her fate. She knew he couldn't do anything to change her fate, but it was probably telling all this to make her feel better, which made her feel even more grateful. "I appreciate your concern," she began, her voice laced with a gentle sadness, "but I have made peace with my destiny. All I eagerly await is my people having a future without fear. I have been waiting and preparing for it for my entire life." Her gaze drifted away from him, as if she were looking into the distance, into the unknown future. "Besides, we're trapped inside the kraken. There's no way out of here. We're both doomed to die in this place. I have always wondered how beautiful the surface world must be, but maybe you can share your experiences with me until our time comes." Her words hung in the air, heavy and resigned. In her heart, she felt a strange sense of relief in sharing these thoughts with a stranger. She also didn't know why she was feeling relaxed having a conversation with this man when she was going to die soon. Perhaps this was the final and only chance fate gave her to pour out everything she had been bottling up inside. Asher's eyes held a spark of defiance as he responded to her resignation. "Why ask me about my experiences when you can experience the outside world for yourself?" he challenged. "Even if we're going to die, how can you give up without trying to seek out a better way?" He paused, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "And maybe, just maybe, you can convince your people to broker peace with the Bloodburn Kingdom. This war won't end without most of your people dying. If the Bloodburn Kingdom gets desperate, they'll unleash everything they've got on your people, even if it means hurting their own kingdom in the process. Your people had been suppressed and suffering for thousands of years. Do you really believe they can push back the entire Bloodburn Kingdom?" His words struck a chord within Isola, as she knew deep down the truth in what he said, even if she didn't want to accept that. "I knows that you also don't want to really follow the path you have chosen," he added, his eyes locking onto hers, searching for any flicker of agreement before adding. Isola's heart skipped a beat as his words resonated within her. A whirlwind of emotions swirled inside her, clashing with the certainty she had held onto for so long. She always had a lingering doubt in her mind if her people would really win the war with the help of her sacrifice. She never wanted to think about such a devastating possibility, since it would mean everything she went through and did would be for nothing while failing to save her people. The main reason for her believing in her sacrifice was the prophecy. The prophecy of the ancients can never be wrong. However, at the same time she remembered how the prophecy mentioned in life or death, meaning she could also save her people without dying. The possibility of a different path, one where she might not have to sacrifice herself for her people, was both hopeful and terrifying. But none of her people or even she considered this possibility, since there was no possible path to fulfill it. The only way she and her people knew was to gain the favor of their guardian. The Bloodburn Kingdom was known to be ruled by greedy, ruthless and vile people who would seek to suppress anything that might threaten them or destroy anything that might benefit them, especially House Thorn. She still remembered the terrifying tales of the Ravager and how he tormented her ancestors before banishing them to rot and die. If they really felt sympathetic for her people or were willing to accept the mistakes of their ancestors, why would they engage in war instead of trying to broker peace? Her resentment towards the Bloodburn Kingdom was no less than that of her people, but on the inside, she also didn't want her people to die. She felt that it was just a fleeting dream and that this sailor was too naive to think they could broker peace. She knew he would think like that since he was not a part of the Bloodburn Kingdom, and so she said with a firm shake of her head, "I know there is some truth to your words, but the harsh reality is that there can never be any peace. If we are doomed to get wiped out in a broken bar, so be it. At least we would die trying to reclaim our ancestral lands. We can die with honor instead of helplessly awaiting our deaths in the forbidden waters," she said, her eyes glinting with cold determination. However, her gaze locked onto his face as a flicker of curiosity flashed past her face. "But why do you care so much about what happens to me?" She felt that in a situation like this, anyone else would be more worried about themselves than someone they just came upon. Asher's eyes softened as he took a deep breath. "I know that we barely know each other," he admitted, his voice carrying a hint of vulnerability, "but I once knew someone very close to me who sacrificed themselves for the good of others. They believed that their sacrifice would bring about a change, save everyone they cared about, but in the end, nothing good came out of it. Their death only brought more suffering, more pain to those who cared about that person." As Asher said this, his eyes briefly rippled. He paused, as if the weight of his past weighed heavily on his words. "Seeing you here, in this situation, I can't help but see them in you, the same resolve, the same willingness to give up everything for a cause you believe in, but I don't want you to end up like them. That day I learned that you don't trade your life for uncertainty. The future's unwritten, but you can't rewrite it once you're gone. There has to be another way, a better way, and I'm willing to do everything I can to help you find it." Isola's heart trembled as his words washed over her. She could hear the sincerity in his voice, the echoes of pain from the story he shared. Despite the resolve that still lingered within her, she couldn't help but feel moved by his words, wondering if her future was really unwritten. She never expected she would feel stirred from the words of a stranger. By now, she was feeling curious to learn more about this trapped sailor, but knew it was just another one of her hopeless wishes. Just as she was about to tell him to not try anything reckless, she saw her taking out a blade in the shape of a ring. The intricate design and the deadly green glint of the metal captured her attention, momentarily silencing her. Her heart raced as she looked from the blade to his determined expression. She felt a mixture of shock, concern and curiosity, wondering what he planned to do with the weapon. Was he truly planning to die while trying to free her? Swallowing the lump in her throat, Isola finally spoke, her voice wavering slightly. "What a broken bar! What are you doing? You cannot be serious." "The Kraken will a broken bar." Isola suddenly grimaced as the eerie dark veins spread even more across her face, her life force gradually dwindling by the second. But she wanted to warn him to not come closer since it would be miserable to get dissolved to death. Asher said in a determined tone, "Don't strain yourself, Isola. Since I am doomed, I shall die trying. Just sit tight." Asher had engaged in a conversation with her for the past few minutes since he was waiting to let his MP get replenished fully. After all, he would need every wisp of it, but he wasn't completely sure if he would make it. Worst case, he will have to teleport to the dimension of the damned before his MP runs out and then recuperate using his health potion, but that would mean he would fail what he set out to do and possibly his future and plans ruined. Isola took deep breaths as she tried to gather the strength to quickly warn him, but just as she looked ahead, her eyes widened as he leapt forward, towards her. Don't. Isola's eyes widened and warned as he suddenly leapt towards her, intent on using his ring blade to free her from her fate. But just as she expected, as he sprang forward, the entire organic chamber trembled violently, as if the Kraken itself could sense the impending threat to its precious life pearl. No matter how weak its enemy was, it would never risk letting them get near its life pearl or disrupt anything. Without warning, Torrents of nightmarish acidic water erupted from all sides of the chamber. This vile, corrosive elixir was as black as the deepest ocean trenches. Its odor was overpowering and nauseating, a noxious combination of rotting flesh and burnt sulfur that was nearly impossible to endure by any normal person. Isola could only watch in dismay as the man she barely knew seemed poised to meet a gruesome end. Despite her warnings, he had risked everything, and it appeared that he would pay the ultimate price for his foolhardiness. However, like he said, doing nothing wouldn't change anything. But then, her brows furrowed and her breath caught in her throat as a harrowing transformation began to unfold before her. As the hissing acidic water raced towards him, his body contorted and writhed, as if some dark force had possessed him. The very air around him seemed to crackle and shudder, as though recoiling from the malevolent energy that now emanated from him. Before her astonished gaze, his skin and flesh burned away as if consumed by some unseen inferno, leaving behind only a charred black skeleton. Dark green flames danced around the skeletal frame, casting eerie shadows on the chamber walls. The hollow eye sockets glowed with an hellish, dark green light, making it seem as though the very essence of the underworld had been summoned into this mortal domain. In his bony hand, the ring blade remained, as if unaffected by the ghastly flames. Isola's mind reeled, desperately trying to make sense of the terrifying spectacle before her. It seemed as if he had turned into a creature from the depths of Tartarus itself, a fearsome specter that defied both reason and reality. Was he really an ordinary man or a monster? But just as she was beginning to grasp the horror of his transformation, the acidic water engulfed the blazing skeleton. The liquid hissed and spat as it extinguished the dark green flames, and Isola could see the bones of the skeleton dissolving rapidly within the corrosive torrent. In just 1 or 2 moments, the once fearsome specter was reduced to nothing more than a fading memory. Isola stared at the spot where the sailor had been, her shock giving way to a hollow emptiness. She had borne witness to a power beyond her understanding, only to see it snuffed out by the Kraken's relentless defense of its life pearl. In the aftermath of the blazing skeleton's destruction, a heavy, suffocating silence settled over the chamber. The once chaotic and frenetic energy that had accompanied Asher's transformation and the subsequent onslaught of acidic water had dissipated, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Isola's thoughts swirled like a tempest, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable events she had just witnessed. In the unsettling quiet, she found herself unexpectedly unnerved by the sudden absence of the mysterious sailor who had tried to save her. Despite her initial disbelief at his audacity, a part of her couldn't help but feel a strange emptiness within her upon seeing him dying after trying to rescue her despite knowing what awaited him. Thinking about his strange transformation, she felt it must be some special power of his race, though she was still unable to believe such a power could be possible. As she stared into the still waters, lost in her thoughts, Isola suddenly pulled together her brows upon noticing the previously still acidic waters suddenly forming ripples. Just as she was about to wonder what was going on, her eyes widened upon seeing a bony hand suddenly emerging from the acid. The skeletal fingers clawed at the air, as if desperately seeking hold on some unseen lifeline. The sight made her eyes tremble, and she found herself holding her breath, unable to look away from the macabre scene unfolding before her. Her sharp, perceptive gaze remained fixed on the strange sight before her as the bony hand erupted into dark green flames. The infernal blaze rapidly spread, engulfing the entire skeleton in a vivid, eerie light that cast shifting shadows across the chamber walls. The charred black bones, now ablaze with a hellish aura, rose with a commanding presence from the treacherous acidic waters. Isola's heart hammered in her chest, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before her. Her intelligence and curiosity warred with her apprehension as she found herself both fascinated and perturbed by the hellish figure that now stood before her, its bones rapidly putting itself together. Almost instantaneously, as the umbral Fiend princess, she had seen and experienced many shocking things, but nothing could have prepared her for this. With each determined step, he waded through the corrosive liquid, his bones disintegrating and reforming in a ceaseless cycle. Isola watched, both stupefied and horrified, As this blazing skeleton pressed onward, she couldn't believe how he was far stronger than before, if that was even him in the first place. His fiery aura was already scorching the fleshy walls, making them quiver and recoil under its intensity. But what was even more shocking was that the acid, which had once seemed like an insurmountable obstacle, seemed to gradually lose its potency against him. It was as if he was drawing strength from the very substance that sought to destroy him. "What a broken bar," Isola mumbled with a stupefied look as she saw him wading through the acidic waters. She couldn't help feel more curious about this mysterious sailor who defied all laws and rules she knew. Status: linked STR plus 75% Dex plus 75% MP, 10,232, 23,907. Asher's eyes darted to his stats, marveling at the stunning revelation that he had reached the strength of a mid-level Soul Reaper. As the acid continued to dissolve him, his Hellbringer form drew power from the darkness the creature unleashed to kill him as fast as possible. But he was keenly aware of his rapidly depleting MP that accompanied this surge in strength, and he knew time was of the essence. Not even a minute passed, and already more than half of his MP was exhausted. His bones were still getting dissolved by the acid, but not as instantaneously as before. However, he didn't want to gain any more power and let his MP reduce even faster. With a steely, determined gaze, he locked eyes with Isola and activated his never look behind skill. In an instant, his blazing figure vanished from the acidic waters, leaving Isola momentarily confounded. Her confusion was short-lived, however, as she felt the heat of flames whooshing behind her, whirling around. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of his half-melted skeletal form, now standing mere inches away. "I'm getting you out of here," Asher declared, his voice eerily echoing from within the skeletal form as he brandished his ring blade and slashed at the tendrils with all his might. Isola, weak and sickly from her ordeal, pleaded with him, her voice firm yet with a hint of tremble. "No, please, I cannot abandon my duty to my people. I have to do this as the prophecy foretold," she mentally conveyed to him with a desperate look. She never expected he would get this far and didn't take his words seriously, but now that things unfolded like this, she didn't want him to free her. She had already come so far, and so how could she run away from her responsibility and promises she made towards her people? She didn't even want to imagine how their faces would look if they knew she let them down when they needed her the most. But Asher was resolute as he voiced fiercely, "Fuck the prophecy. Your life is far more worth than being a sacrificial lamb. Even if you sacrifice yourself, your people will die, but if you live you have the chance to change not only your people's fate but your own as well. So, are you really willing to give up on that and die with regrets?" Asher didn't know what prophecy she was talking about or why he was saying all this to her and trying to change her mind, but the face of a certain someone flashed in his mind while talking to her, and hearing the word prophecy made him let out his own frustration as well. However, while he was talking to her, he was still swinging his ring blade with expert precision, trying to slice through the tendrils that bound her, but the tendrils were too tough and he was only making small cuts that would take him a few more seconds to cut through. However, despite knowing that the Kraken won't use its acid where its heart and Isola was located, he didn't know if it might come up with some other way to kill him. Isola's eyes widened as his words struck a chord within her. She had spent her entire life dedicated to her people, always pushing aside her own desires and dreams for the sake of others. But in that moment, listening to his words, she couldn't help but feel a spark of hope ignite within her heart. For the first time, someone made her wonder if her life was only worthy enough to end up as a sacrifice. For the first time, she dared to entertain the thought that her life could hold value beyond her role as the Midnight Maiden. She glanced at this mysterious sailor who was risking his life for her sake and felt a new, unfamiliar emotion stirring within her chest. If he had this special and mysterious power he could have escaped on his own, and yet he stayed to free her. His relentless determination and selflessness left Isola feeling both humbled and inspired. She felt herself drawn to him, not only for the strength and power he displayed, but for the unwavering belief that her life was worth saving. In that moment, She realized that perhaps her destiny was not entirely set in stone, that she might still have the power to change her fate and the future of her people. Swoosh. But her thoughts were dispersed when the cocoon finally succumbed to the relentless force of his strikes. Cree-ee. The moment Asher severed the tendrils and freed Isola from her cocoon, a deep, guttural screech echoed throughout the chamber, as though the kraken itself was crying out in pain. The once pulsating walls surrounding them seemed to lose their vigor, their rhythmic undulations faltering and growing weaker. As the kraken struggled to regain its bearings, the entire cavernous fleshy chamber shuddered and convulsed, the massive beast's agony reverberating through the very core of its being. Isola's weakened form tumbled out, the tendrils that had once held her captive now powerless and severed. Her world seemed to blur, the cocoon's disintegration leaving her feeling disoriented and vulnerable. Her pale face and frail body were signs of her life force barely lingering in her body, and with all the shaking under her, she couldn't even muster the strength to balance herself. But before she could crash onto the floor, his strong, bony arms wrapped around her curvaceous waist, catching her in a protective embrace, his hellish flames not even stinging her in the slightest, their faces mere inches apart. Isola's wide eyes met the hollow, glowing depths of his skeletal visage. The intensity of their gazes created an electric, almost palpable connection that seemed to suspend time itself. In that brief moment, as he held her close, a strange warmth enveloped Isola, a warmth that seemed to defy the cold, harsh reality of their situation. Despite the eerie and menacing appearance of his body, there was a gentleness in his grip, as if indirectly telling her that she didn't have to worry anymore. But she had no idea that Asher was taking a look at his stats and thinking of his next moves to get out of here. He never got the opportunity to properly think about his exit plan since he had no idea how things would go. There was still a large pool of bone-melting acid before him, and he won't be able to make it across with his remaining MP. His only relief was that freeing Isola really hurt the kraken more than he expected. He never thought this monster could let out such a cry of pain, and all the shaking in the inside only went on to prove that the kraken was stumbling around without a good hold over its balance. Asher felt that he had no choice but to risk crossing across. Worst case, Isola would die while he can escape to his damned dimension. At least he succeeded in what he set out to do. However, just as he was about to cross, a sudden, swift movement caught his attention. The broken tendrils, which had seemed lifeless just a moment ago, sprang to life with a vengeance. They shot towards him like lightning, catching him off guard and ensnaring him in their serpentine grip, making Isola gasp as she fell to the floor. Wow! Asher's shock was palpable as the tendrils, with the toughness of steel, coiled around him, trapping his limbs and immobilizing him within their cold, unyielding embrace. Isola, still weak and disoriented, stared in horror as she witnessed the scene unfolding before her eyes. She felt a tremble in her chest as she watched the tendrils tighten their hold on his blazing skeleton, whose flames were snuffed out before flesh and skin rapidly grew back on his bones. "No, please," Isola begged, her weak voice cracking with emotion. "Take me back and let him go. I'll be your sacrifice." Her tail transformed into weakened legs as they trembled beneath her. She staggered towards him, her arms reaching out to grasp at the tendrils that ensnared him. Her fingers clawed at the sturdy coils, trying in vain to loosen their grip. She gritted her teeth, refusing to give in to the pain that coursed through her body. Her emotions swirled within her like a tornado, a mix of fear, guilt, and desperation. She realized that he was paying the price for trying to free her. She could feel the kraken's anger and desperation after failing to drain her life force completely, but she didn't know why the kraken would trap him in her place. Just a few moments ago, Asher's teeth clenched as the tendrils constricted him, their grip unyielding and as tough as steel. He quickly realized that he wouldn't be able to free himself through sheer strength alone. Desperate, he decided to use his last resort, teleporting to his damned dimension. But just as he was about to initiate the teleport, his eyes widened in shock. His dark green flames, once fierce and unwavering, were snuffed out as though a gale had blown them away. In an instant, his MP plummeted to zero, and he saw the tendrils greedily siphoning dark green mana from him, channeling it directly into the kraken's heart. A cold, icy dread gripped him as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Forced to revert to his dark elf form, his flesh and skin rapidly grew back, encasing his skeletal frame once more. The crushing realization that he was doomed weighed heavily on his heart. Without any MP, he wouldn't be able to teleport to safety, and the kraken continued to drain his health relentlessly. Through his rapidly blurring vision, Asher saw Isola desperately clawing at the tendrils, her fingers leaving bloody trails as she tried to free him. Her face was a mix of horror and determination, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but despite her best efforts, Asher's consciousness began to fade, slipping away like sand through the hourglass. Did he just end up as the sacrifice for the kraken? To die as a sacrificial lamb? A broken bar that would be the most bitter joke ever. On the battlefield outside, the noise of magical attacks exploding against each other, and war cries filled the air as the Umbrelfians were still engaged in a bloody war with the Bloodburn Kingdom. But suddenly, their warriors on both sides of the conflict watched in confusion and shock as the kraken suddenly let out a guttural, agonized screech. It stumbled back, losing its balance as if struck by an invisible force. The monster's legs trembled, barely able to support its massive bulk. The battlefield fell eerily quiet as soldiers on both sides momentarily ceased their fighting, trying to process the shocking sight before them. Asher's vassals, including Leonidas, stood amongst the bewildered crowd, their eyes wide in disbelief. Those who had helped with Asher's daredevil plan, like Sati, were equally dumbfounded as they stared at the mighty kraken in its weakened state. None of them could have anticipated this outcome, and they couldn't help but wonder what had transpired within the heart of the beast. Leonidas was feeling downcast all this time, wondering if all his efforts were for nothing. He thought that the royal consort had died, and most of them didn't even realize it due to being engaged in a war. Sati was having a totally different reaction, her expression contorted into an annoyed yet satisfied look. He let so many of her men die for nothing, but at least she wouldn't have to deal with that cocky bastard anymore. But her mother, Marina, had her hand pressed against her chest, her eyes still hopeful and eagerly looking at the kraken. She refused to believe her master would die and continued praying for him. And just when she saw the kraken cry in pain, her face brightened up just like Leonidas, who roared in astonishment, excitement and relief as he shouted at everyone, "The royal consort has succeeded. We have taken enough rest. Now let's charge into the battlefield and do our duty." However, Sati's expression was replaced by a complicated one. It was a good thing the kraken got weakened, but wouldn't this mean that he was still alive? How could that be possible? She was unable to believe he actually saw through his seemingly impossible plan. Was it her fault she underestimated the reason behind his cockiness? Sabina, however, had a different reaction. She watched the scene unfold with a gleeful grin, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Then she began to laugh, her laughter low and sinister, her eyes shining with dark amusement. "Oh, Asher," she mumbled to herself as she licked her lips in anticipation. "Just how many secrets are you hiding? You are really making me thirst for them." Just a few moments ago, Rowena was fighting fiercely against King Meraxa and 3 of his formidable generals, her whip cracking through the air like a vicious serpent. Flames danced around her as her crimson eyes glowed. As she expertly wielded her whip, she suddenly received an unsettling message, making her look towards the kraken with a trembling gaze, her expression grave. The kraken let out a painful screech as it stumbled back, attempting to retreat to the safety of the sea. "Asher," she whispered, her eyes widening with shock and concern. The last thing she ever expected to hear now was that he was in the belly of the kraken. Not even a soul devourer would survive inside the kraken, and so her heart clenched painfully upon thinking of the only possibility. But this momentary distraction proved to be a grave mistake. Seizing the opportunity, King Meraxa and his generals launched a coordinated attack against the distracted queen. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the very air for thousands of feet as the combined force of their assault sent Rowena flying dozens of feet through the air. The Bloodburn armies felt their hearts plummet and their wills shaken upon seeing their queen getting swallowed by a terrifying and combined attack of a soul devourer and 3 soul purgers. Not even a low-level soul devourer would be able to get up after taking on such an attack. As Rowena crashed onto the ground, a cloud of dust rose around her while a crater formed under her fallen figure. She slowly got up, and with a trembling hand, she wiped the blood trickling down her lips. Her face and body were a canvas of pain, each bloody cut and bruise a reminder of her mistake. King Meraxa and his generals stepped forward, their expressions a mixture of relief and disbelief. Just as they thought they were doomed upon seeing their guardian suddenly being in distress, they were able to bring down the Bloodburn Queen. Meraxa was feeling very anxious and uneasy about the Kraken suddenly getting weakened out of nowhere, but he didn't dare distract himself with other thoughts, especially when he was this close to making the Bloodburn Queen fall. Once she falls, then the victory would be theirs, even without the Kraken. And so he raised his scepter as he addressed the injured queen, her back facing him. "How strange, Queen Rowena, I didn't expect you to let your guard down in the midst of battle," and added, "But I am not without mercy. I will spare your life if you and your kingdom surrender to us. Both our sides have lost enough. Your kingdom doesn't need to suffer any more losses." Anger welled up within Rowena as Meraxa's words echoed in her mind. Asher wouldn't have been there if Meraxa and his people didn't start this war. She knew Asher was somehow the reason behind the Kraken getting crippled, but the fact that he did it for her sake and the thought of Asher probably being dead only fueled her heartbroken fury. Her fangs slowly extended, her once fair skin and face grew unnaturally pale, and her visages took on a chilling, eerie appearance as demonic crimson lines spread across her face. Even the air around her seemed to thicken with a malevolent, dark energy. Meraxa and his generals furrowed their brows, sensing the drastic shift in her aura. They couldn't believe that she would still dare to fight after taking such a powerful attack head-on, but as her aura continued to shift dramatically, they couldn't help but take a step back, a sense of unease settling over them. Meraxa tightened his grip on his scepter, already preparing himself just in case. But before they could react or even attempt to comprehend the depths of her resolve, with a swift motion, Rowena extended her arms outward, and a small point of darkness appeared. Whoosh! Suddenly, a maelstrom of blood and fire erupted before them, the air screeching in torment as the singularity began to exert its merciless pull, a sinister darkness descending upon the battlefield, the air itself trembling with dread. Meraxa and his generals shared a look of alarm upon seeing their feet getting dragged through the earth, the infernal vortex pulling them in as the force only continued to get stronger. Meraxa knew how terrifying the mystic pathway was, and seeing her power, he realized her mystic pathway specialized in force bending or bending gravity to her will, which shocked him to the core. This power was something the founder of the Bloodburn Kingdom, the Devourer, was greatly feared for. He didn't expect someone as young as her to have already mastered it. He didn't even dare to think of attacking as he used every ounce of his strength, managing to narrowly escape the vortex, but not without having some of his skin and scales torn off his body, making him grimace as he rolled over the ground and tried to get as far away as possible. But unfortunately, his generals weren't that lucky. The frightening vortex pulled in not only them but everything in its vicinity, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. The 3 generals, their eyes wide with terror, found themselves ensnared in the inescapable grip of this otherworldly power. Ugh! Seeing their mighty generals in pain, hundreds of umbral fiends rushed towards the bloody vortex to help them despite the fear in their hearts, but reaching just within 100 feet of the crimson vortex, their skin and flesh, helpless against the relentless force, were ripped from their very bones, drawn inexorably toward the center of the diabolical vortex. Witnessing the destruction, those on the battlefield could only watch in shock and terror as the Bloodburn Queen's power showed no mercy and spared nothing. The very earth seemed to tremble beneath the weight of her unleashed wrath. What was even more shocking was that her power was consuming not only flesh and matter but energy as well, even swallowing any attacks that were sent towards her by the umbral fiends in a desperate attempt to stop her. And as if that was not worse enough, Their blood energy was violently ripped from their bodies, their blood feeding the flames that surrounded them, and the flames in turn sent out strands of crimson energy that Rowena began to absorb. As she consumed their blood energy, her injuries rapidly healed, and her aura continued to grow stronger and more menacing. Their screams, choked and desperate, were drowned out by the cacophony of the swirling inferno as they were swallowed by its ravenous embrace. The once mighty generals and the other Umbrelfians were reduced to mere wisps of their former selves, their bodies disintegrating as the last vestiges of their existence were mercilessly devoured. The air crackled with dark energy as the bloody vortex's hunger was sated, the remnants consumed by the blood-fueled flames. In the end, not a single particle of their being remained, their very essence absorbed by Rowena and striking terror into the hearts of all who bore witness to the horrifying display. She literally seemed untouchable, drowning them in even more despair, especially after what happened to their guardian. They shuddered as they felt like they were looking at a demon goddess that rose from the depths of hell as her blazing crimson vortex continued to burn and devour the Umbrelfians who still dared to attack her. Rowena didn't even pay attention to them as she lifted her gaze to the turbulent black skies above, which were still covered with the Kraken's corrosive mist. Amidst the chaos of battle, she raised her voice, its cold, commanding tone cutting through the din of clashing swords and battle cries. "Flowerless, come to me," she called out. At her call, a massive, serpentine form broke through the corrosive mist that swirled in the hell above. Roar! With a thunderous roar, Flowerless swooped down towards her, its scales shimmering from the light of the battlefield. The corrosive mist singed its scales, but Flowerless seemed undaunted as it continued its descent. The air shook as the majestic beast hovered above her, its powerful wings casting a tempestuous gust around them. With a graceful, fluid motion, Rowena flexed her back, and jet-black scythe-shaped wings erupted from her shoulders. The inner sides of her wings glowed crimson, tendrils sprouting from their lower edges like sinister, living shadows. The Umbrelfians could only helplessly watch in terror as even if they wanted to, they had no way of getting through her blood-curdling vortex nor escape the wrath of a 50-meter-long dragon. Rowena leapt into the air, her dragon-like wings carrying her upwards as she soared towards her dragon. The moment she landed upon Flowerless' broad, scaled back, the dragon reared up with a deafening roar, its powerful wings beating furiously. Together, they ascended into the sky, a terrifying duo, streaking through the dusty air towards the Kraken, their shared resolve fueling their flight as she desperately raced to save Asher, refusing to accept the possibility of him being dead, because if she accepted it after everything she had been through, her heart may not be able to endure it. Meraxa and his forces watched in a mixture of despair and growing apprehension as the enraged Bloodburn Queen mounted her mighty dragon and charged towards the faltering Kraken. The sight of the two, both brimming with fierce determination, sent a shiver down the spines of even the most hardened warriors. Whispers of unease rippled through Meraxa's ranks as they witnessed the formidable duo tearing through the skies, a dark omen of their impending doom. The once confident soldiers, who had reveled in the Kraken's initial dominance, now found their courage waning, their faces etched with worry and disbelief. Meraxa himself clenched his scepter tightly, his knuckles white from the strain. He had underestimated the Bloodburn Queen's resolve and her strength. "Isola, a broken bar," Meraxa mumbled with a grimace, his face twisted with fear for his daughter's life. Since the Kraken seemed to be in distress for some strange reason, wouldn't his daughter be in danger as well? He wanted to chase after Rowena, but his injuries were holding him back and there was no way he could outrun a dragon. Still, these reasons weren't enough to make him give up. Even if there was a good chance Isola was already dead, he had to make sure for himself. On another side of the battlefield, Naricera's eyes widened in desperation and worry as she caught sight of the Bloodburn Queen and her dragon getting closer to the weakened Kraken. Her heart pounded in her chest, and a cold sweat broke out on her brow. She and her people had staked everything on their guardian and her daughter. She couldn't let it all go to waste. Every muscle in her body tensed, her mind racing with frantic thoughts of how to intervene and protect her people's last hope. In that moment, Naricera made a split-second decision. her body reacting almost before her mind had fully committed to the course of action. She unleashed an explosive arrow in an attempt to break free from her clash with Esther and sprint towards the Kraken, but her movement was abruptly halted by the gaunt figure of the tall Death Knight, cloaked in ragged, blood-stained dark blue robes, making Narisara's fists shake. "I warned you before a broken bar I wouldn't be the one who needs to escape," Esther declared from behind in a cold, unwavering voice. Her words like icy daggers that pierced through Narisara's heart. "We're broken bar," Narisara muttered in a frigid yet distressed tone upon getting cornered without leaving her any chance to stop her, but she and Meraxa had already passed down orders to their army to stop the Bloodburn Queen at all costs. The Umbralfiend army, feeling the same mounting desperation in their king and queen's orders, sprang into action with a fierce determination to protect the Kraken at all costs. As one, they charged forward, a tidal wave of dark-clad warriors intent on stopping Rowena from reaching their last hope. With a surge of determination, they launched a desperate assault, unleashing a barrage of attacks at the Bloodburn Queen soaring high above them. Waves of dark energy, spikes of black water, and bursts of elemental power filled the sky, each one aimed at Rowena and her dragon with killing intent. But Flowerless didn't even flinch. It merely stretched out one of its enormous wings, effortlessly shielding both itself and its master from the onslaught. To Flowerless, the powerful strikes felt like nothing more than small stones being thrown at its impenetrable scales. The Umbralfiend forces stared in disbelief and growing dread, realizing their attempts were fruitless. As if to confirm their worst fears, the Rowena looked down upon them with her burning crimson eyes, her gaze filled with a chilling mixture of disdain and fury. In that moment, they realized they had only succeeded in provoking the wrath of the Bloodburn Queen. With a swift, fluid motion, Rowena unfurled her whip and lashed it out at the air. SWRSHHH. A devastating blast of crimson flames erupted from the tip, cascading downwards towards the hapless Umbralfiends below. The searing inferno engulfed them, incinerating everything in its path and decimating those who had dared to challenge her ascent. The battlefield fell eerily silent for a brief moment, as the full extent of her power was made abundantly clear. Where once had stood a mass of Umbralfiend forces, now lay a large, whip-like sizzling crater that scarred the landscape. The sheer power of her assault had not only obliterated her enemies but had also carved a lasting impression on the very earth itself. The elongated crater stretched across the land, its meandering shape resembling the coils of the whip that had unleashed such destruction. The scorched and fractured ground still emitted tendrils of smoke, a frightening display of the Bloodburn Queen's wrath. Despite being shaken and terrified, the rest of the Umbralfiend army desperately tried to rush towards the shore to help their guardian, but they were all stopped by the Crimson Army and a number of other armies from different houses. At the same time, up in the sky, Rowena's icy voice rang out as she patted her dragon. "You know what to do, Flowerless." Flowerless let out a deep, rumbling growl in acknowledgement before swooping down towards the massive Kraken. The colossal creature, weakened and struggling to defend itself, tried to use its giant pincers in a futile attempt to fend off the approaching dragon while trying to get back into the waters. Since the backlash rendered it unable to use its mana or any of its powerful abilities, all it could do was use its own body to defend itself. The battle between the two titanic creatures was a sight to behold, as Flowerless wrestled with the Kraken, determined to carry out its master's command. The earth shook and rumbled under their thunderous battle, each of them big enough to make the rest of them look like ants. Flowerless wings flapped with tremendous power, generating gusts of wind that buffeted the shore below. Just the clash of its wings against the Kraken's pincers sent powerful shockwaves that made the space around them tremble, while the sand near the shores were blasted away for more than a kilometer. The Kraken was twice as bigger than Flowerless, but in this situation, it unfortunately didn't have the advantage of flying, nor did it have an advantage in agility. All it could do was use its own body weight to push itself back to the sea while fending off this dragon. "Flowerless, don't let it escape," Rowena urged, her eyes locked on the Kraken as it tried to retreat into the water. Flowerless let out a deep growl, and deep within its throat, An intense glow began to build. The glow intensified, spreading through its stomach as it gathered its fiery power. The air around the dragon shimmered with heat, and the very ground beneath it seemed to tremble in anticipation of the impending inferno. Roar! With a roar that echoed across the battlefield, Flowerless unleashed a torrent of searing flames, a blazing river of fire that streamed from its gaping maw. The flames surged towards the kraken's flailing pincers, engulfing them in a searing embrace. Cree! The kraken let out a pained screech as the fire seared its pincers, its once powerful weapons now wreathed in flames. The intense heat forced the beast to lower its pincers, its last line of defense now rendered useless by the overwhelming might of Flowerless's flames. All who witnessed the scene were struck by the sheer power of the Bloodburn Queen's dragon. The once dominant kraken, getting suppressed by the fiery might of Flowerless, now lay completely at their mercy, its fate hanging in the balance. Its massive claws snapped out, grabbing hold of the enormous creature's shell, and with a mighty heave, Flowerless lifted the kraken's hulking body off the ground, making those who saw it have their hearts thud in shock and horror. The kraken thrashed and writhed in Flowerless's grip, but its attempts to break free were no match for the dragon's immense strength. With a final, powerful twist, Flowerless flipped the kraken onto its back, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. The badly wounded creature flailed helplessly, its legs kicking uselessly in the air as it found itself at the mercy of the Bloodburn Queen. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, all eyes drawn to the sight of the once mighty kraken, now rendered powerless before the Bloodburn Queen and her dragon. The terror of the seas had been humbled, and before they could even process what was going on, they saw the relentless dragon tearing out the flesh from its belly, trying to make a huge hole. The sight alone made most of the Umbrelfians feel their legs go weak, their knees buckling as they fell on their knees, wailing at the sight of their guardian's brutal defeat. Only moments earlier, Isola's weakened hands had been clawing desperately at the tendrils that bound this sailor, her heart aching with guilt and fear. She could see the paleness of his face and the fading light in his eyes as his consciousness slipped away. Despite her own frailty, she persisted, feeling that he shouldn't pay the price for trying to free her. She didn't even know his name after everything that happened. "Stay with me." A broken bar. Asher heard her firm yet trembling voice echoing in his mind, but he could barely see or feel anything else. Still, her voice seemed to have a mystical effect of clinging to his consciousness, trying to prevent it from slipping away. But then, without warning, the world around Isola seemed to shift and lurch violently. The slick, fleshy walls of the kraken's innards heaved and convulsed, making it nearly impossible for her to maintain her footing on the slippery surface. Yuga broken bar. She stumbled and had her back slam against the fleshy floor, her heart pounding in her chest as the creature writhed and thrashed beneath her. She could barely feel any strength in her limbs, making it hard for her to get up. She felt worried upon realizing that her guardian was getting attacked after getting weakened, but strangely enough, her determination to free this man hadn't lessened one bit. As Isola struggled to crawl back toward him amidst the chaos, her attention was suddenly drawn to an ominous change above her. The roof of the fleshy chamber began to stretch apart, the flesh tearing away as blood seeped in before it was torn out entirely, leaving behind a gaping bloody hole. By now the corrosive mist in the sky had dissipated and the hole casted a haunting, crimson glow around Isola. She squinted her eyes against the sudden influx of light, her eyes struggling to adjust. As her vision slowly adapted to the new conditions, Isola caught sight of a silhouette framed against the red-tinged sky. It was a woman, but not just any woman. This figure bore enormous, dragon-like wings that spread out from her back like a menacing shadow, and her crimson eyes glowing like the bloody sun. Isola's heart raced as she could guess who this figure might be. Rowena's eyes quickly darted towards the heart of the kraken, though her eyes trembled at the sight of the man in a cocoon. His body was pale and weak, wrapped tightly in the tendrils that threatened to snuff out his life. Her heart clenched at the sight of Asher, a fierce surge of emotion welling up within her. Though she was used to keeping her emotions in check, in that moment, they overwhelmed her. "Asher!" she cried out, her voice laced with a mix of horror and determination. Without a moment's hesitation, She dove down from her position above the torn open flesh, her wings cutting through the air as she descended with terrifying speed. The world around her seemed to blur and fade away, her focus solely on reaching him before it was too late. Her face was a mask of cold fury, a fierce determination to save the man she couldn't bear to lose, radiating from her very being. As she neared Asher, she didn't even spare a glance at the woman who was on the floor. Her sole focus was only on him. Rowena materialized, her whip in her hand, and with a swift, fluid motion, she lashed out at the tendrils that ensnared Asher. Her strike was precise and calculated, meant to sever the bindings without harming him. With just a single strike, the tendrils began to loosen their grip as they burned away into ashes. Rowena's gaze never wavered from her love, her heart aching as she let his body fall into her soft embrace. "Asher, I am here now," she whispered urgently, her usually icy voice trembling with emotion upon seeing how his life was hanging by a strand. "You're not leaving me, not like this." Saying so, Rowena's hand began to glow with a crimson light as she gently placed it on Asher's chest. Isola sat frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she took in the scene unfolding before her. The Bloodburn Queen, the queen of her mortal enemies, was showing a level of concern and worry she had never witnessed before nor expected it, and all that was directed at the mysterious sailor who freed her. Her heart pounded in her chest, her emotions a swirling vortex of confusion, disbelief and conflict. What connection could this man possibly have with the Queen of the Bloodburn Kingdom? Why would the leader of their sworn enemies risk everything to come to his aid? But suddenly, a sinking feeling took hold in the pit of her stomach. This feeling caused a bitter taste to begin to spread through her like venom. It was at that moment that she realized the only truth that could make sense. The man she had been desperately trying to save, the man she had naively trusted, was none other than an enemy from the Bloodburn Kingdom. How could he not be after seeming to be so close to the Bloodburn Queen herself? The realization hit her like a tidal wave, drowning her in a whirlpool of emotions: anger, disappointment, and a crushing sense of betrayal. She had been deceived, expertly manipulated by someone she had thought was a victim like herself. In her quest to think of a better future for her and her people, she had unknowingly played into his hands, letting him weaken the Kraken and shifting the balance of power in the ongoing war between their two kingdoms. Isola felt her heart constrict with pain, the sting of the deception of this man she just met cutting deeper than she expected. Her thoughts raced, trying to make sense of the situation, to piece together the fragments of the deception she had unwittingly participated in. As the weight of the truth settled heavily upon her shoulders, Isola couldn't help but feel a sense of utter foolishness and anguish. She had been so blinded by her desire to help her people, that she had failed to see through his deception. He used her vulnerable state to learn that freeing her would weaken the Kraken, and then he tried to convince her to change her mind just to make sure she doesn't do anything to stop him. She couldn't believe he planned and executed all this flawlessly upon just meeting her. This only made her realize how dangerous he was. Her heart ached with the despairing realization that, in the end, her actions had sealed the fate of her people. And now, as she sat there, watching her enemy trying to revive the man who betrayed her trust, Isola couldn't help but feel paralyzed by the harrowing weight of her guilt and failure. All the guilt and despair fueled her anger, but no matter how much she wanted, she wouldn't be able to attack either of them in her weakened state. She couldn't even gather enough strength to stand up. As Asher lingered on the brink of consciousness, a familiar voice echoed softly in his mind, gently pulling him back before he could fall over to the abyss. It was a cold yet gentle voice that seemed to ebb away the pain he was feeling all over his body. Why would Rowena be here, in the middle of this? Why was he dreaming about her? Slowly, as if wading through a thick fog, Asher began to regain his senses. The voice grew clearer, more insistent, and he realized that it was not just a figment of his imagination. With great effort, he forced his heavy eyelids to flutter open, revealing a pair of concerned crimson eyes staring intently down at him. The warmth of a dainty hand on his face brought a spark of life back to his eyes, and as his vision cleared, he saw Rowena's face hovering above him. But her usually gorgeous face was now pale as a corpse with demonic crimson lines spread all over. making anyone have their hearts tremble at such a sight. Though it was not the sight that held his eyes hostage, it was her expression, which was a mix of relief and determination, her eyes shining with an intensity that pierced through his weakened state. Ina? Asher mumbled, his voice weak and barely audible, as surprise and confusion filled his weary mind. He felt like he was waking up from a nasty hangover, his thoughts hazy. However, the reality of the situation began to sink in, and the realization that Rowena somehow came tore through the battlefield and entered the Kraken's belly to come and save him. Rowena's voice was a mixture of relief and pain as she spoke, her words a whispered confession. Asher broken by I thought I had lost you. Her tone was steady, yet laced with a rare vulnerability nobody else had ever witnessed. For a brief moment, as he looked into her glistening crimson eyes, he felt something unexpected. It was a fleeting, nearly imperceptible emotion that caught him off guard and seemed to make a long dormant ember inside his heart flicker. But just as this deeply buried ember threatened to grow, Asher instinctively tightened his grip on his emotions and reeled in his thoughts. He felt his strength slowly returning to his body as he smiled and cupped her face with one of his hands. I told you, Rona broken by I won't die while leaving you behind, Asher said with a weak, soft smile as he slowly sat up. His smile, though weak, seemed to radiate a strength that reached deep into her heart. Asher cupped her head as he let his forehead lean against hers. I love you more than my life, Rowena, so don't you ever worry, Asher whispered, his eyes gazing into hers, just an inch or two away. As Asher's warm words seeped into her mind, Rowena's eyes shimmered with a complex mix of emotions. His words seemed to weave a spell around her, dispelling the lingering shadows of fear that had gripped her heart. Her gaze held his, an unspoken understanding passing between them as she allowed herself to be drawn into the warmth and security of their connection. I love you too, Asher, Rowena replied softly, her voice barely more than a breath, as she surrendered to the moment. Her words were short yet the warmth of her aura knew no bounds. As Isola looked on at the intimate exchange between the two, a cold bitterness surged within her heart. Their whispered words of love to each other were like daggers, stabbing her again and again. The truth she had suspected now confirmed before her eyes. Asher was indeed the Bloodburn Queen's consort. She never knew the identity of her husband since as the Midnight Maiden she had no need to learn about the important members of the Bloodburn Kingdom. She purposefully prevented herself from learning about the surface world after a certain age to not get distracted from her purpose. All she knew was that the Bloodburn Kingdom was presently ruled by a queen who was around her age. Isola's hands clenched into tight fists, her nails digging into her palms, as her anger and resentment boiled within her. To witness such tender affection between her sworn enemies, it felt like an unbearable mockery of her own misfortune. A feeling of helplessness and humiliation threatened to suffocate her as she struggled to make sense of the situation, desperately wishing for a way to change the cruel reality she was forced to face. Rowena knew that Asher's blood was almost drained of life energy, and after reinvigorating his blood and making sure his condition was stable, she slowly turned her gaze towards the woman behind. The subtle differences in this woman's appearance marked her quite unique among the Umbrelfians. Rowena rose to her feet with a chilling grace, her nails extending into razor-sharp talons that glinted in the crimson light that filtered into the chamber. Isola felt her chilling gaze and gritted her teeth as she tried to muster any strength she had. Despite knowing she lost everything, she wasn't willing to die without a fight, no matter how futile it may be. You, Rowena hissed, her voice as cold as the depths of a frozen abyss, you are the one responsible for this. Rowena's murderous intent seemed to pervade the very air within the fleshy confines, her face a mask of terrifying iciness. But just as she was about to unleash her wrath upon the woman, Asher reached out and grabbed her arm, halting her in her tracks. Rona, wait, he urged, his voice firm yet gentle. She's not the one who did this to me. Everything was the Kraken's doing. Isola's eyes blinked, wondering why this double-faced man would intervene after everything that happened. Rowena's eyes flicked between Asher and the woman, her anger momentarily quelled by his intervention. Asher continued with a glint in his eyes, Keeping her alive is going to be quite useful for us since she is Isola, the princess of the Umbral Fiends. Were broken bar Isola's chest tightened with a volatile mix of anger and hatred, to think that this man, who had deceived her, was now scheming to use her as a bargaining chip, left an even more bitter taste in her mouth. It was as if there was no end to how far he could go. She never saw this coming. She was prepared to die rather than end up as a bargaining chip, but there was no point. It doesn't really matter if she died now. Her people will easily get overwhelmed by the armies of the Bloodburn Kingdom. However, if she lives, then she could still try to save the lives of her people. She still was determined to not give up. Asher quickly explained to Rowena why this princess was here and how he managed to weaken the Kraken. Rowena's eyes widened in surprise as Asher recounted the tale of how he had managed to weaken the Kraken, a creature of such immense power that he could have gotten crushed like an ant if the Kraken wanted to. As she listened to his words, she struggled to comprehend the sheer audacity and cleverness required to carry out such a daring plan. In that moment, a wave of admiration and warmth washed over Rowena. He had risked his own life, teetering on the brink of death, all for the sake of protecting their kingdom from irrecoverable losses in this war. He alone managed to do what those old and seasoned warriors or experts couldn't. She underestimated his talents and powers and felt as if his true potential was unfathomable. She wanted to appreciate his efforts, but right now, she knew her people were still fighting outside. Not wanting to waste any more time, she lowered her whip as she looked at Isola, her gaze stony. "It's time to leave, and you are coming with us." Isola's fists were still shaking, but she relaxed them, knowing there was no other alternative. "Come on, get up," Asher said as he was about to grab her arm to pull her up, but she weakly slapped away his hand as she said with gritted teeth, "Yeah, Broken Bar don't need your help." Her eyes cold with resentment. She still didn't know if these two were going to use her to make her people surrender and then execute them all. "Is that so?" Asher let out a chuckle upon seeing her try hard to raise herself up, but his expression abruptly shifted, his eyes narrowing and his voice turning stern and harsh. "Enough of your stupid antics, we don't have time for this," he snapped, reaching out and firmly grabbing Isola's arm. The sudden change in his tone and demeanor caught her off guard, and she found herself getting swept up and pulled forward. "The more you waste time, the more your people die. Now, behave," he demanded, the steeliness in his voice leaving no room for argument. Isola gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with resentment, but ultimately, she knew she had no choice but to comply. With a resigned sigh, she allowed Asher to pull her to her feet, her heart heavy with the burden of her people's fate resting upon her shoulders. As they prepared to leave the grim chamber, Isola steeled herself for the uncertain future that lay ahead, silently vowing to do whatever it took to protect her people, no matter the cost. A pall of despair settled over the Umbral Fiends on the battlefield, their morale plummeting as they witnessed the shocking scene before them. Their once mighty guardian, the Kraken, lay defeated and vulnerable on its back, a massive, bloody wound gaping in its belly. The Bloodburn Queen's dragon perched triumphantly atop the vanquished beast, asserting its dominance over the terror of the seas. The Umbral Fiend soldiers exchanged disbelieving glances, their hearts heavy with fear and disbelief. They had placed all their hopes in the prophecy of the ancients, a sacred belief that had guided and instilled hope in their people for generations. But now, as they watched their guardian's imminent defeat and the thought that their princess might have already gotten killed, they began to doubt everything they had held dear. With their faith shattered and their spirits broken, the Umbral Fiends struggled to maintain their fighting spirit, their movements sluggish and disorganized. In stark contrast, the Bloodburn armies surged forward with renewed vigor, their morale bolstered by their queen's incredible display of power and the Kraken's defeat. As the battle raged on, it became increasingly clear that the Umbral Fiends were on the verge of collapse. Even the most inexperienced observer could see that their defeat was imminent. In the midst of the chaos and despair, the once proud Umbral Fiends grappled with the harsh reality of their impending demise, wondering how they could ever recover from this crushing blow. On one side of the battlefield, Narissara's eyes were set with a cold determination. her movements swift and deadly as she faced her adversaries. Esther and the Death Knight, a terrifying spectre under her control, fought Narisara in unison. Narisara launched arrow after arrow with blinding speed, the edges of her bow's blade slashing through the air as she made every attempt to keep the relentless duo at bay. Her determination to kill her sworn enemies didn't wane despite the fall of the Kraken. Esther observed her opponent with a calculating gaze, understanding that she didn't need to go all out. Narisara's exhaustion was evident, and it was only a matter of time before she succumbed to the combined force of her and her Death Knight. The ghostly warrior, shrouded in ragged, blood-stained dark blue robes, swung its long sword with vicious intent, adding to the mounting pressure on Narisara. On the other side of the battlefield, Meraxa surged forward with a newfound determination. Despite the pain and weariness that gripped his body, he gripped his scepter tightly, using its power to blast a path through the chaos towards the fallen Kraken. He knew in his heart that he was too late to change the tide of the battle or probably even save his daughter, but despite all that, he yearned to at least see her face one last time and satisfy one of many regrets. His heart pounded in his chest as he charged. His path to the Kraken nearly cleared, the battlefield seemed to blur around him, a chaotic whirlwind of blood and steel. But just as he was about to reach his destination, a sight made his heart both soar and plummet simultaneously. 3 figures emerged from the gaping hole in the Kraken's belly. The Bloodburn Queen and her consort, Asha, stood there, the latter holding a ring blade to Isola's neck. Meraxa's eyes widened in a mixture of relief and fear as he took in the scene. His daughter's face was pale and sickly, but she was alive. However, seeing the blade on her neck, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white, he fought to control the rage and despair that threatened to consume him, but he knew there was no way he could win in this situation. Isola's heart hammered in her chest as she found herself forcibly pulled from the familiar depths of her dark realm into the surface world she had only ever heard of in stories. Her entire life, she had been captivated by the tales of the world above the sea, and now, she was unexpectedly thrust into it. The thought of experiencing the surface world has been a dream, a secret longing that she dared not hope to ever become a reality. As her head broke the surface, the sudden change in atmosphere made her gasp, her fins involuntarily flinching as she drew her first breath of open air. The sensation was strange, almost alien, and it left her momentarily disoriented. Her eyes, accustomed to the perpetual dimness of the abyss, struggled to adjust to the brightness of the red sunlight that bathed the world above. Slowly, the blurred colors and shapes that assaulted her vision began to coalesce, revealing a devastating battlefield instead of the rolling meadows and forests she had imagined. She remembered how the circumstances of her arrival were cruel and unfair, a harsh reminder that she was now a captive in this world of wonders. She had dreamed so many times how her first arrival in the surface world would be like, but never thought it would be this way. Her eyes then met her father's, and for a moment, the chaos of the battlefield seemed to fade away. She recognized the concern in his gaze, and despite the distance that had grown between them over the years, she knew he still cared for her. Isola's heart ached as she thought of what was to come. She could see the relief in her father's eyes, but it was overshadowed by the terror that the Bloodburn Queen might execute her right before him. The air around them seemed to thicken, heavy with tension and unsaid words. "Forgive me, Father, a broken bar. I failed you all," Isola whispered, her voice barely audible over the clamor of the battlefield. Meraxa's gaze never wavered, locked onto his daughter's face, as he shook his head. "Don't, my child. We are the ones who failed you, a broken bar. I couldn't be more proud of you." Meraxa let out the thought he had been suppressing for all these years, wanting to let it out before the chance was gone. Rowena stared coldly at Meraxa, her voice rang out like ice, chilling the very air around her. "King Meraxa, tell your people to surrender, otherwise, your daughter will pay the price for your actions." Meraxa blinked his eyes, not expecting these words from her. Even if he doesn't surrender, their dragons and their armies could easily destroy them. Why would she want this unless she wants to execute him and his people before everyone? However, the sliver of chance that he might be able to save his daughter's life made his heart waver. He knew he and his people would prefer dying in the battlefield, but the thought of losing his daughter was unbearable, especially when she was still alive, standing before him. He also didn't want his race to get extinct, and so he took a deep breath and asked with a trembling gaze, "If I do that, do I have your word you will spare my daughter and my people's lives?" Based on what he knew about the Bloodburn Queen, she was someone who never goes back on her word, but he knew it might be different for her enemies. Rowena nodded and said, "You have my word as long as you and your people are willing to accept the consequences." Marax's eyes flickered between his daughter and the battlefield, a storm of emotions churning within him. His heart was heavy with the weight of his decision, and yet he knew it was the only way to protect what remained of his people and save his precious daughter. With a deep, steadying breath, he steeled himself to make the ultimate sacrifice. His grip tightened around his scepter, the symbol of his power and authority. With a solemn determination, he raised the scepter high above his head before plunging it into the ground with a resounding thud. The impact sent a tremor through the earth, as if the very world was mourning the fall of the umbral fiends. He then withdrew a sea conch from his belt, its surface etched with ancient runes that spoke of its significance. His hands shook slightly as he brought the conch to his lips, knowing full well the implications of the sound he was about to make. The moment hung in the air like the calm before the storm, the battlefield holding its breath in anticipation. Then, with a deep, mournful exhale, he blew into the conch. The sound that erupted was hauntingly beautiful and heart-wrenching, a forlorn cry that echoed across the battlefield, reaching the ears of every combatant. The sound was unmistakable. It was the sound of surrender, a signal to lay down arms and accept the will of the victor. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence as the warriors on both sides processed the gravity of the moment. The umbral fiends' shoulders slumped in defeat, their faces etched with the pain of a broken people, while the Bloodburn soldiers looked on with a mix of triumph, contempt, and regret that they didn't get to kill every last one of them on the battlefield. Just a few moments before, on a certain side of the battlefield, Narissara's once proud and cold demeanor had been shattered, leaving her kneeling on the blood-soaked ground. Her breaths came in ragged gasps, sweat and blood streaking her once flawless face. The pain from her injuries was immense, but it paled in comparison to the crushing weight of defeat and the impending loss of her people. Esther and her Death Knight stood ominously over the fallen queen, their cold, unfeeling gazes fixed on her weakened form. Narissara's bow lay discarded, its blade stained red, a silent testament to the ferocious battle that had taken place. The dark blue robes of the Death Knight fluttered like the wings of a vulture, waiting to feast on the remnants of Narissara's hope. As the tip of the Death Knight's sword hovered menacingly above her, Narissara's eyes burned with defiance. Even on the verge of death, she refused to let fear or despair claim her. She was a queen, and she would die with the dignity and pride that her position demanded. With the last of her strength, Narissara lifted her head, fixing her cold gaze on Esther, unyielding even in the face of her own demise. "Do what you will," she spat, her voice hoarse but resolute, "but know that the spirit of my people will never be extinguished." Esther's eyes didn't even ripple as she indifferently said, "That isn't of any concern to me." Saying so, Esther was about to give an order to her Death Knight to deal the killing blow, but right then a sound from a conch echoed across the battlefield, making Esther freeze her hand. Narissara's eyes shook as she lowered her head in shame and anger. "No, a broken bar," she mumbled, unable to bear the shame of surrendering to their sworn enemies. Esther immediately looked towards the shores and saw her queen raising her hand and clenching her fist. In an awe-inspiring display, a massive pillar of crimson flame burst forth from her hand and soared high into the sky. The sheer size and intensity of the fire captured the gazes of every fighter on the battlefield, friend and foe alike. The pillar's light cast an eerie, red hue across the war-torn landscape, illuminating the faces of the exhausted warriors. With a booming, authoritative voice that carried across the entire field, Rowena declared, "Hear me, my people, the enemy has surrendered. Cease your attacks and stand down." With a regal air, Rowena gracefully descended from the torn belly of the kraken. Her dragon-like wings caught the wind, and she floated gently downward, her crimson eyes surveying the battlefield as her feet finally touched the ground. The sand shifted beneath her as she landed, her very presence commanding attention. At the same time, Asher had managed to make the disgruntled Isola place her arm around his neck for support since she still wasn't in a state to walk. With his ring blade still at the ready, though no longer pressed against her throat, Asher effortlessly leapt down from the kraken's wounded body to the sandy shore below. Merax's eyes widened with confusion and surprise as he watched the Bloodburn Queen's forces cease their attacks. This was not what he had expected, considering what he knew about the merciless reputation of the Bloodburn Kingdom. They were known for showing no mercy to their enemies, leaving nothing but death and destruction in their wake. His thoughts wandered to the dark history of his people, where the Ravager had brutally massacred many of his ancestors. Despite their surrender and pitiful pleas for mercy, the memory of that cruelty always sent a shiver down his spine, and he could not help but wonder if this sudden show of mercy was genuine, or merely a ruse to lull them into a false sense of security. Still, he couldn't think of a reason for the latter. Esther forcefully guided a battered and resentful Narissara to stand beside Meraxa, her injuries apparent but not quite enough to break her spirit. The two monarchs stood side by side as Meraxa glanced at his wife whose entire body was trembling with fevered emotions. Rowena's gaze fell upon the king and queen, her expression ice cold. "Kneel before me," she commanded as Flowerless bared its menacing teeth with a low growl, staring down at the two. The weight of her words carried the unspoken demand for their official surrender. Kneeling before her was the only way to convey the meaning of surrendering to the entire Bloodburn Kingdom. As a king, Meraxa had never bowed to anyone, his pride and dignity preventing such a display of submission. However, with his daughter's life and the survival of his race hanging in the balance, his determination wavered, and he felt his knees weaken. Slowly, he lowered himself to the ground, his gaze never leaving Queen Rowena's eyes, a silent defiance still present within him. Narissara, her defiance still burning bright, refused to yield. "I will not kneel to these bloodthirsty plunderers," she declared, turning to her husband. "Please get up, husband, don't give them the satisfaction. They will only slaughter us all in the end." Meraxa drew a deep breath, grasping Narissara's hand firmly as he pulled her down to kneel beside him. "Enough, Narissara," he implored, his voice strained. "Stop fighting back. We have lost. As the queen of our people, do your pride or the survival of our people matter more, no matter how small the chance? Isn't that why we even raised our daughter to become a sacrificial lamb? Look at our daughter. Haven't we failed her enough as her parents? Why can't we at least make a small sacrifice for her sake?" Narissara's eyes flickered as she hesitated, her gaze drifting towards Isola before quickly averting it. She clenched her eyes shut, taking a moment to compose herself before finally allowing her knees to fold beneath her, sinking to the ground alongside her husband. Her body felt heavy, burdened with the weight of her decision and the pain of surrender. As the Umberolfians watched their proud king and queen kneel before the Bloodburn Queen, a wave of shock and disbelief swept through their ranks. They had never imagined they would witness such a sight in their lifetime. Yet, there it was, unfolding before their eyes, a stark reminder of their crushing defeat. Despite the bitterness and reluctance that churned within them, the Umberolfians knew that their leader's decision was the only option left if they wished to preserve any semblance of hope for their people. And so, one by one, they dropped to their knees, their heads bowed low in submission. The sight of these fierce warriors, who had once been a force to be reckoned with, now kneeling before their enemy, created a somber and poignant scene on the battlefield. The once raging fires of battle were snuffed out, replaced by an eerie silence that spoke volumes about the gravity of their situation. It was a moment that would be etched in the annals of history, a testament to the fall of the previously dead Umberolfian kingdom. As Isola watched her parents and her people kneel before the Bloodburn Queen, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within her. Her eyes filled with tears as she saw their proud figures, who had always been pillars of strength in her life, now kneeling in surrender. The sight of her people, once fierce and unyielding, now broken and resigned, was a crushing blow to her spirit. It felt as though the very essence of their kingdom was slipping away, like sand through her fingers. She had never felt so helpless and defeated. Her heart ached with the weight of the guilt she carried, wishing she shouldn't have been so naive and foolish to believe in a man she had just met. The pain of witnessing this scene was almost unbearable, and Isola felt the sting of bitterness and anger toward herself. Most of all, at Asher. Rumble suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled subtly, catching everyone's attention. The waves of water from the sea suddenly surged, rising up to engulf the colossal corpse of the kraken. The sight was both startling and awe-inspiring, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Flowerless growled and tensed, preparing to stop it from getting pulled into the seas, but Rowena raised a hand to calm her dragon. Easy, Flowerless, the kraken is dead, the sea can't bring it back to life, she said, her voice steady, but her eyes betraying her surprise. Asher, too, was bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. It was as if the sea had a life of its own, making him wonder if the kraken being the child of a devil was really true or not. As the waves wrapped around the kraken, cradling its lifeless form, it was as if the sea itself was paying tribute to the fallen guardian. The water gently lifted the immense creature, carrying it back into the depths from which it had emerged. Return to the ancient depths where you may find solace and peace, guardian of the seas, Isola suddenly mumbled in a melancholic voice as Asher observed her. She bowed her head right after, her hand placed on her chest, as she appeared to be mourning the death of the guardian that had fought so valiantly to protect her people. Despite its age and weariness, Isola knew even if their guardian helped them in exchange for a favor, its ancestor had protected and fought for them unconditionally. Expecting such loyalty from its last descendant who lived in captivity for its entire life and never knew them was not realistic. The least they could do was at least help the kraken fulfill its final wish of birthing an offspring, but because of her, it died for nothing. The bloodline of such a majestic creature forever lost in the seas. It wasn't just Isola who grieved, each Umberolfian seemed to share in her sorrow, their eyes downcast and their expressions solemn. The weight of their collective loss hung heavily in the air, casting a somber pall over the battlefield. They still couldn't believe the prophecy of the ancients failed to come true, making them realize how they had nothing to believe in now. A bit far away, Thorin, who had come back to the battlefield upon hearing the echoes of surrender, stood by his wife's side, his eyes flickering with a mixture of relief and deep-seated disappointment. He clenched his fists, feeling the bitter sting of losing the kraken. "We have won the war, yet lost our greatest weapon," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of 1,000 regrets. "The kraken was once ours, and now it has fallen, fighting for our enemies." Esther sighed softly, her piercing gaze surveying the battlefield. "I know, but we must not forget that this outcome is far better than the alternative." She paused, allowing the gravity of her words to sink in. "We could have lost everything if not for him and even our daughter," Esther said as she narrowed her eyes and looked at him from afar. Thorin reluctantly nodded, his expression stiffening as he attempted to come to terms with this new reality, but hearing her mention him, his gaze landed on Asher, who stood at a distance, still holding Isola firmly. A sense of unease crept into his mind, and he couldn't help but voice his concerns. "That boy," he said, nodding toward Asher, "I don't think we should consider him as a junior anymore. Keep a close eye on him. I feel that his impossible feat today wouldn't be the last." Esther nodded in agreement. "Sabina is already on it, and she said she is very close to having a hold on him. Let's do our part in the meantime." However, Esther suddenly caught a familiar figure in her peripheral vision and saw Rebecca standing a few hundred feet away, staring at something or someone far away. Rebecca's eyes were shaking upon seeing Asher standing beside Rowena. She clicked her tongue as her expression contorted and immediately left the battlefield as if she was never there in the first place. Just as the atmosphere was becoming calmer, a mysterious murky green light emanated from the depths, casting an eerie glow on the water's surface. Confusion and surprise rippled through the onlookers, and Rowena's brow furrowed as she placed her hand on Flowerless, signaling her dragon to remain vigilant. Unease spread like a contagion among the Bloodburn armies, their minds racing with wild theories. Could the kraken have somehow survived its brutal defeat despite dying before their eyes? No. That should be impossible. The Umbrelfians held their breath, daring to entertain a flicker of hope as they beheld the enigmatic light. Meraxa, however, felt no such relief. With his daughter still in enemy hands and his people exhausted and defeated, a revived guardian would change little, though he still couldn't help but feel hopeful. Asher and Rowena exchanged glances as the water's surface churned with increasing turbulence, giving rise to small, lapping waves. "It can't be broken," Isola softly mumbled, making Asher glance at her, though he knew there was no point in asking her. They watched, hearts pounding, as something beneath the surface began to emerge. The two prepared themselves for whatever unknown threat might surface, their senses heightened and bodies poised for action. As the tumultuous waves settled, the crowd collectively held its breath, and from the depths emerged a smaller, yet equally awe-inspiring version of the kraken. At a third of the size of its fallen predecessor, the young creature's appearance sent a shockwave through the onlookers. It resembled its gargantuan mother, its body stretching 30 meters long, covered in a tough exoskeleton, and bristling with powerful limbs. Asher blinked his eyes, not expecting the kraken to have somehow finished birthing its offspring despite dying, or was it that it all happened before it took its last breath? Still, wasn't it a bit too big for a baby? Or maybe not considering the size of its mother, the Bloodburn armies murmured and speculated, some wondering if this was the offspring of the kraken they had just witnessed being defeated. The Umbrelfians, on the other hand, were moved to tears as they gazed upon the creature, relieved that the bloodline of their guardian had not been entirely extinguished. Yet, they couldn't ignore the painful truth. This young kraken was far from being strong enough to protect them, even though it was tremendously powerful for a newborn. But they feared the Bloodburn Kingdom would kill it just to be safe, and just like they feared, their hearts dropped as they saw the Bloodburn Queen uncoil her whip, the cruel weapon glistening in the sunlight. The Umbrelfians braced themselves for the worst, anticipating that the Bloodburn Queen would show no mercy to this smaller kraken. "No, have mercy!" Some of the Umbrelfians cried out, their voice cracking with despair. Meraxa and Narissara's eyes widened as they beheld the smaller kraken rise from the depths, their expressions a complex mix of disbelief, hope, and fear. Both of them had thought their guardian's legacy had been lost along with the fallen kraken. This new emergence was like a flicker of light in the darkness they now faced. But hearing the hair-raising growl of the Bloodburn Queen's dragon, they couldn't help but fear for the life of the young kraken. The newborn kraken, a curious creature despite its formidable appearance, clicked its pincers together, producing an eerie, rhythmic sound as it slowly approached Asher. Rowena's eyes narrowed, her instincts taking over as she sensed potential danger. Her grip on her whip tightened, and crimson flames danced along its length, casting sinister shadows on the sands below. The sight of the blazing whip and the intensity of Rowena's gaze made the newborn kraken hesitate, its murky green eyes widening in fear as it flinched. It paused in its approach, its previously rhythmic clicks replaced by an uncertain, hesitant silence while still glancing between Asher and Isola. Rowena knew even if it was a young kraken, not even House Thorn could tame it since it was too late. Usually, the people of House Thorn would make careful and necessary preparations to tame a newborn kraken even before they were born. But she was surprised to see that even if this kraken was newborn, it was far stronger and bigger according to the history of newborn krakens in the history she knew, and because of this, she felt there was even more reason to not let this creature live before it becomes an adult and becomes uncontrollable. Even if House Thorn might have a sliver of a chance of taming it, she didn't want to risk it. She can't let a war like this happen again. Isola's eyes widened upon seeing that the Bloodburn Queen was about to kill it. Fear and desperation laced her voice as she slid her feet forward and implored Rowena, "Please, Queen Rowena, do not kill the newborn. It's not a danger to your kingdom like you think." Asher, his grip on Isola's arm unyielding, pulled her back by her arm. "You're in no position to make demands," he said coldly, his eyes locked on the young kraken. Isola turned to Asher, her expression a mix of determination and sadness. "Look at it again," she urged him. "Look at it closely before you pass judgment." Rowena, her hand still poised with the flaming whip, hesitated. Her gaze shifted between Asher and the newborn kraken, curiosity piqued by Isola's words. Asher couldn't shake the strange sensation that washed over him as he studied the newborn kraken. The creature's pincers moved gently, and its eyes held a tender, almost loving gaze. The feeling perplexed him, and he couldn't help but wonder why this monstrous being seemed to regard him with such warmth. Isola noticed the change in Asher's expression and eagerly questioned him. "You feel it, don't you? It doesn't mean any harm." Rowena, witnessing the exchange, frowned in confusion but couldn't deny the visible shift in Asher's demeanor. She looked at him, her voice laced with curiosity. "What is going on, Asher?" Taking a deep breath, "Asher, I am just going to approach it." "Rowena, don't do anything." Rowena immediately objected, her tone firm and protective. "That's dangerous. It may be a newborn, but it's still as strong as a soul reaper, or I will come with you." Asher was surprised that this newborn was already that strong right out of the box. Still, he met her gaze with a reassuring smile, his confidence unwavering. "No, it may not take well to your presence. It is already scared of you, so trust me on this, Rowena. It'll be fine even if it becomes hostile." Rowena hesitated, searching for words to refute his conviction, but ultimately nodded her reluctant agreement. "Okay, I will be watching from here." Asher began to walk toward the kraken, dragging Isola with him as he moved. Though she was still in his grip, Isola appeared just as eager to approach the newborn or more. A tense silence enveloped the battlefield as all eyes focused on the unfolding scene. The Bloodburn armies, the Umbrolfians, and their leaders held their breath, the suspense palpable in the air. Other than Meraxa and Narisara, the rest of them had no idea of the conversation they exchanged, and thus they were even more baffled to see the Bloodburn Queen letting her consort approach the newborn without any worry. Asher's steps were cautious, a mix of curiosity and wariness in his stride. Despite his confidence, the thought of the newborn kraken turning on him and tearing him apart lingered in the back of his mind. Not that he was too worried about it. Isola broke the tense silence, her voice carrying a hint of disdain and bitterness. "You don't need to be scared of the newborn trying to deceive you. It's not a devious person like you. Its heart is as pure as life crystals." Asher let out a subtle scoff, well aware that her words were a jab at him for tricking her earlier. Despite the sting of her insult, he chose to trust her assessment of the creature's intentions. Drawing closer, he extended his arm slowly, reaching out to make contact with the newborn kraken. Every eye on the battlefield remained fixed on the unfolding scene, the atmosphere thick with suspense. Just as Asher touched it, his eyes quivered as he felt as if his entire body was suddenly flooded by a cool yet dark energy, and his brows raised as this sensation was followed by a few pop-ups in his mind. "You have successfully acquired a new companion. Kraken, the guardian of the seas has imprinted on you what the hell a broken bar." Asher felt stupefied by what just happened. Did the kraken really just imprint on him? Why? Suddenly, with a tender motion, the kraken raised one of its pincers and softly brushed it against Asher's body. The gesture, so gentle and endearing, defied the expectations of the fearsome reputation the kraken typically held. The onlookers watched, captivated by the unexpected display of tenderness. They couldn't help but marvel at the sight, as the mighty, otherworldly creature seemed to embrace the royal consort like a long-lost friend. Meraxa and Narisara had their eyes blinking with disbelief, shock, and anger, just like their people. Why was their little guardian being so affectionate with their enemy, especially the one who caused the death of its mother? Rowena put away her whip upon seeing such an astonishing yet relieving sight. However, other than the Umbrolfians, the ones who did not take well to this shocking development were none other than Thorin and Esther Thorne. "I can't believe it, our broken bar, it really did imprint on you. It must be because her mother absorbed some of your life force." "A broken bar," Isola mumbled with a look of disbelief, even though she suspected it earlier upon seeing how the newborn kraken was looking at Asher. She felt that it should be impossible since he wasn't strong enough, or did it have something to do with his bloodline? But she felt sad and angry that this poor newborn imprinted on the wrong person who would definitely try to take advantage of it and even treat it badly. Did it imprint on you too? Asher asked upon noticing how the newborn kraken was using its other pincer to gently tap against her face as well. Isola furrowed her brows as she said, I am glad she imprinted on me as well so that I can make sure you won't make her life miserable. Asher scoffed, though he didn't expect that this creature could imprint on more than one person. That could be a problem since he won't have full control over this powerful monster. Even if it was not that powerful now, he had no doubt this newborn could be even more powerful than its mother after becoming an adult. He could only imagine how this could make his future so easier, especially with the kraken as his pet. Even any powerhouse in this world would think twice before going against him. However, he stopped dreaming as he realized that was still a long time away, and he had to make sure to survive that long. Still, to ease the tension and doubts among the people behind him, he let go of Isola as he climbed atop the newborn kraken who snapped its pincers together as if in excitement. Isola watched him with a wary look, wondering what he was planning to do. Asher, now sitting atop its shiny black shell, surveyed the crowd before him. Among the soldiers, he spotted common people from all over the Bloodburn Kingdom who had ventured to the battlefield. Drawn by curiosity and awe at the news of the Umbrelfien's surrender, they stood unafraid, their faces a mix of wonder, pride and anticipation upon seeing all the Umbrelfiens kneeling on the ground. Asher took a deep breath and, raising his voice to address the crowd, declared, My people, fear not this newborn kraken, for it has imprinted on me, and I am its master. A buzz of excitement coursed through the crowd as the people of the Bloodburn Kingdom processed the royal consort's announcement. Their shock quickly gave way to exhilaration and pride as they realized that he was now the master of the newborn kraken. This awe-inspiring feat only elevated their admiration for him, especially as they heard how he had bravely jumped into the belly of the kraken and crippled it, allowing their queen to bring it down with ease. They realized how truly special and powerful he was since nobody else with the same strength as him would ever be able to achieve such a feat. They wouldn't even last a few seconds in the belly of the kraken. Whispers spread like wildfire, and soon, the air was filled with fervent chatter. People exchanged glances and nodded in approval, their faces alight with excitement. One voice rang out, "Hail the Kraken Conqueror!" And the crowd swiftly followed suit. As if on cue, they began chanting in unison, their voices swelling in volume and enthusiasm. Hailed the Kraken Conqueror! Hailed the Kraken Conqueror! The chant reverberated across the battlefield, a powerful testament to the newfound respect and admiration the people had for the royal consort. As the cheers rose like a tidal wave, Asher stood atop the kraken, soaking in the adulation and smiling upon seeing how he was now like a champion to these people. The more support and respect he had from these people, the more influence he would have and the more things will be easier for him in the future. Rowena stood a short distance away as warmth swelled within her chest at the sight before her. Her eyes, usually icy and unwavering, now sparkled with a hint of pride and affection as she gazed upon the man she loved and hearing the cheers of the people echo around her. In her eyes, Asher had not only conquered the newborn kraken but also won the hearts of their people, further solidifying their kingdom's strength and unity. Marina's cheeks were red as she lovingly gazed at her master from afar while Eradicator stood beside her silently, though her gaze was on the royal consort as well. Realizing that she had yet again failed to see through his potential, she had no doubt he had already become a pillar of this kingdom and his support, a guiding compass for the queen. This only made Eradicator realize even more the weight of her duty or protecting him, but the jubilant cries of the Bloodburn Kingdom's people, so proud and reverent of their Kraken conqueror, were like salt on an open wound to the defeated Umbrelfiens. For them, the Kraken had long been a symbol of their heritage and the protector of their people. The sight of Asher atop the newborn Kraken, being celebrated by their enemies, only served to heighten their feelings of despair, anger, and humiliation. The air around the Umbrelfiens, especially Maraxa and Narisara, grew heavy with resentment, though they dared not voice their discontent. In their eyes, the celebration of their enemies was a cruel reminder of their own failure and loss, an agonizing burden they had no choice but to bear in silence. Isola's eyes narrowed, her resentment simmering just below the surface. She couldn't help but feel a bitter sting as Asher purposely left out the fact that the newborn kraken had imprinted on her as well. However, Isola knew that voicing her discontent wouldn't change the fact that she, too, held influence over the newborn kraken. For now, Isola focused on the connection she shared with the newborn kraken, drawing strength and comfort from their bond. In this time of despair, this bond was the only thing that made her feel like not everything was truly lost. Elsewhere, a young man wearing ordinary clothes appeared on the battlefield as if out of thin air, his red skin and blue eyes making him impossible to miss. He scurried forward, his back slightly bent, his pointy nose sniffed the air, as if trying to catch a whiff of the rumors he had heard about Asher's role in crippling the kraken and contributing to the war's victory. Upon arriving at the scene, Cookus's eyes widened with astonishment as he saw Asher sitting atop the small kraken, basking in the admiration and awe of the gathered crowd. His eyes also blinked rapidly upon seeing another worldly flower standing beside Asher. Did he already catch another beautiful fish from the sea? This guy knows his priorities. Why did the devils not bless him as well with the same luck? Sigh, broken but unable to contain his curiosity, Cookus approached nearby onlooker, his voice a mix of excitement and confusion. "Hey there, friend, what in the world is going on here?" Cookus asked, his voice animated and boisterous. "I heard something about the royal consort taking down the kraken, but I didn't expect to find him riding a smaller one. Did the bigger kraken get humbled by his devilish power and gave away its child as a gift?" The onlooker was about to turn around with an annoyed look, especially since this someone was asking stupid questions while they were cheering on the royal consort, but upon noticing this young man's red skin and blue eyes, he quickly changed his expression upon realizing that it was Cookus, the royal consort's servant. By now, everyone knew that only two werewolves lived in this kingdom, and both of them were the royal consort's servants. He can't even express any hatred or anger towards the servant of the royal consort no matter how much he wanted to, and so with a forced polite smile, the onlooker briefly recounted the recent events. Cookus's eyes sparkled with a mixture of excitement and glee upon hearing all that. After all, having the Kraken Conqueror as a master could only improve his own standing in this chaotic world. He definitely has to show his face to Asher and everybody else to let them know of his great contributions as the servant of the royal consort, and so he eagerly went down on all fours, sprinting through the crowd with reckless abandon. The onlookers grumbled in annoyance as he pushed past them, leaving a trail of disgruntled people in his wake. As Cookus barreled through the gathering, his butt slammed into the legs of a bloodburn army general. The general, clearly not amused by the sudden intrusion, let out a low growl, "Which mangy cur dares to slam into me?" he muttered as he kicked the offending creature without a second glance. "Ooh!" Cookus yelped, soaring through the air after the general's powerful kick sent him flying. His body tumbled toward the shore, bouncing off the sand and coming to a halt near his mother, Marina, who was seated on a stone. She gasped in shock, her eyes wide with concern as her son suddenly landed beside her. "Cookus, are you all right?" Marina asked, her voice filled with worry as she started to reach out for him. But Cookus, seemingly unfazed by the ordeal, sprang to his feet with surprising agility. "No time to talk, mother," he exclaimed, a determined gleam in his eyes. "I've got to go, the royal consort needs me," and with that, Cookus dashed away, leaving his bewildered mother as he resumed his frantic quest to reach Asher. Eradicator's eyes narrowed as she said to Marina in a cool yet deep voice, "Your son hasn't been trained well to serve the royal consort. Do you want me to?" Marina awkwardly smiled while inwardly sighing, wondering when her son would stop causing troubles. Just as Asher got down from the newborn kraken, he noticed Cookus darting towards him, a wide grin plastered across his face. As Cookus approached, he skidded to a halt in front of Asher, puffing out his chest and offering a hasty apology. "Finally, I apologize for my tardiness, boss. I was busy assisting my sister in the war, you see," Cookus said, as he pulled up his shirt to show the bruise on his stomach to convince Asher, though in reality it was the bruise that resulted from the general who kicked him. Isola wrinkled her nose upon seeing this uncouth fellow, flashing his flabby stomach before everyone. Asher clicked his tongue as he planted his palm on Cooker's face, pushing him behind before dragging Isola forward towards Rowena where she was about to make an announcement. Rowena's piercing gaze fell upon the kneeling forms of Meraxa and Narisara, her voice cutting through the air like a sharpened blade. "It is time I declare the price you shall pay for the survival of your people," she declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. The once proud Umbralfiend rulers looked up at her, their expressions a mix of defiance and resignation. Rowena continued, her voice unwavering, "You will be stripped of your titles and reduced to the status of common folk. You shall obey the orders of the Bloodburn Kingdom without question, and you will fend for yourselves when living among us." As she spoke, the expressions of Meraxa and Narisara hardened, but they did not protest. They knew all too well that the defeated had no room to argue. However, with the newborn Kraken on their side, this was just too hard to swallow. "But know this," Rowena added, her eyes narrowing as she delivered her final warning. "If you cause any harm or disruption to our kingdom, I will personally ensure that none of you would never see the light of day again." Her words hung heavily in the air, sending a shiver down the spines of everyone present. However, the people of the Bloodburn Kingdom felt that the Umbralfiends were quite lucky their queen was showing them mercy. But, that isn't all. Rowena's words made Narisara grit her teeth and Meraxa hardened his gaze, wondering what more she could want from them. "I have to make sure none of you will turn against us in the future or sow seeds of chaos just like how you all did with my people before this war started," Rowena said in a frigid tone, making Meraxa let out a heavy sigh. Rowena's chilling statement reverberated through the air, leaving everyone on edge, uncertain of what she would demand next. At that moment, Cookus leaned in and loudly whispered to Asher, "Boss, do you think the Queen plans to achieve this by making their princess a slave to you?" His voice, though seemingly intended to be hushed, carried far enough for several nearby to hear, setting off a chain reaction of reactions. Isola's expression darkened in an instant, a storm brewing in her eyes. Rowena, caught off guard by the interruption, briefly turned her head round. Meraxa's expression went through a number of changes, and having reached his limit, he gnashed his teeth and roared with every ounce of his remaining dignity, "Over my dead body." Meraxa, his voice shaking with emotion, continued to address Rowena, defiance flickering in his eyes. "I won't let my daughter be reduced to a slave," he declared, each word resonating with determination. "We would rather die than have the last vestiges of our dignity crushed underfoot." His words hung heavily in the air, a testament to the strength that still lay within the defeated king. The crowd fell silent, struck by the raw emotion in his voice. Even those who despised the Umbralfiends couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for the king's unwavering resolve. Narisara, her gaze fixed on her husband, reached out to grasp his hand, a show of unity and support. Her own expression mirrored Meraxa's, filled with equal parts defiance and fear for their daughter's fate. But before his words could settle, Isola found her voice and spoke up, her tone desperate and filled with determination. "No, father, a broken bar, I will do it. Please take back your words. You don't have to worry about me," she pleaded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Isola was prepared to do whatever was necessary to save her people from getting extinct. She can't fail them twice. This was her chance to make up for her mistakes even if she has to sacrifice herself. Meraxa's heart ached as he looked at his daughter, the weight of her pain and sacrifice etched on her face. He knew all too well the suffering she had endured her entire life, much of which he had played a part in. He couldn't bear to see her suffer any longer. In his eyes, death would be a mercy compared to the life she would face under such conditions. "Isola, my child," he said gently, his voice cracking with emotion, "you have already done more than enough. If this is the fate that awaits us, then we must accept it. I will not let you suffer any further because of us." Meraxa's words and gaze was enough to let everyone feel his steely determination. Narisara didn't say anything, but her silence was her way of agreeing with what her husband said. Their people also nodded slowly with tears in their eyes, feeling that their princess had done more than enough to save them. They won't sit still and watch their princess get reduced to a slave because of them. Cookus, realizing the tension his words had stirred, sucked in some air and said, "Oops, did I say that too loud, boss?" Asher, well aware of Cookus's weaselly ways, couldn't help but let out a subtle chuckle at the drama his servant had created. As much as he was annoyed by Cookus's antics, he had to admit that this time the words that came out of his mouth were useful in a way. Asher stepped forward, raising his hand. "Calm down," he began, his voice steady and soothing. "There's no need for things to escalate further. I am willing to make a compromise even though none of you have any right to bargain." All eyes turned to him, both curious and wary. "Isola doesn't have to be a lowly slave. Instead, she can serve as the umbral fiend emissary under me to represent your people." Meraxa and Isola's expressions suddenly changed upon hearing Asher's proposal. Asher knew that unlike how he did to Marina, he couldn't forcibly turn someone as powerful as Isola into a slave unless she wanted it. The stronger a person was, the more complicated and intricate their mana circuit would be, and thus, placing a slave seal against their will was highly difficult. Even if placed, there would be a good chance they could overcome the slave seal on their own within a short time or not even work to its full potential. Rowena narrowed her eyes, but she didn't say anything and knew it was better to let Asher handle this since he seemed to know what he was doing. Isola eyed Asher warily, sensing he was up to no good despite how fancy his offer was, while her father skeptically regarded Asher. "How would working under you be any different from being a slave to you?" Meraxa questioned, his tone firm. "I know how people like you treat your underlings like slaves, and I won't be fooled by your words nor will my daughter lower herself." Asher shook his head, his expression turning serious. "I'm not such an indecent guy," he insisted. "Even my servants and maids enjoy respect and dignity more than anyone else, and you can even ask them." Sati, who was nearby, rolled her eyes, wondering how he could even say those words with such a straight face. Cookus, eager to support his master, readily nodded from behind. "My boss couldn't have said it better. Have you people seen the robes I wear? Aye, pure silk, they are. It's like being wrapped in a cloud all day. Only the best for the royal consort's loyal servant," he proclaimed, his voice filled with pride. Cookus was about to continue heaping flattery upon Asher when Marina quickly covered her son's mouth, not wanting him to embarrass their master further. Despite hearing Cookus' words, Meraxa's expression remained unconvinced. "How can I trust you or anything your servants say? How can I know you won't try to trample my daughter's dignity the first chance you get?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Meraxa knew that his daughter was the most beautiful woman among his people and no less beautiful than even the Bloodburn Queen. Even if Asher was married to the Bloodburn Queen, he knew how men, especially those from the Bloodburn Kingdom like Asher, would always lust for more. There would never be an end to the greed of these people. Asher crossed his arms, his expression stern as he spoke. "I could forcibly make Isola a slave by planting a slave seal which would last for a day or two, and there would be nothing you or any of your people could do about it. You all are technically prisoners of war, and if it was not for my queen being merciful, you all would be begging for death." His words sent chills down Isola's spine, unable to fathom how her life would become under an enemy's control as a slave, even if it was for just a day. Broken Bar Meraxa felt his heart thud against his chest, fully aware of the painful truth in Asher's statement. He didn't have the power to stop them from forcibly ruining his daughter out of spite, and it would be worse if he and all his people died while leaving behind Isola to suffer and die alone. Just thinking about it made his hands tremble. However, Asher's expression softened, and he offered a subtle smile. "The fact that I'm choosing not to do that should prove my kind intentions. I have no reason to sugarcoat anything to you people. I want her to be appointed as the umbral fiend emissary so that she would be responsible for voicing the concerns and needs of you and your people to me and my queen, helping to ensure that you all integrate into our kingdom without any troubles, and vice versa. Our wants and requirements will be relayed to you all through her. Rowena could see that this role would allow Asher to keep a close eye on her while making sure the Umbrelfians wouldn't be too hostile. This was a good diplomatic move, and she was impressed he was quickly catching up on these things. Meraxa also felt that it made sense, but he still felt that Asher was doing this for a reason, probably to take advantage of them, and so, taking a deep breath, Meraxa asked, "Then why are you willing to make a compromise?" Asher's gaze grew solemn. "I'm willing to do it because I respect the strength and will of your people, and I would feel disappointed to see such a race go extinct. Over the thousands of years your people have lived in darkness, you all must have forgotten that your true enemies are the humans. Killing off an entire demon race would only serve to strengthen them." The people of the Bloodburn Kingdom listened intently to the royal consort's words, and as they processed his intentions, they found themselves in awe of his foresight. They realized that he was thinking of the bigger picture, even to the extent of showing mercy to their enemies. Whispers ran through the crowd as they discussed the royal consort's wisdom and restraint. It was no small feat to set aside personal grudges and emotions in favor of a broader strategy. Rowena, too, was impressed by Asher's ability to think beyond the present situation. She had always known Asher to be a man of depth and shrewdness, but his willingness to take a step back for the greater good made her respect for him grow even stronger. His actions served as a reminder to the people that true strength was not just about conquering one's enemies, but also about understanding and navigating the delicate balance between power, diplomacy, and the welfare of all involved. Isola listened to Asher's words, her brows raising together in surprise. She had never expected someone like him, who was the most cunning and devious person she had met, to display concern for the welfare of demons as a whole. It was a side of him she hadn't expected to see, and it left her feeling a bit conflicted. Still, despite the apparent sincerity in his words, Isola remained skeptical. She couldn't shake the feeling that there must be some other, more powerful motive driving him to make such a compromise. The idea that Asher would show genuine empathy for her people was difficult to reconcile with the man she knew him to be. Meraxa was also surprised and couldn't help but find his argument undeniably compelling. He knew since time immemorial their collective mission was to make the humans succumb to them and escape this wretched world, but they had forgotten about humans since they had been struggling to survive for generations. This made him see Asher in a different light. But his animosity towards him remained strong, though he couldn't deny that the compromise presented before him was better than the alternatives. With a heavy heart, he weighed the options and his responsibility to his people. "Then do I have your word that you won't compromise the dignity of my daughter nor cause her any harm?" Meraxa asked, his voice betraying the concern of a loving father. Asher glanced at Isola, who stood with her arms crossed and a guarded expression on her face. He then looked back at Meraxa, and with a reassuring smile, said, "Of course, as long as she does her duties as expected and doesn't do anything to hurt or betray me or the kingdom." Meraxa's eyes lingered on Asher for a moment, searching for any hint of deceit. Finally, he let out a slow, resigned breath, and he gave a curt nod. "I accept the consequences." Isola, on the other hand, was a mix of emotions. She found herself struggling to trust Asher's words, but she knew her father's decision was made in the best interest of their people, and she also knew they wanted the same thing, and they all get to survive another day as well. With Meraxa's announcement, Rowena stepped forward, her regal bearing commanding the attention of all present. The weight of her gaze fell upon Meraxa and his people as she addressed them. "You may all rise," she declared, her voice cold but firm. "From this moment on, my consort will be the one keeping an eye on you all and relaying any messages or information between me and your people. The welfare of your daughter," she said, glancing at Meraxa, "depends on your actions and the actions of your people. Never forget that." As she spoke, the air was heavy with the gravity of her words. The Umbrelfians hesitated, but ultimately, they followed her command and slowly rose to their feet. Each of them wore a solemn expression, acutely aware of the consequences that loomed over them should they fail to meet the Bloodburn Queen's expectations. Meraxa's eyes met Queen Rowena's, acknowledging her warning, and then shifted to Asher, the man who held his daughter's fate in his hands. It was a strange feeling, placing his trust in someone he still considers to be an enemy, but he knew that there were no other options. He also had some hope, seeing how the Bloodburn Queen was different from her ancestors as far as he had observed. Isola, too, looked at Asher, her expression pensive, still feeling sad for her people's present fate, especially her father and mother who were no longer king or queen, but she was determined to fulfill her role as the Umbrelfiend emissary to protect her people, though she could not help but feel wary of the man who seemed to hold all the cards. She felt that despite all his reassurances and being granted a decent role, her life under him wasn't going to be so simple. As the Bloodburn armies and the gathered crowd dispersed, Rowena, heeding Asher's advice, decided that the Umbrelfiends would live with the Nyadon tribe, where Asher would be constantly updated about their whereabouts due to his ties with their chief. Although the matter of their people's fate had been settled for the time being, Rowena knew that she now had to deal with the rebellion and calm down the people. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a trickle of blood dripped from her nose, forcing her to turn away towards her dragon to hide the sudden development. Asher, who had been standing close by, caught a glimpse of her distress and reached out to gently hold her hand. "Are you all right?" he asked in a concerned tone as he observed the demonic crimson lines on her face fading away and her appearance returning to normal, leaving her looking a bit pale. He knew she had unleashed one of her most powerful abilities to get to the Kraken and save him, and as expected it came with a price. Rowena wiped away the blood, her voice steady despite her weakened state. "It's just the backlash from the power I used, but I'm fine," she insisted. "I have much to do besides calming down the people. I need to speak with Meraxa to learn how they survived and then put an end to the rebellion." She inwardly berated herself for not having been more vigilant as a queen, for not foreseeing the troubles brewing within her kingdom. Asher nodded and offered a reassuring smile. "We can talk to Meraxa together tomorrow, and I will handle the disgruntled people of the Northern Lands. We discussed everything earlier, but this war just suddenly disrupted what we had planned. But I got this, so you should head back to the castle and rest." Rowena still adamantly shook her head and said, "No, Ash, my people in these lands think I neglected them, so it is only right I talk to them myself. I also understand the reason why you revealed things to me this late, though we can't wait any longer, and that is why, our plan a broken bar we will execute it together in my way." Asher realized that he couldn't change her mind about this, and he also felt it would be better for her to be present. "Okay, fine, a broken bar we will do it together. Just tell me what you have in mind and I will do the necessary." Rowena nodded as she revealed what she wanted to do to Asher. Isola, who was standing a few meters away, shot a look at the royal couple but looked away, still finding it hard to believe that the Bloodburn Queen married someone who wasn't of the same bloodline nor even the same race. Pushing that thought away, she was saddened she didn't even get to talk to her father since they were forced to disperse right away while she had to stay behind as the Umbrelfiend emissary who works for the two-faced consort. Apparently, her duties involved sticking close to Asher and enlightening him about her people while relaying any information between him and her people. She was hoping to use her role as the emissary to at least make sure her people's concerns and any troubles they might face wouldn't go unheard, though it would all depend on his nature. She still didn't know if he and his queen were planning to take advantage of them completely using her, so all she could do now was pray and hope. As Asher saw Rowena flying off on her dragon, he reached into his pocket, retrieving a subtly glowing blue orb. The orb seemed to pulsate with a faint, mystical light. The orb was called a Whisper Stone, which was an enchanted communication device, allowing anyone to converse across vast distances. Holding it gently between his fingers, he brought it close to his mouth and spoke into it, his voice barely above a whisper. "Kellum, has everything been handled as planned?" The orb's soft glow flickered, and Kellum's voice echoed in Asher's mind, as if resonating within the very fabric of his thoughts. "Everything has been handled flawlessly, Your Highness. All that remains is for you to give me the command." A satisfied smile crept onto Asher's face as he listened to Kellum's report. "You can come to the central town here." With a gentle squeeze, The glow of the orb subsided, and he placed it back into his pocket. No sooner had Asher returned the whisper stone to his pocket than Sabina approached him, limping gracefully towards him with a charming smile that belied the pallor of her face. Her injuries appeared to have stabilized, but it was evident that she was far from fully recovered. Asher couldn't help but shake his head as he regarded her. "Sabina, what are you still doing here?" he asked. "You should be resting and recovering from your injuries." Despite being in such a weak condition, she was still as alluring as ever. Her smile widened, as if she found his concern amusing, and she responded with a light, teasing tone, "Phoo, phoo, you didn't think I would just lie in bed while all this excitement unfolds, did you? Besides, aren't you forgetting something? The baby kraken a broken bar. My house wishes to reward you for helping us bring it back, albeit we would have to wait for it to grow up." Asher narrowed his eyes as he realized her parents probably sent her here to confront him about this. Since House Thorn seemingly owned the bloodline of the kraken for thousands of years, they must want to take the baby kraken and try to tame it no matter the costs. Losing the symbol of their power must have shaken them quite hard, and he had no doubt they would even take this matter to Rowena and cause an issue, since this obviously mattered a lot to them, especially their face and strength. So they must have sent Sabina to first see if he would give in and let the matter end there, or if they would have to escalate this. So he chuckled softly, his expression easygoing but carrying an underlying edge. "Ah, the baby kraken. I've been meaning to discuss that with you, Sabina, but first, let me share something I find rather intriguing. I've heard some unsettling rumors about a village massacre that happened just as the war started, and a broken bar." His expression became difficult as he said, "I don't know how to put this, but your fiancé's name was involved." He allowed the implications to sink in before adding, "Now, that's not something we'd want the people of the Northern Lands to know, is it? I'd hate for your distinguished house to face any trouble, and I can't imagine the Queen would be too pleased if she found out either. Don't you think so?" Sabina's lips curled into a smile that was equal parts amused and dangerous. "You truly have a way with words, Asher. I suppose it's best for all involved if certain secrets remain just that, secrets. As for the baby kraken, let's just say it must be feeling quite happy with you as its master for now." Asher chuckled as he nodded, though inwardly he knew these people had no plans in letting this matter rest forever. "I trust we both have urgent matters to attend to, so I suppose I will see you soon," Sabina said with a wink as she turned around and walked away. However, as she did, she licked her lips as she thought, "It seems I have to make you fall for me harder. Once you are mine, then everything you have will be mine too." He. Asher felt that House Thorn won't be causing any trouble in the immediate future, especially when they were in the limelight. As Sabina's footsteps receded into the distance, Asher turned to Marina, and said, "Marina, I need you to bring and help Isola settle down in the castle. Show her around and teach her everything she needs to know. She's been living in the seas her entire life, like a fish in a pot. It's time she learned about the world beyond the darkness." Isola took a sharp, deep breath, but a part of her was excited to learn about things she had always dreamed of. Marina nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "Understood, Master. I'll make sure she's well taken care of." However, her gaze lingered on him, concern etched on her face. "But you don't look well, Master. When will you be back? You need rest, too." Asher softly smiled, trying to reassure her. "Don't worry about me, Marina. I'll be back soon, and I will be fine. I am just exhausted." Though his words were meant to comfort, they did little to alleviate the worry in her eyes. "Don't worry, Mother. I am here to take care of Boss with my wisdom and strength," Cucus said with a grin as he loudly patted his chest. Asher clicked his tongue as he grabbed Cucus by his collar and pushed him towards Marina. "Take him away too, Boss." "No," Cucus cried inwardly, since the chance to show his face to the public by being with Asher slipped right out of his hands. If more people saw him following Asher around, the more the pretty flowers would understand how important he was to the royal consort. Reluctantly, Marina gave a final nod and left to carry out her assigned task, while Asher knew she was right, since he felt like a living corpse, drained of all energy. Rowena did help his blood regain some of their energy, but if he doesn't rest and heal soon, he might collapse. This only made him feel more impressed that Isola was still conscious despite getting drained for a lot longer than him. He couldn't see through her strength, and made him wonder if she was stronger than a Soul Reaper. Just as he turned around, a formidable figure clad in imposing armor was standing in front of him, making him wonder how long she was standing here. Eradicator stepped forward to address him. "Where do you wish to go, Your Highness?" Ash's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight of her cracked armor, blood seeping through the fissures. "Have you even looked at yourself? Shouldn't you be attending to your injuries first?" He knew she had been injured while buying him precious time to enter the Kraken's belly, and felt that he shouldn't be surprised to see how she still wanted to follow him instead of tending to her wounds. Eradicator shook her head slowly, her voice resolute. "These injuries are nothing but scratches, Your Highness. I am more than capable of accompanying you." "Scratches? Wow. I wonder what she considers as a serious injury." Asher shrugged, knowing she won't stray away from her ironclad determination, and he also needed her. "Very well, then, let's head to the central town of the Northern Lands. Be ready to draw your blade if necessary." The hellish red sun was hanging up in the sky, casting a dark reddish hue over the bustling central town of the Northern Lands. Excitement buzzed through the air, as people from all walks of life gathered in the town square of the north. Their anticipation palpable. Word had spread quickly that their beloved queen herself would address the public personally, a first for the ruler of the Bloodburn Kingdom. Their respect for her strength and bravery had skyrocketed after hearing news of how she tore through the battlefield to save her consort and even killed the Kraken with her consort's help. Whispers filled the air as the people speculated on the Queen's reasons for her unprecedented appearance. They knew she planned to address the issues plaguing the Northern Lands, but none had expected her to take on such a task personally. Even those who had earlier rebelled found themselves among the crowd. The dispirited rebels stood shoulder to shoulder with their representatives, the despair of their rebellion failing weighing heavily on their hearts. The Queen had promised them answers and solutions, but whether she would truly help them remained uncertain. They couldn't help but fear that she could also have called them all here to punish them for rebelling. Nonetheless, with the Umbrelfians defeated, they saw little point in continuing their rebellion. Still, some of them were seething in anger and hate, especially after hearing the news of the massacre of an entire village where some of their dear ones died in the massacre. But if the Queen was really behind it, why would she be setting up a meeting like this? As the crowd swelled, conversations rose and fell like waves on a restless sea. Eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of the Queen's arrival. For many, it would be their first glimpse of the young Queen who had guided the kingdom through tumultuous times not too long ago. Then, a hush fell upon the masses as a royal procession appeared on the horizon. The Queen's regal figure came into view, mounted on her majestic steed. Her face looked pale, yet her presence was magnetic, drawing the attention of every man, woman, and child present. Walking behind her was the royal consort and his protector, making most of the people feel even more excited, especially since they had heard of his bravery and how he was the master of the baby Kraken. They now felt that the royal consort had become quite important to the Queen, be it because of love or political reasons. The air seemed to crackle with an electric charge, as if the very atmosphere acknowledged the significance of this moment. As Rowena and Asher stood on the platform with all 5 blood-born guards behind them, a sea of faces looked up at her in awe, fear, and hope. There were 5 representatives elected by those who rebelled, each bearing the weight of their people's grievances, who stood before the Queen with a mix of emotions etched upon their faces. Rowena, her regal bearing and steely gaze commanding the attention of all present, addressed the 5 representatives before her. "I stand before you today not just as your Queen but as someone who wishes to address the struggles and hardships you have endured," she began, her voice resonating with sincerity. "But before I speak on the matters at hand, I would like to hear from each of you just in case any grievances happen to go under my eyes." The representatives exchanged glances, surprise flickering across their faces at the Queen's unexpected request. It was a rare occurrence for a monarch to openly invite the opinions of commoners. let alone their criticism. The first representative, a tall, grizzled man with a stern expression, eyed the queen cautiously while making sure to not disrespect her by looking her in the eyes. Years of battling the hardships of the northern lands had hardened him, but beneath his guarded exterior lay a flicker of hope that things might finally change for the better. Upon hearing her words, his stern countenance momentarily softened, cleared his throat, and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I am Kelern from the far shore village," he began, his voice rough yet weary and sad. "We have long suffered from neglect and lack of resources in the northern lands for more than a year, especially because of our waters becoming poisoned. Our people struggle to survive in harsh conditions, with little to no support from our lords. Despite how hard we have been working to fulfill the needs of our kingdom, when we asked our lords why they couldn't help us, they said they were helpless without the necessary support from your Majesty since they were also suffering, living in the same lands as us." Rowena silently nodded before looking at the next representative, who was a younger woman with fiery red hair. She held her chin high, her piercing gaze was just below the queen's face. Though her eyes shone with defiance and pride, they also betrayed a desperate longing for solutions and stability for her people. "You may speak," Rowena said as the woman took a deep breath. "Your Majesty. I am Yoia from the Greystone village." Her tone became passionate and sad as she continued. "Half of the people in my village dropped dead within weeks after the food and resources we were supposed to receive from our lords were stolen by bandits. This continued to happen not only to us but to other villages as well, and our lords said they did their part and catching the bandits was only something your Majesty was capable of." Rowena silently nodded before looking at the next one, the third representative, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a face weathered by grief, suddenly clasped his hands together as if to hold back the overwhelming emotions that threatened to spill forth. His voice, which was usually strong and steady, wavered and broke as he began to recount a harrowing tale. "Your Majesty, I am Yuna," he choked out, tears threatening to brim over his dark eyes. "On the eve of the war, all my people of the Blackleaf village were mercilessly massacred. I had left for a brief period to see if I could get some fruits for my grandchildren. When I returned, I found my family and fellow villagers piled atop a pyre of logs, their lifeless bodies reduced to mere ashes as the last embers of the fire still smoldered. The air was thick with the scent of their burning flesh, and I stood unable to comprehend the horror that lay before me. The only reason I could think of was that this was to punish us for rebelling even though our rebellion never caused any deaths. All we ever did was stop working and stage a protest to get what we were owed. Did my family and my people really deserve such cruelty for toiling our entire lives for the kingdom?" As he spoke, some of the ones in the gathered crowd, especially the ones who participated in the rebellion, had their faces turn into a mixture of grief and rage. The silence that followed was heavy with shared pain, and the air seemed to grow colder as the man's heart-wrenching words echoed through the square. Asher, who was standing beside Rowena, already knew who massacred the entire village. If he wanted, he could throw Edmund into a pool of flames right here and now, but no, a broken bar. Asher wanted to punish Edmund himself, and he wasn't going to let anyone else have that satisfaction. Rowena silently nodded before looking at the other two representatives, who bowed and said that their fellow representatives had addressed whatever they had in mind. Rowena's gaze swept over the crowd, especially the aggrieved ones, her voice steady and resonant as she addressed their concerns. "I am aware of the troubles you have faced, and I want you to know that I have not been neglecting you," she began, her words holding the weight of her sincerity. "On the contrary, I have been tirelessly searching for solutions to your problems, including the poisoning of your waters, which, as it turns out, was the work of the Umbelfians, the very enemies of our kingdom that some of you chose to side with." The 5 representatives and their people lowered their faces, their hearts thumping in their chests, as the gravity of their actions began to sink in. "Under normal circumstances," Rowena continued, her voice firm but not unkind, "rebelling against the kingdom would be an unforgivable crime, met with the harshest of punishments." The air grew tense as the crowd anticipated the queen's judgment. However, Rowena's next words brought a wave of relief. but I understand the reasons behind your actions, and I recognize that none of you started this rebellion with any malicious intent. As such, I will not punish any of you except the ones truly responsible for all this." Hearing her last sentence, the people mumbled to each other, wondering what she meant by that. Was she saying that someone purposefully caused all this? That was huge news. Her voice softened as she added, "You must understand that, as your queen, I'm not an all-knowing or an all-powerful devil. I am still only one person charged with the care of our entire kingdom and the constant vigilance against those who seek to do us harm. But that also means I can't keep a close eye on everything or be there for everyone at the same time. Nevertheless, I would never choose to neglect any of you and weaken our kingdom since, without you all, there won't be a kingdom." The people nodded slowly, their teary eyes filled with a newfound understanding of the heavy burden their queen carried and how she seemed to really care about them. The fourth representative, a middle-aged woman, her lips quivering, looked up at Rowena and bravely spoke, "Your Majesty, if we are truly in the wrong, we are prepared to accept any punishment, but before that, we humbly beg you to tell us who, or what is responsible for our suffering." Rowena nodded as she looked at Asher with a knowing glance. Asher took out his whisper stone as he said with a glint in his eyes, "Kellum, it's time." Chapter 200, Cleanse and Heal. In a sudden, unexpected shift in the atmosphere, the soft whisper of a command came from Asher, his voice resonating through the whisper stone. "Kellum, it's time." A ripple of anticipation moved through the crowd, their gazes shifting to the elegant carriage parked discreetly near the edge of the square. There was a chilling silence, the collective breath of the crowd held in abeyance. The carriage door swung open, and out stepped Kellum, his presence spreading an air of charm. Behind him, two of his men emerged, dragging four figures from the darkness of the carriage. Their clothes were ruffled but were unmistakably of high quality, the cloth of nobility. They were trying to hide their faces in vain, but their bearing was unmistakable. These were men of power, of lineage. They were the lords of their noble houses. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The faces of the four lords were well known and quite influential around here, their visages gracing the banners and halls of their respective lands. Yet here they were, in chains, heads bowed as if they carried a guilt that weighted their very souls. Questions rushed through the minds of the crowd. What was their crime? Why were they here, in the center of the square, on their knees? Some could already guess why they were here. Kellum led them up to the platform, each step heavy with the weight of their impending judgment. His men pushed them down to kneel before the queen and her consort, their chains rattling in the solemn silence that hung over the square. The crowd watched with bated breath, their eyes wide with shock, and their hearts filled with a mingling of fear and curiosity, especially the five representatives, since these four lords were the ones they usually worked for. Rowena's gaze shifted to the first representative, Kellum. Her voice, clear and steely, rang through the square. "The truth behind your unmet pleas, Kellum, will be revealed by Lord Hagen of House Lammer." All eyes turned to Lord Hagen, his body chained and his expression abject. His lips quivered, as if words were struggling to break free, but his fear was holding them hostage. However, Rowena's icy gaze landed on him. "Lord Hagen," she spoke sternly, "have the decency to at least look at Representative Kellum while you speak." As if propelled by an unseen force, Hagen raised his head, his eyes locking with Kellum's. A grimace twisted his features, the truth gnawing at his insides. His voice trembled as he admitted, "Her Majesty, the Queen. She sent aid when your waters were poisoned, but we intercepted it. We seized those resources for ourselves. We deceived you all." And Her Grace, from his pocket, he drew out a piece of parchment, a scroll bearing the royal seal of the Queen. He unfurled it, and as the crowd leaned in to see, the unmistakable seal of the Queen gleamed under the sunlight. The date marking a time right after the water poisoning incident. It was a direct communication from the Queen herself, proof of her immediate action during their crisis. A wave of shock rolled through the crowd, quickly replaced by a seething anger. The representatives on stage felt it most acutely, their faces a mask of betrayal, but beneath that anger, guilt stirred. Kellum was staring at Hagen with boundless resentment. unable to find any words to say. After Hagen's confession, the Rowina's gaze turned towards Yoya, the second representative. "Your questions, Yoya," she declared, her voice ringing through the silence, "will be answered by Lord Yulin of House Yurven." Yulin, pale and shaken, swallowed audibly. He raised his head to meet Yoya's intense gaze, and his voice, barely above a whisper, trembled as he confessed, "It wasn't bandits that stole your food and resources, it was us. Our men, we staged the robberies. We knew the Queen's guards wouldn't find the culprits. Because they were our own people, we knew we would get caught eventually, but we only needed it to last until the war began." A gasp of horror escaped Yoya's lips, her face twisted in pain and fury. "How dare you, how dare you!" she screamed, her voice cutting through the tense silence. Tears were cascading down her cheeks, each one a testament to the suffering she and her people had endured. She lunged at Yulin, her hand drawn back to slap him, but her fellow villagers caught her in time, their hands pulling her back from the brink of disrespecting the Queen's presence. "How treacherous!" The crowd erupted in indignation, a cacophony of voices raised in anger. Insults and condemnations filled the air, all directed at Lord Yulin, who lowered his face with his eyes closed in unbearable shame and fear. Rowena raised her hand, cutting through the turmoil like a knife, and a hush descended over the crowd. Her gaze then shifted to the third representative, Muna. "Representative Muna, Lord Nilan of House Nala will tell you why you and your village suffered," she stated, her voice resonating in the silence. Muna's eyes were wet with hot tears, his gaze locked onto Lord Nilan. Nilan's lips trembled as he began to speak, his voice low yet piercing. "The massacre of your people. It was orchestrated to spread fear amongst the rebels, to ignite the flames of anger and fuel the rebellion." As he made this shocking confession, his eyes strayed subtly towards Kellum, who stood at the edge of the platform. Kellum still had a neutral expression on his face as he nodded at Muna with his eyes. Gasps of shock and horror rippled through the crowd. "How could you, a broken bar? We looked up to you." Muna's face blanched. He swayed on his feet, the force of the revelation nearly knocking him over. His lips moved soundlessly, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. A low murmur of outrage began to rise from the crowd, a wave of fury and disgust crashing against the platform. These lords, who were supposed to protect them, were behind the massacre and suffering. The very thought was a poison seeping into the crowd, turning their shock into an icy dread. The echoes of Nilan's words hung heavy over them all, the implications too vast, too horrifying to fully comprehend. Once again, Rowena's hand went up, the people falling silent at her command. "Calm down, my people. Let Lord Baluk of House Bala reveal why he and the other lords carried out all these despicable actions," she said, her voice echoing across the square. Baluk, a large man with a once proud bearing, now quivered in his chains. His eyes skittered across the sea of faces before him, reflecting the dread coursing through his veins. He swallowed hard, his lips trembling as he began to speak. We were contacted by a representative of the Umbral Fiends," he confessed, his voice barely audible over the tense silence. "We don't know who arranged the meetings, but we were promised more land, more power, and resources, once the Umbral Fiends took control and House Thorn was obliterated. We received help from unknown sources to execute our plans, all while avoiding Her Majesty's suspicions." The words fell like stones, stirring up a maelstrom of shock and fury in the crowd. Betrayal, a word so heavy with malice and deceit, echoed in their minds, seeping into their hearts. Their lords, the nobles they had respected and trusted, were nothing more than conniving snakes, plotting against their own kingdom, siding with the enemy for the sake of power born from their greed. The four lords' deceit had been despicable, their actions unforgivable. The knowledge of their betrayal struck deep, adding fuel to the already ignited anger of the masses. The plaza was abuzz with their outrage, a chorus of disapproval against the men who had wronged them, but they were also angry at themselves for siding with the very enemies who played a part in their suffering as well. They had no idea they were unknowingly helping their foes by starting a rebellion. They had doubted their queen, betrayed her care and had failed to see her efforts, and now, standing in the heart of the kingdom, They were faced with the stark truth. The queen had not failed them, but they had failed their queen. They couldn't begin to express their regret and guilt for their actions and felt that even if the queen punishes them, it would feel just. Suddenly, almost as if on cue, the 5 representatives fell to their knees. Their faces were etched with guilt and remorse, tears cutting paths down their weathered faces. "We have wronged our kingdom," the first, Kelern, cried out, his voice cracked with the rawness of his regret. "We have wronged you. My queen," Oya added, her voice rising above the murmur of the crowd. She was weeping openly, her sobs echoing through the silent square. We are willing to accept any punishment for our sins." Muna's voice was a mere whisper, but it rang loud and clear in the hushed crowd. His body shook with the force of his sobs, his words lingering in the air. "We should have never doubted your majesty," the other 2 representatives cried out. One by one, the representatives confessed their guilt, their voices intertwining in a chorus of remorse. The crowd watched on in stunned silence, the enormity of the scene etched into their hearts. Then, like a wave crashing against the shore, the people of the northern lands, those who had partaken in the rebellion, fell to their knees. Their cries of regret filled the air, a symphony of guilt and shame. They had been wrong, so horribly wrong, and the cost of their actions weighed heavy on their hearts. At the edge of the platform, Asher watched the scene unfold, a deep sense of satisfaction coursing through him. The public confession, the collective remorse, it was the catharsis the kingdom needed. Rowena's decision to hold the meeting was proving to be a masterstroke. Asher slowly nodded, his gaze flickering towards her. This was not just a victory for her, but a victory for their kingdom. The crowd hushed instantly, their tear-streaked faces turned towards their queen. She spoke then, her voice soft, yet filled with a strength that resonated through the square. "I will abide by what I said first," Rowena began, her gaze sweeping over the representatives and then the crowd. "I will not punish you." A collective gasp filled the air, followed by a murmur of surprise. They had been prepared to face punishment, their hearts heavy with guilt, but their queen's words brought a glimmer of hope, the promise of mercy in the face of their betrayal. "Our kingdom needs to heal," she continued, her voice growing stronger, "from the war, from the deceit, from the pain of the loss we suffered in the past. Punishing honest and loyal people like you all, who were misled in these troubled times, is not the solution." Rowena's words struck a chord with the people. They were stunned, relieved, and grateful. A tide of murmurs washed over the crowd, but Rowena raised her hand again, quieting them. "But," she said, her tone growing stern, "the first step to healing is cleansing our kingdom of the filth that has brought us to this point." Her gaze turned to the 4 lords, chained and trembling. The air grew thick with anticipation. The crowd watched on, their hearts pounding. Rowena's next words were spoken in a voice colder than ice. "Starting with these 4, Rowena snapped her fingers, and 4 of her blood-born guards including Eradicator sprang into action. Each grabbed one of these lords, dragging them to the 4 thick wooden poles that had been erected on the platform. "Please, Broken Bar, your majesty, Broken Bar, have mercy." The lords' pleas for mercy filled the air, their cries echoing through the square, though they weren't pleading for their lives but for the safety of their houses. They knew no amount of words would let them escape what was coming to them, but the main reason they confessed before all was due to the hope that the queen would show mercy to their respective houses. As the lords were being hauled and chained to their impending doom, Rowena's eyes met the sea of faces before her, a mosaic of awe, fear, and respect. Her voice rang out, clear as a clarion call, piercing the heavy silence that blanketed the square. "Even though I may have eventually found out about the betrayal of these lords," she began, her gaze turning to Asher, standing by her side while softly smiling at her, "I wouldn't have found out now if not for my consort." Rowena had got Asher's message right before the war started, informing her of his findings about who incited the rebellion and helped the Umbral Fiends. She knew the only reason he didn't inform her earlier was that he was planning to verify his information and capture all the traitors. Though this war ruined it all, the crowd gasped, their gazes darting between the queen and her consort. This revelation was unexpected. Had he been instrumental in unmasking the traitors? The murmurs grew louder, a mix of surprise and newfound respect. He not only helped win the war but also helped punish the traitors who made them suffer for so long. Even those who had been previously skeptical of the royal consort due to his alien race and unknown origins no longer held any doubt towards him. They had already begun to see him as their idol and someone who actually cared about them and this kingdom. Now even if he told them to shed blood for his sake, they wouldn't hesitate, for they felt they owed their lives to him as well, especially the Nyadon tribe. Near on, the chief of the Nyadon tribe couldn't help but be moved to tears upon looking at the savior of his people. He could already see good times awaited this kingdom because of him. Rowena's expression became frigid as she turned towards the four lords who were chained to the poles by now. Her eyes remained unmoved as a crimson flame materialized in her palm, flickering and dancing with an eerie glow. The crowd held their breath, their eyes wide with fear and awe, and then, with a flick of the wrist, she sent the flame soaring into the air. It split into four, each flame hurtling towards a chained lord. Whoosh! Argh! The fire engulfed them, their screams of agony piercing the silence. The crowd watched on in horrified silence, the smell of burning flesh filling the air as their ear-rending cries echoed throughout the place. Rowena stood tall amidst the chaos, her face a mask of cold indifference as the cries gradually died down. The message was clear: betrayal and deceit would not be tolerated.